Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. As you can see in the picture today, let's start the story of what if Naruto's biological mother was Kaguya Otsutsuki. After the war, the village betrays him. Only 3 people left close to him. The bijou resealed against their wills. In an attempt to bring the bijou back to him so he could save them, he inadvertently reforms the jubi. After speaking to it, he finds out who his real mother is. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the woman he defeated in the war. Descendant of Amaterasu and the Shinju. Before we start, kindly like and subscribe to this channel and look over the description box for the author of this amazing storyline. Welcome aboard! Chapter 1. Naruto hasn't been happy since the 4th Great Ninja War had ended. Once the war was over and the beasts were free, everything went to shit. The nations had betrayed his trust. They sealed away the halves of the bijou again and bound him in chakra-resistant chains. The only bijou he drew in fully was Kurama again, as he would not let that bastard Sasuke hold him. Apparently not anyone could hold any bijou, and Sasuke was the only one who could hold Kurama. He also made sure to draw in the bijou's souls, so even if they had them inside, they couldn't be controlled or used. The only ones there for him was Tsunade, Gaara and Shizen, as they didn't betray him. They made sure he didn't die of starvation from being caged in a dungeon. The only reason they locked him up was because they couldn't hold him down with seals due to the bijou's overpowering it. But without chakra or the bijou cloak, he was stuck. But unbeknown to the others, with Tsunade's help, he was overriding the seal to the chains and to his own seal. He needed to break the chain seal first, and then he'd draw in the halves of the bijou. He knew the risks, but the bijou all agreed to it, rather than let their power be out of their grasps once again. Naruto sighed. "You all ready?" he asked the bijou. "Hell yeah, Kit! Let it rip!" Kurama says, giving him a mental fist bump. "No matter what happens, Kit, we thank you for helping and befriending us," he says before Naruto smiles and sets to work. He takes a deep breath and focuses the little bijou chakra he could access, as he had been storing it up for over a year and a half, and even then, it wasn't much. He hoped it worked. He took a deep breath and sent it rocketing through the chains. They shattered under the immense weight of the demonic energy. He took ragged breaths and drew forth his cloak form and frowned as he felt multiple energy sources coming to him. He needed to rush. He ran through the hand seals the bijou had drilled into him and slammed his hands on the ground. "Sage art, attraction of the tails," he called out as he erupted in even more golden flames. A matter of seconds later, chakra of numerous colors crashes into him. That was when it all went to crap. The energy collided too quickly, and instead of just fusing the halves of the 9 into wholes, it made the 9 fuse back into 1. He was unintentionally reforming the jubi. He tried to stop it, but it was too strong. "Kurama and everyone else, I'm so sorry," he says in a somber tone. Kurama lets out a sad chuckle. "We don't blame you, kid. We knew the risks, but as long as you are in control, we don't mind," he says before their personalities meld back into the jubi. Naruto struggles to hold control as the golden flames turn silver and horns grow from his forehead like the sage of the 6 paths. He opened his eyes to see Sasuke and the village leaders minus Tsunade and Gaara in front of him. "Beasts, get back in your chains and release the bijou. We know you took the Inoki," says as he hovers near Mei. Naruto lets out a sad chuckle. "Can't do that, as I promised I'd guard them, and they aren't here anymore," he says as he looks to them forming his cloaked form, which was the same from his cloaked form when he originally held all the bijou, but his horns that he just grew became larger, and his eyes changed. Not that he could see, but the others could. Sasuke glared at him with pure hate. Naruto's eyes were a more perfected version of his Sharingan Rinnegan eye. Even though it had been 3 years since gaining this eye, he had made no progress in unlocking any of their Rinnegan abilities. Naruto stood up to them and glared at them. "You abused mine and the bijou's trust. You sealed them up again and chained me up for 3 goddamn years, all because you were power-hungry cowards." He yells at them unconsciously, making the tomos spin in his eyes. "Not only that, but you made me pull them in and cause them to disappear into the jubi. So, either leave me be or I will end you," he yells, glaring with full malice at the group in front of him. The ninja behind the Kages were struggling to stand under the killer intent in front of them. Sasuke draws his sword and summons his eyes, only to find massive pain in his left eye, but he shook it off. "Dobe, you were too weak with those beasts, and you dared take away my chance to use that fox of yours. Oh well, I'll just rip the jubi and use it," he says as he charges him. Naruto in the blink of an eye ends up behind Sasuke and hits Sasuke with an insanely powerful kick. He was grateful Tsunade taught him her super strength as he was chained up, though this was his first time using it actually, but thankfully his chakra control was better than it was when he and Kurama butted heads back when he was young. Sasuke gets sent through the underground building and he looks to the Kages and flares the Jubi's chakra. He was confused why it was being so complacent, but he'd crossed that bridge once he got out of here and away from the village. He summoned the truth-seeking orbs and 2 chakra rods just in time to block against A's lighting lariat. He ducked under the strike and landed 2 hits on the Raikage chest, sending him flying into Mei. He sees Inoki flying towards him with a dust release in his hands. He fires 3 truth-seeking orbs at the man to negate the dust release and send him crashing back. He flattened another to create a shield against the lava shot that Mei fired at him. He then summoned the Shikujo to block Sasuke's sword. Sasuke glared at him Amaterasu. He yells trying to burn the Dobe's legs off but is shocked when the flames don't come out. In fact, it hurts his head greatly to even try. Why was his Sharingan acting up and why couldn't he use his Sharingan Rinnegan fusion eye? Naruto noticed that Sasuke was only using one arm as the other was hanging limply from his side and half of his face was soaked in blood. Seemed the one hit he landed damaged him greatly. He didn't really want to kill anyone here, just incapacitate them. He evaded the strikes, confused why everyone was so slow. These were supposed to be top-tier shinobi, but to him they were as fast as genin. He ducked under dual strikes from A and Sasuke and landed a palm strike on the 2, sending them rocketing back again. He dashed after A and grabbed his ankle and swung him towards Inoki with great speed, shocking the man as they both crashed through the building again. All he needed to do was take out Mei and then he could run. He summoned the orbs around his hand and spiraled them into a drill and hit Mei with great speed. She tried to use lava to protect her, but the truth-seeking orbs negated it. She fired out through wall and Naruto quickly left out the underground base. He had been trapped under the Leaf Village where the root headquarters used to be. He summoned clones to help find a way out, but after a couple minutes he grew tired and summoned a Raisin Shuriken and fired it at the ceiling in the large training area he found himself at. The ceiling exploded and revealed the sky above him, but before he could fly out he had to dodge a large arrow made of fire and purple energy. He looked over and frowned at Sasuke standing in his Tengu Susanoo with a bleeding eye holding up an unconscious Mei. Inoki was limping greatly. "Dobe, we won't let you escape. Those beasts are to be used as weapons." "That idiotic sage didn't know what he was doing," he said as he drew out 2 swords and dashed towards Naruto. Naruto noticed his Susanoo was faster, as he dodged the slashes and fired truth-seeking orbs at Sasuke. They seemed to weaken its armor as it was slowly getting slower. Naruto changed one orb into a familiar blade, the blade of Zabuza, Kubikura Bocho. He swung the blade down and severed an arm of the Susanoo. He jumped up and slashed at the forehead where Sasuke was and shattered it, and hit Sasuke fast and hard straight in the face, sending him crashing through the back of his Susanoo. A dashed at him again, but Naruto ducked underneath it and hit his elbow, shattering his elbow, and kicked him hard in the chest, crashing him into Inoki again. He sighed as Mei was still unconscious. This was his chance. He flew upwards and out of the underground base and looked out to see a new massive village. Turned out he wasn't under the Leaf Village, he was under a brand new village that seemed to have pieces of each village. Maybe he was under there for more than 3 years. With the progress they made in a joint village he didn't quite know. He lowered down on the building that had the fire symbol on it, and eased out of his cloaked form to find his horns still there. He didn't mind, but it would take some getting used to. Luckily it was the dead of night, so not many saw him. He sneaked his way in. He needed to find Tsunade. He sneaked around the building as he knew any ANBU that saw him wouldn't report it to Tsunade but to the others, as she was the only one besides Gaara and Shizen that tried to help him. He eventually found her behind her desk drinking sake. He chuckled mentally at her and lowered from his hiding spot. "Oba-chan," he says with a smile, making her jump and smile happily once she saw him. She hugged him tightly and cried silently, "Brat, don't scare me like that." "I'm glad you finally got out," she says, patting his cheek. He smiled as she passes him a scroll. He opens it and unseals the contents to see clothes and his necklace she had given him. She turns around for him to change. He now wore black cargo pants with an orange shirt and long-sleeved black jacket and black shinobi sandals. The necklace was proudly displayed on around his neck, and his headband was around his waist, as his new set of horns kind of made it difficult to wear it on his forehead. Tsunade turned around and frowned once she saw his forehead and eyes. "Naruto, what happened?" she asks as she activates the privacy seals in her office. He sits down and starts explaining everything that happened, from him breaking out to the point where he got here. She nodded. "Well, that explains the eyes and horns," she says, confusing him. "What about my eyes?" he asks, looking for a mirror. She hands him a small one, and nearly dropped it when he looked in it. Gone were his blue eyes, and now were two pure red orbs with concentric circles with 9 tomo in total. He had the Jubi's eyes, not Sasuke's version, which was purple, but the true Shinju eyes. "Wow, that is shocking," he says as he sits down. "Another thing, the Jubi isn't fighting for any kind of control. It seems almost common to me," he says to her. She sighs and nods. "Yes, I can explain that, but I think you should go to your mindscape to see it first, as it will probably explain it a lot better," she says, pouring another glass of sake. He looks confused but sighs and nods. "Fine, but if I show any signs of losing control, hit me hard, okay?" he says, getting a nod from Tsunade. He sits down in a meditative stance and fades into his mindscape. Mindscape, he frowned as his mindscape had changed yet again. Now it was a massive clearing full of trees, but the most noticeable tree was the gigantic one he hadn't seen since the 4th shinobi was. This time it was fully bloomed, and the moon reflected the Shinju eye on it. He walked around the clearing until he heard a tremendous boom behind him. He turned around to see a giant 10-tailed wolf looking down at him. "Ah, so you finally came to visit," it says with a grin. The weird part was that it wasn't a menacing grin, it seemed almost kind. He stepped back. "Jubi?" he asked, confused. Last he saw the Jubi was not a wolf. If anything, it was a weird human, slug thing, or in Kaguya's case a badger of some kind. The wolf huffs, "My name is Shinju, mind you, and I am the 10-tailed wolf," it says as it walks over to the massive blooming tree. "But I thought you were a weird human slug badger thing," he says as he cautiously follows. He then is confused more as he hears the Jubi, now named Shinju, laughing. "Oh boy, that was my incomplete form, what I take when others try to draw my power for impure reasons. It's been a long time since I've been united with my true soul again. Since I am back together, my true form is back, and boy does it feel good to have my fur again," he says as he waves his tails. "Wait, I'm really confused. Tsunade Ba-chan told me to talk to you as you'd explain everything," he says, making the wolf look at him with his red eyes. "It sighed, figured she'd shove the duty onto me." "Okay, listen up, kid, I really wanna explain this just once," he says, getting Naruto's attention. He sat down in front of the wolf and got ready to listen. The wolf nodded. "Long ago my soul was in your mother. Now I'll explain how I know your mother in a bit, so don't interrupt," he says, stopping Naruto from speaking. He pouts but lets him continue. "Now my soul had been with your mother for a long time, as she took her moral aspect of Kushina Uzumaki so she could bring peace. But she eventually changed her mind when she met your father. Then Obito happened. He spat out the name like venom when he attacked and released the fraction of me and killed your parents. She transferred my true soul into you as a last will. I worked to keep the Kyuubi Kurama at bay while you were little, and even helped you by giving you little bursts of strength at times," he says, looking up at the sky. "But then that man Madara," he says with worse venom than when he mentioned Obito, "he reformed me without my soul, making my power a soulless husk and full of uncontrolled raging power. Now yes, they took control over it, but in no way did they have full power over me. Then he tainted your mother when she resurrected and made it so she didn't even notice her own son," he says with pure hatred in his voice. Naruto was following it so far. Apparently, his mother had attracted Shinju's soul and gave it to him, but the major part that he was confused at was when he mentioned Madara bringing her back. "Wait, when did I fight my mother?" he asks, seriously confused. The Shinju sighs, but not in annoyance, more upset or sad. "Kit, before I tell you, just know this. Madara was the avatar for her to use to revive herself. His soul was so evil and dark it tainted her so badly that it broke her mind. Now if I was able to connect to her, I could fix her," he says, getting a nod of acknowledgement from the boy. He takes a deep breath. "You are the son of Minato Namikaze and Kaguya Otsutsuki. Otsutsuki," he says, dropping a bombshell on Naruto. He stands up quickly. "What? How can that even be? My mother is Kushina Uzumaki," he yells in shock. Shinju sighs. Yes, you are, as Kushina was her mortal aspect that she took as she was trapped. She used it originally to try and reform me, but only got the nine-tailed part. She then met your father and fell in love and saw how he could bring peace without using the infinite Tsukuyumi. Your father knew who she truly was and still loved her. The only ones who knew of it was him and Tsunade, as Tsunade was her best friend, he explains, making Naruto rub his temples. So, I am apparently the son of a goddess, and I fought against her and trapped her in a moon-like construct, he says, finishing it in a defeated and sad tone, trying to keep tears back. Shinju frowned. Kid, remember Madara had messed with her when she inadvertently used him to revive herself. If we can get back to where she is, I can break her out, and even fix her easily, he says, calming Naruto. Naruto nods and wipes the tears. Do you know how to get there? He asks. Shinju huffs. Of course. I am the great primordial Shinju, the god tree. Give me an hour or so and I can track her energy, and we can use your new eyes to warp there. But first I want my gift back from this vile world. I want my chakra back. Tsunade, Shizen and that Gaara boy can keep it, as they are kind and even helped you when others tried to imprison you. After all you did for them, it's disgusting how everyone repaid you, he says, glaring off into the distance. Naruto sighs. Maybe it's for the better. How do I do it? He asks as two of Shinju's tails tap his palms to reveal both sage markings, sun on right and crescent moon on left. Tap them with each marking and it'll protect them from the technique. Also, the sun mark will still heal others greatly and the moon mark will help create seals and even make warp points, he says as Naruto nods. Thanks, Shinju. Do you want me to release you after we save my mom? He asks. Shinju contemplates it for a moment but shakes his head. Nah. What kind of grandfather would I be if I didn't spend time with my grandson, he says, making Naruto crash down in shock. Grandpa, he says, shocked. Shinju chuckles. Yep, Kaguya is the daughter of myself and the Shinto goddess Amaterasu. I'll fill you in on all that later, he says as Naruto gets up. Well, that's a lot to take in the span of an hour or so, he says, making Shinju chuckle more. Just head back to Tsunade and mark her and the others and I will help you with the hand signs to take back chakra, he says as Naruto nods and fades from the mindscape. Outside world, Naruto opened his eyes to see Tsunade being berated by Shizen and Gaara bearing the door with sand as he could hear others banging on it from the outside. Shizen stopped once she noticed Naruto standing. She went over and hugged him. Naru-chan, I'm so glad you got free, she says with a smile as Gaara looked to him. As am I, Naruto, but you will excuse me from giving you a handshake as I am keeping the other ninjas from entering, he says in his calm tone. Naruto chuckles and tagged him with both hands, confusing him a bit. He then went and did the same to Tsunade and Shizen. Okay, brat, what was that all for? Tsunade asks as she saw the marks on his hands. The Shinju apparently wants his chakra back but gave you 3 permissions to keep it as you all looked out for me and tried to protect me, he says as Tsunade nods. Did he explain everything, she says, looking him in the eyes with a serious look on her face? He nods yes, and how Madara corrupted mom, he says, getting a nod from her. Shizen looks confused as does Gaara. I'll explain once I'm done, he says, getting nods from them. Ready, Shinju? He asks, getting ready. Yeah, kid, just go into the cloaked form and I will take control over your arms, he says as Naruto bursts into his silver cloaked form. Naruto's arms run through a series of hand signs and then he slams them down, great uprooting of the gift. He yells out as the air colors to light blue, the color of chakra, as it all flows into Naruto. Just stay calm and I can handle the massive influx, he says as Naruto focuses on drawing it into him. He could hear outraged cries from all over as he drew in the last bit of chakra. He wished he could see the team's face when he realized he lost his precious eyes. Naruto turned to them and smiled. Gaara noticed the lack of attacks on the door, and just kept his sand up there and sat down as he no longer needed to focus as much on it. Naruto then got to explaining everything to them. Shizen was a bit skeptical but Gaara believed his friend completely. He knew Naruto was not one to lie and the fact he used the sage art outside of sage mode spoke to the truth behind it. Tsunade turned to Shizen. Naruto speaks the truth. Sadly, Kaguya was corrupted when she used Madara. But hopefully she will be able to be saved, she says, getting a nod from Naruto. Shinju is trying to find her energy signature or something and I am to use my eyes with his help to go to her. But first I want to grab some stuff, he says as he summons 10 clones. He turned to them. Go and grab what I have planned, If anyone gives you trouble, just summon a Rasengan to scare them a bit, he says as they nod and dash off at high speeds. Naruto turns to them and smiles. Since no one has chakra except me and you three, I decided to grab some useful things. Most likely Shinju will influence a clone or two to grab some stuff he thinks I need as well, he says as they nod. An hour later the clones return holding a massive storage scroll. Good job guys, just in time, Shinju said. He locked onto Mom, he says as he dispels the clones and straps the scroll to his back. The clones got everything he wanted and a few things he didn't know the Shinju even knew where they were. He turned to the group. You guys stay safe until I return, he says, getting a smack in the back of the head by Tsunade. Brat, we are strong shinobi and everyone else has no chakra. We'll be fine, just go save Kaguya and cure her. I miss my old friend, she says, getting a chuckle from Naruto. Ready, Shinju? He asks as he goes into his cloaked form and activates his new eyes. Of course, let's go save my daughter and your mother, he says as he causes Naruto's eyes to spin. Naruto focuses his chakra into his eyes. Kamui. He calls out, creating a tear in front of him. He leaps through multiple tears layered up on themselves. When he reaches the end, it reveals himself standing before the massive moon he had inadvertently trapped his own mom in. Now what? He asks as he looks around and inspects the moon. You tag the moon thing with your marks and then you need to be fast and tag her before she wakes, Shinju says as he frowns at the moon. He still hated how his body is trapped in the moon. The only reason he went on a rampage in the first place was because those kids of hers got power hungry. Kaguya had made a deal that he would let his chakra flow for 3 years or until the war ended. After the war he tried to take it all back, but Hagoromo and Hamura got greedy and didn't want their power to go. Then everything went to shit as he was divided and Kaguya sealed. He shook off those thoughts and got back to helping Naruto. Naruto walked up to the moon and steeled his nerves. He tagged the moon and instantly it broke apart. He took to jumping into it, and he saw his mother's body falling. He flew quickly towards her. Just before he got there, she opened her eyes. She was about to say something until Naruto tagged her on her shoulders. Instantly the whole moon was shot apart. As was he as he was sent flying back quite forcefully. Did I get her? He asks as he groans and gets up. Shinju nodded. Yes, you did, kid. This is her godly aura returning to her, and her regaining her own body, he says as they see her float down from the sky. Her hime kimono was completely fixed, as was her arm. He could see that Setsu's eyes glaring at him from her sleeve. Mother, that boy is back. Should I kill him? It asks only to be shocked as his mother hugs the boy tightly to her chest, crying heavy tears. Sochi! She cries as Naruto cries and hugs her back. It is okay, Mom. Shinju told me everything. I'm so sorry for hurting you, he says, petting her head as he cried. She pulls away. Dad? Is he inside you? She asks. He nods and gets to explaining everything that happened for nearly the 3rd time today. She frowned. I'm so sorry you had to suffer so much, but it's all over now. Peace as there is no one has chakra anymore and will never wield it ever again, she says, getting a nod from him. Mother? The Zetsu says from her sleeve. What is going on? Why are you calling him your son? It asks, confused. Kaguya frowns as she forgot that Zetsu was in her sleeve. Remember Naruto I told you about when you were young? She asks, getting the blob to move from her sleeve and nod. Well, this is him. The only reason neither of us noticed was because Madara infected us, but don't worry, your brother forgives you. Don't you, Sochi? She asks in a kind tone. Naruto nods. Sorry about everything. If I knew you were my brother in a sense I wouldn't have fought you too, but as she said, it's all better now, he says, holding out a fist. The Zetsu looks cautious but bumps fists back. Kaguya smiles and hugs her son again. I missed you so much, Sochi. Now let's get back and see Tsunade and maybe cause some mischief. I seem to have gotten that from my Kushina sight, she says as she opens a tear as they walk through Tsunade's office. Once in the office, Shizen steps back in shock as Tsunade gets up to hug her friend. Gaara smiles softly, glad to see his best friend have his mother again. Moments later, a flash of light fills the room and a woman with dark black hair is standing before them. She wore a blood-red kimono with a black obi. On her waist was 2 swords. On her was. The first one has a black sheath with a golden hexagonal guard and white-clothed handle. The other had a very dark red, almost black sheath with the black-clothed handle, Its guard reminded them of the Sharingan as it had three commas meeting together with their ends pointing outwards as a black ring connected the ends. Kaguya smiles at the woman as she hugs her close. "Mom," she says, smiling as the woman smiles back. "Oh, Kaguya dear, I'm so glad you are back to being the darling girl I gave birth to," she says as Naruto stares in confusion until he hits his fist on his open palm as if to say he figured it out. "Amaterasu," he says, proud to remember that bit of info. The woman turns to him and squeals as she hugs him, burying his face in her generous chest. "So you are my grandchild that holds my husband and saved my daughter," she says, nearly suffocating him before Kaguya pulls her off. "Mother, stop suffocating my child," she says, glaring at her. Amaterasu frowns. "Fine. Yes, I am the Shinto goddess Amaterasu, goddess of the sun, creation and all that good stuff, but first I want to reward my adorable grandchild for saving my realm." She hears grumbling from Naruto's stomach, not his hunger. It sounded like a person. She sighs. "Fine, darling, our realm." The grumbling stops. She thinks for a second before donning a look as if to say a light bulb went off in her head. She takes her swords out from her sash and hands them to him. "Here, since the Shintos have made peace amongst themselves, I have no need for my swords anymore. Plus, since we are the leaders of heaven, peace has been in all pantheons, except for one," she says the last part in a quiet tone. Naruto looks at the blades. "Are you sure?" he asks as he holds them in his hands. "Of course, as one. They will help you gain power over your new eyes abilities, and two, what kind of grandma would I be if I didn't spoil my grandchild?" she says with a smile. Naruto smiles. Yesterday he had no one but Tsunade, Shizen and Gaara. But now he had a mother, a grandmother and a grandfather. He wipes away tears. "Thanks Oba-chan," he says, getting another squeal from the goddess. Kaguya holds her back from glomping her son again. She collects herself and clears her throat. "I might as well explain the blades. The one with the golden guard is named Yamato. That blade represents my sun aspect, as well as it should help boost your Rinnegan abilities as it has some power over space from when it was blessed by another deity. The red sheathed blade represents the aspect forced on me, the black flames of the Sharingan. Its name is Ten no Kurwa Hano, literally meaning the black flame of heaven. It will help you with the Sharingan aspects, and the flame will only burn what you want instead of everything," she says with a kind smile. Naruto stares in shock at the blades as he straps them to his sides. "Why are you giving me such powerful blades?" he asks, confused. She smiles sadly a bit. "Well, you see, I sort of need your help, honey," she says, confusing him. "You see, there is only one pantheon that has been giving us all trouble. It is the Greco-Roman pantheon. For eons they have had overthrown of power, and that bastard Zeus has even tried to fight me and the others for the throne of heaven when the Shintos were voted to rule over unanimously. It as we have had peace the longest with only the recent trouble, the only trouble we've seen in eons. Sure, there were ninja wars, but nothing involving my husband ever before," she explains to him. He sighs as he figures where this is going. "You want me to go there and help them out with their trouble?" he asks, getting a nervous nod from her. Naruto groans and sits down. "Fine, but I want something to make sure no one will zap me for being there." "And what about Mom?" he asks, getting a warm smile from Amaterasu. "Well, one, you are immortal from holding my husband in you, and considering you are 3/4 part god, plus my blessing will keep Zeus from zapping you," she explains. "But your mom will be needed in heaven for some time, but she will visit, and Black Zetsu will stay with you to stay in contact with her. And since he isn't a god, he isn't really allowed there," she says, getting the blob to grumble but accept. Kaguya frowns. "You want my son to go to the Greeks' realm, without the originator's permission, and help bring peace? You know how guarded they are against outsiders and beings from different pantheons," she says, making Amaterasu sigh and nod. "Lady Chaos gave me permission to send 3 people over, Naruto, Zetsu and Shinju. And I have a backstory all set up thanks to a bet I made and won against her. Naruto will be a pseudo-son of Chaos, in name only, no blessing. He will keep Zetsu and Shinju silent, as that would take a lot of explanation and would break the illusion, but that doesn't mean he can't use the cloak or eyes, as Chaos has many tremendous powers," she says, creating a cup of tea and sits down. "Naruto will have free roam around her realm and permission to do as he wishes as long as it doesn't cause too much trouble," she says with a knowing smirk that makes him embarrassed. "Also, he will get the correct knowledge of that realm, as sending you into new territory with no info is incredibly dangerous," she says, calming Kaguya's nerves. Kaguya nods and holds her son's hand and to transfer Zetsu into the sleeves of this jacket. You be safe, Sochi, and don't be afraid to use Zetas to send me a message. He will always be able to go to me, even if I am in heaven. The message will get to me before he needs to leave, she explains, getting a nod from him. She tears up and kisses his forehead. Be safe, Sochi, I just got you back. I don't want to lose you, she says, stroking his whisker marks. Don't worry, Mom. We'll get time to hang out since I'm immortal apparently, he says with a smile. Kaguya nods as Amaterasu chimes in, plus once he is done here, he will be easily made a god. We just need him as a demigod until he fixes everything to come. When that happens, he will gain his godhood, she says, making Kaguya smile brightly. Finish soon so we can be a family again, she says, kissing his cheek once more. Naruto chuckles at his mother and nods. I'll do my best, he says as he turns to his grandmother. So, when do I need to leave? He asks as he adjusts his jacket to give Zetsu more space. Amaterasu flashes away her cup and stands, clapping her hands with a smile. Right now, so say bye to your friends, honey, she says, stepping away, waiting for him near a portal she created. He turns to Gaara and extends a hand. Try and keep everyone in line, Gaara. At least you could keep your sand your mother gave you, he says, making reference to the magnet release his actual mother gave him, and not Shikaku. Gaara smiled and shaped his friend's hand. Try and stay out of trouble, Naruto. I don't want my friend to pass on, he says, making Naruto chuckle and rub the back of his neck. Shizen smiled and hugged him close. Stay safe, Naruto, and maybe find a good girl, she says, winking as she kisses his forehead. He chuckled and went to Tsunade. You have a grandmother, so no grandma crap from you, she says with a smirk. Okay, auntie, he says, flashing his trademark grin. Tsunade chuckles. Better than grandma. Keep safe out there and don't be afraid to send a summon over to keep contact, she says as she kisses his forehead as well. Naruto says one last goodbye before turning to his grandmother. I'm ready. Where will I be arriving at? He asks, curious. Amaterasu smiles. You will be arriving outside their camp. Don't worry, chaos will claim you later, she says as she touches his scroll, causing it to glow for a second. I merely modified a few things in there, and added some things also. My blades won't have any trouble destroying creatures in this realm, she says before hugging him, confusing him a bit, but he'll figure it out later. Thank you for agreeing to this, honey. I'll be watching over you as will your mother, she says with a smile as Naruto nods and heads through the portal. Camp Half-Blood. He looked around to see himself in a forest. He stood up from a crouch and dusted off his pants and looked at Zetsu. Look, about everything I said to you before, I'm sorry about that. I didn't know you were a sibling of mine or something, he says, nervous. Zetsu sighs. Relax, I understand the situation. I just didn't realize you to be my mother's son. You gave off no aura like mother or any similarities, he says, closing his eyes. How about a new start, forget the past? He asks him. Naruto smiles and nods. I'd like that, and the next time I get I'll find something with bigger sleeves, he says, getting a chuckle from Zetsu. Watch out, Naruto. There are a mass of creatures nearby, he says, getting Naruto's attention as he walks through the forest. He frowned as he saw two massive beasts with one eye, each wielding clubs in front of 4 kids, 2 males and 2 females. The oldest male has short blonde hair, the other has scraggly brown hair and what seemed to be goat legs. The oldest female had short black hair with electric blue eyes, while the other had wavy blonde hair and gray eyes. They weren't just up against the Cyclopes, the name of the beasts according to the knowledge his grandmother gave him. He could see hellhounds, Stymphalian birds, and even the 3 Furies flying above them. He activated his eyes to read their auras. The 2 blondes weren't too strong of an aura, but the black-haired girl had a massive aura of electricity. The only god he could think of with lightning was Zeus, but according to his knowledge he wasn't supposed to have a kid. Having all this knowledge instantly confused him, but he'd get used to it. He could hear thunder rumbling above him, and he frowned as Zeus made no effort to even help in the slightest, and he glared daggers as he saw the people from the apparent demigod camp just staring and not helping. This is bullshit. How can they not try to help? He thinks, angry. Shinju sighs. Greeks are very hands-off with parenting. They basically throw their kids to the wolves. The few times a Shinto god or goddess has a demigod child, we look after or kind and protect them when they cannot. We make sure they train and survive. They expect their kids to survive on their own with no help. Saddens me, he says with a frown. Naruto growls. Well, screw that, I'm not letting these kids die, he says, making Shinju smile as he goes into his cloaked form and appears before the kids. They stare at him in shock. He looks at them. Relax, kids. Just get to camp, I can take care of these nuisances, he says, forming his truth-seeking orbs and creating the Shakujo. The beast stepped back from feeling the power in front of him. Will my truth-seeking orbs be able to kill the monsters? He asks Shinju. He shrugs his shoulders. Might as well as try. If not, use those blades my wife gave you, he says, getting a nod from Naruto. He dashes with great speed and swings the Shakujo at a hellhound, sending it crashing into 3 others, killing them from the immense impact. He turns to the Furies above him. They were in range, so he fired the orbs at them, killing 2, and the 3rd fell from the sky. He dodged swings from the Cyclopes and lunges from the other hounds. He kicks one hard in the face into the Cyclopes, killing the hound and toppling over the huge monster. He sent more orbs out, killing the metal birds that flew around him. He held up a hand to catch a club strike and shattered it in his hands. Amaterasu, he calls out in his head, making one burst into black flames, and then golden dust as the flame died down. He panted as he wasn't used to using his new eyes. Focus on using what you know, kid. Using your eyes will just tire you out, Shinju points out. Naruto groans and fires 3 more orbs at a Cyclope, sending them straight through it, turning it to dust. He saw the last Fury appear in the clearing. Who are you, lowly demigod? You are interfering with Lord Hades' work. That child must die, she says, lashing out her whip. He catches it without missing a step or even being burned. Why must she die? Because of the sins of her father? That is an idiotic reason, and you know it, so leave before I kill you, he says, releasing a massive amount of Ki. The Fury pauses in shock. This demigod stopped her whip and showed no signs of being hurt. Not even the children of the Forger could be immune of the flames of hell. She let out a whistle and called forth more beasts and smirked. You can't defeat this many, so just die, she says, making Naruto chuckle. Who says I can't copy myself? He says, putting his hands in the familiar cross-formed shadow clone, he says, creating 100 of himself, all in cloaked form. He charges a Raisin Shuriken and smirked as the clones set out to destroy the others. I will not let her die for the sins of Zeus. Die! He yells, throwing the Raisin Shuriken. The Fury tries to dodge, but one of his clones hold her down, killing her in a massive explosion. He looks to see the other monsters all dead. He walks up the hill, going out of his cloaked form, and turned off his eyes. Just as he saw the black-haired girl walk towards him with a smile, the clouds rumbled and a lightning bolt struck her, turning her to a tree. He stared in shock at the tree. Did that seriously just happen? Zeus turned his daughter into a tree. He thinks in rage. Shinju himself was enraged as well. Kid, you need to use your human path and take her out. Screw Zeus, he yells in rage at the Greek's actions. Naruto nods, but an idea pops in his head. Do I really need to be here? And even if I take her out in front of everyone, Zeus will just imprison her again. I can leave a clone of her so they are none the wiser and use my aura to cover hers, he explains, getting a massive grin from Zetsu and Shinju, as Zetsu was linked to Naruto as well. Nice plan, kid. Do it, he says, getting agreement from Zetsu as well. He walks in the camp and glares at the centaur. Why the hell did Zeus trap his own daughter? He yells, flaring his Ki. Chiron takes a step back. Look, son, I fear it was his punishment for breaking the vow, he says, regretting it the moment after as the Ki increased. His punishment was to kill his daughter. That's fucked up, he yells, covering the ears of the short, crying blonde girl. Chiron frowns. Who are you? He asks. My name is Naruto Otsutsuki, he says as a black symbol appears before him. It was of the Milky Way and it was spinning in the symbol, and I'm a son of Chaos, the primordial goddess of creation and the universe, among other things, he says, glaring at the horseman. Chiron paled at what was before him, a son of the primordial mother to all that hadn't been seen in eons, the same boy who destroyed a massive army of beasts like it was nothing. The boy whose rage had caused numerous kids to pass out. He noticed the 2 blades at his side and the scroll on his back. He could feel great power from the blades, like they were a god themselves. Oh, look, I'm sure she's okay. Merely stuck in there, he says, backing away from the dark blue eyes that glared at him. You better hope she's okay, or I'm kicking Zeus' ass, he says, as a lightning bolt fires down only for him to catch it and crush it in his hand, shocking everyone around him. Gonna have to try more than that, asshole, he says as the clouds quickly dissipate. He turned back to Chiron. So what cabin am I staying at? He says, glaring at the man. He made sure not to let them know he was just going to take Talia out, then leave to train the girl. Olympus Zeus was not happy. Not only had an unknown man yelled at him for his actions, but he turned out to be the son of Chaos, the primordial Mother Tegia. The only reason he fired a bolt in the first place was he was tired of the ungrateful brat badmouthing him. But then something happened that shocked all the gods and goddesses in the room. He caught and crushed a bolt in his hands. Seconds after, a black vortex appeared before them, and a woman with mocha skin and a long dark gown that seemed to have moving designs of stars and galaxies on it. She had long silver hair and pure black star eyes. "Zeus, I just claimed my son and you go and try and fire a bolt down on him. Do you want to be fated?" she asks in a deadly tone, making the god of the sky cower slightly. He badmouthed me and I wouldn't let that stand, he says, trying to muster a confident tone only for an incredible pressure to crash down on him, shattering his throne like it was nothing. My son spoke his mind, something he has every right to when you idiotically trap your own daughter in a tree for no good reason other than Hades being sore, she says, turning to the death god who was there only to make sure the punishment was dealt. Controlling a prophecy never works, so this whole no kids from you three is idiotic and will only lead to more danger. Which is why I called out my son for help. He has been away for many years and you will do your best to leave him be or fate, she says as she let up on Zeus's pressure. Zeus glares at her. What right do you have to command me? He yells, making all the others face palm. She was the creator of the universe and everything in it. She had every right. Chaos glares deadly at him and flicks her hand, breaking every bone in his body, and flicks it again to send him crashing through numerous columns. Zeus, you arrogant fool. I created this universe. I could take control from you all if I wanted to, but that would take my focus from my other worlds and the gods on there, she says, walking away. When he gets up and is healed, tell him I will be watching over my son, and if he tries anything he will fade. Consequences be damned, she says as she walks through the portal again. They all let out a breath of relief and frown down at Zeus. Brother, you truly are an idiot, Poseidon says with a frown. Naruto watched over from the big house as he couldn't stay anywhere else due to the whole not your parent, you don't get stay in the cabin crap. Being the son of Chaos didn't mean anything apparently. He wasn't even allowed in Hermes' cabin for some reason or another. He had met the 3 other kids he saved. The blonde male was Luke, son of Hermes. He could feel a lot of negative emotions rolling off him, but seeing your friend be trapped in a tree would do that to you. The other male was Grover the Satyr, the watcher over them all. He had succeeded in his job but still felt terrible for what happened to Talia, the apparent name of the child of Zeus. Then there was the daughter of Athena, Annabeth. She was a very curious girl as he was asked a million questions about his powers and horns. He only answered that he got them from his mother, nothing more. She was upset at the loss of her friend, but Naruto assured them Talia was okay. When they asked how he knew, he told them he was a sage and could feel her life force in the tree. Satyrs and nymphs nearly jumped him, but he gave them a look saying not the time. He sighed as he leaned over the railing. Curfew had been in effect an hour ago, but no harpies bothered him as his Ki made a few lay eggs in fear, or self-preservation. He didn't quite know. He left the house using his ninja skills and a clone stand, and so no one knew he was here. Perfect time to take her out. I can help you using the human path and safely extract her, body and all, but we will have to create a blood clone using her energy as a battery for it shortly after, or the asshole king would notice, he says as Naruto sneaks his way to the tree. Just because no one was out of their cabins didn't mean people wouldn't be looking from there. He arrived at the tree and activated his Shinju eyes. He could feel Shinju making them spin as he created an empty blood clone and laid a hand on the tree. Human path, he said mentally as he pulled the unconscious girl from the tree. He placed a hand on the clone in the girl and used himself as pathway for her energy to flow through, transforming the clone into another version of herself that would dispel sometime after being released. He eased the clone in the tree and picked up Talia. She was in a deep sleep. He needed to get her away from camp so she could explain everything. Hopefully he could be of help to the girl. Miles away from the camp, Naruto built a fire and set her down. As she was out cold, he decided it was time to look at what the clones grabbed. Grandma said that she modified them a bit. He was curious about that. He unsealed the massive scroll he had been carrying and saw scrolls of numerous affinities and even some of secondary and tertiary elements. Having all the nations together made gathering them so much easier. And since he bore the Shinju's eyes, he could use literally every element as the Shinju bore all chakra. Then he smiled at the next scroll in line. It read unique swords and contained all 7 swords of the swordsman of the mist, as well as Orochimaru's sword and some other interesting swords he grabbed along the way. He unsealed them to notice they were now made of a bronze-steel mix. That is so you can kill monsters and anyone who tries to attack you, Shinju explains. I'll have to thank Grandma next time I see her, he thinks with a smile. He unsealed some clothes and chose to change his attire. Zetsu spilled out and sat next to the scroll. He kept the cargo pants and sandals, but he chose a sleeveless orange muscle shirt and a long baggy sleeved kimono top that was black and closed it with an orange obi. The sleeves were baggy but didn't get in his way. Zetsu smiled and went back into his sleeve. Thank you, much better, he says before closing his eyes. Naruto smiles and seals back up the clothes. He also found scrolls on the Sharingan and Rinnegan abilities as well as Kenjutsu stances. Those were bound to be very useful. He also noticed a wolf summoning contract as well as numerous other animals. Shinju must have done that. I did. With my eyes you can bear multiple contracts, and since those damn toads abandoned you since Konoha betrayed you and they couldn't fight against the village with you, I thought you should have a new contract so you can continue to channel nature chakra, as you can only do that with a summoning contract for it to flow through, he explains, bringing up a sore point for him. He sighed and would sign them later. He didn't feel like speaking to summons. Maybe he'd sign the copy of the slug one first so he could speak to Tsunade easier. He sealed everything up and sent a clone out to hunt as he overlooked the girl. He didn't want any beast attacking Talia with only a clone left behind. The clone ran off as he stared up at the moon above. Shinju, is your body in this moon as well? He asks. Shinju opens an eye and looks through Naruto's eyes. Yes, my body follows my spirit wherever it goes. Eventually I will leave your body once you become a god. Then I will remove my body from the moon, he explains. He was going to say more, but Talia started to stir. Her eyes fluttered open, and once she saw him, she jumped back in shock. What am I doing here? Last I saw lightning hit me, she says with a frown. Naruto sighs. Yes, you were hit by your father. Don't say his name or else he will find us. He was punished for having you, and his punishment was to trap you in a tree, he says, shocking the girl hard, but she frowned and held back tears. Naruto hugged the girl as she cried into his chest. Relax, Talia. I've decided to train you and take you away from that backwards camp. Just standing there as you all fought for your lives is stupid, he says, making her look up at him. You're going to train me? She asks, excited. He nods. Of course, and if you show promise I can give you a powerful gift and some powerful blades, he says, getting stars in her eyes. He smiled and let out a chuckle. First thing, you have to answer a question, he says, getting her attention as a serious look gets on her face. Why do you fight? He asks in a wise tone. She thinks for a second, then smiles warmly. I fight to protect those close to me and make it so no one has to lose another person close to them, she says, getting a massive grin from Naruto. Great. You pass. Now while we train, if you show great skill, I can give you something maybe, he says, rubbing the back of his neck. Relax, kid, you can give others chakra with your sun mark. As long as they have pure hearts and minds like this girl, it'll be fine, Shinju says, easing his worry. He turns to see his clone returning with rabbits as it starts to cook the food. After dinner we can start. I won't be an easy teacher, but I won't be brutal. I will push you to your max skill and make you exceed it, he says in a calm tone. Talia nods. I understand. I won't disappoint, she says, smiling with a look that reminded him of himself when he was a genin. He was definitely looking forward to this. Chapter 2. Naruto set his clone to work and unsealed some smaller clothes for the punk-dressed girl. She was annoyed at his lack of leather, but she got over it quickly as she found some clothes she called badass. She decided on a black trench coat with tight black jeans and a sleeveless gray shirt. He sealed her old clothes away as no use just leaving them behind. Who are you, by the way? You never told me your name, as I was zapped into a tree before the greeting to the camp, she said with a frown, as she had been curious about it since he never introduced himself. He chuckled as he rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly, a bit embarrassed that he hadn't introduced himself yet. My name is Naruto Otsutsuki. Sorry about not introducing myself sooner. Things were a bit hectic, he said, flashing her his foxy grin as he chuckled. Weird name. Who's your godly parent? She asked with a frown, incredibly curious, as the blonde had abilities she had never seen with those weird orbs and cloning ability. Naruto frowned as he stroked his chin, thinking over if he should tell her his true heritage, consider he would be training her for the foreseeable future, and wanted the girl to trust him. If she found out by someone else or by himself later on, she might feel betrayed and ruin the teacher-student relationship. Just do it, kid. You can make her swear on that river Styx to keep it safe from others knowing. Shinju chimed in as he had nothing real else to do inside Naruto, but he didn't mind. In his elder years he has become quite lazy. I will tell you as long as you swear on the river Styx to never mention it without my permission, he said as he smiled and looked towards Talia, making the girl look even more confused. Why would I need to swear on Styx just to know his godly parent? She thought, but then she remembered how he had Zeus angry at him. Fine, I swear on the river Styx not to tell anyone, she said as she sat on the log and looking towards the blonde, waiting for him to continue. You see, I am not from this pantheon. I am the grandchild of the goddess Amaterasu, the Shinto goddess, and the only Shinto primordial Shinju, as well as the son of Kaguya the rabbit goddess, he said with a smile, shocking the punk girl. She had heard that the Shintos were powerful beings but incredibly peaceful. She heard from Grover and Annabeth that her father had fought them long ago and lost badly, so seeing a child of 3 strong beings surprised her. My grandma sent me here to help this pantheon under the guise of the son of chaos, he said, making her even more shocked, only to shake it off as if she kept getting surprised at everything. It was going to be tiring. So, when does training start? She asked, moving on from the surprise and already excited to be trained by someone so strong. Most likely in the morning, as you have been through a lot today, he said as the clone finished up cooking the rabbits. Now eat up, Talia. You need the energy, he added as he unsealed the summon scrolls again. He knew he needed a contract to use Sage Mode, and he was going to think about it, but he needed the ability to sense energy better than he already did. He looked them over to see wolves, slugs, hawks, and foxes. Those were the only ones that actually got his interest. He grabbed the slug one and signed that one first, since he knew most about the slugs and it would allow him to contact Tsunade. As Talia ate, he summoned a divided part of Katsuya. The small white and blue slug looked at him with what he swore was a smile on her face. Naruto, Tsunade-sama told us all what happened. The other summons are deeply disappointed in the toads and the villages. I am glad Tsunade-sama can still summon us. On behalf of the slugs, we accept you are our summoner, and since we are the first you have signed, nature chakra will channel the US. It is the same way as the toads, except your markings will change, she explained, as most likely Tsunade had already filled her in, as her calm, caring tone made him smile. Thank you, Lady Katsuya. I will bear being your sage with honor, he said with a smile, making the slug giggle before dispelling. Katsuya had always been such a kind and caring summon, something he noticed from the few times he saw her, and he knew she could be devastating. He figured he'd sign the other contracts later, as he needed to see how long it took to obtain Sage Mode in this new world. He couldn't help but chuckle as he saw Talia gaping in shock from him summoning a creature that could talk. I'll explain it to you later, as right now I need to do something important, he said as he sat in his meditative stance. The second he started, he felt something that upset him. Nature energy was very low and difficult to draw. He remembered that this realm had expanded in a larger scale than his old world had, so drawing nature energy would be more difficult. As he felt him enter Sage Mode, he stood up and walked over to the lake that was nearby to them. I'll explain everything, just give me a second, he said as he looked at himself on the reflection of the lake. He now had 2 light blue markings going from under his eyes down to his jawline. They were roughly an inch thick and wavy like the markings on Katsuya. He also had blue pigmentation on his eyelids like when back with the toads. He noticed his eyes were very different. They had pale blue, very large pupils with a thin yellow iris around the pupils. Must be what slug eyes look like, he thought to himself as he turned back to Talia and smiled and sat down. So, what's your first question? He asked, staying in Sage Mode so he could continue to be able to sense. How did you bring that slug here and then make it disappear? She asked as she had many more but might as well start at the beginning. That is called the summoning jutsu. By signing a contract with blood, you become able to summon animals of that contract to aid you in battle. You can only sign one, but I'm different as I can sign multiple. The first one I summoned was the slug contract, he said, showing her the contracts. Can I sign one? She asked, and he nodded. Yes, you can later, but as you do not have chakra it would be pointless, he explained, making her grumble. What's with the markings and weird eyes? She asked, weirded out by his eyes a bit. Naruto chuckled as he rolled his eyes slightly. No one ever gets used to the eye part, he thought as he held out a hand, allowing numerous birds land on it. The marking and eyes are a sign that I am one with nature. This is sage mode. By drawing in nature energy and channel through myself I can wield nature's energy, and it will increase my normal strength to insane levels. It also makes me empathic and increases my technique strength, he said, petting the blue jay that landed on his horn. The satyrs and dryads would just love you, she said, making Naruto laugh. After you were trapped in the tree, I used my bear sensor abilities to read if you were alive in the tree. They had asked me how, and I told them I was a sage, and they nearly jumped me, he said, making her giggle before it faltered and she frowned. Wait, are my friends allowed to know I'm alive? She asked as Naruto frowned and shook his head. If they were to know right now, your father would get wind and trap you away in the tree again, or possibly worse, he said, as he didn't know how the paranoid king would react. So, they all think I'm trapped? She asked as Naruto nodded solemnly. It is to keep you and them safe for now. You can always rejoin them after your clone I put in the tree gets removed, he said, as he didn't think it will be any time soon considering it just happened. He widened his eyes as he quickly stood up, feeling an energy source coming towards them while he drew his katanas and readied himself. Once Yamato was out, wisps of golden light rolled off it while Ten no Kurohano had wisps of black flames. Yamato's blade was pure silver while Ten no Kurohano had a blood-red color to it. He didn't know how to use them, but he had used too much of his new cloaked form and he wasn't fully used to using Shinju's potent chakra just yet. Don't worry, kid, as long as you don't try to use their abilities you will be fine, but watch out, this energy signature is that of a god or a goddess, Shinju explained, making Naruto worry a bit more. It didn't take long as seconds later a woman appeared before him. She had long blonde hair with what looked to be wheat weaved into it, while she wore a tan toga and had a kind look on her face, but he was still on guard. Relax, son of chaos, I mean you and the child of my brother, no harm, she said with a kind smile. I am Demeter, goddess of agriculture and some of nature. I only came as I felt someone access nature, and it piqued my interest, she said, making Naruto sheath the swords. I will tell you as long as you swear on the river Styx not to reveal Talia being free, he said before she quickly swore to his terms. I can access nature as I am a sage. I didn't know it brought attention to me. What other gods or goddess did I notify? He asked, slightly worried of blowing their cover. I would be the only one who could feel it, maybe Artemis, but she couldn't care less as she is focused on hating men, Demeter explained as she smiled and waved it off, putting him at ease. I wish you two good luck. I personally voted against turning Talia into a tree, but I was outvoted as only Poseidon, Hermes and Athena voted against it, she said with a frown. Thank you for trying, but do not worry, I will keep her safe, he said in a serious tone as he slightly bowed his head to her. Demeter smiled, thankful for his respect before she snapped her fingers. I gave you both permissions to grow crops at any time as you can't survive on hunting alone, and I can tell you have the power to grow things, she said with a smirk before she flashed away. Talia let out a breath of relief as she was happy the goddess wouldn't say anything to her father before Naruto went to the scroll and unsealed bedding for the both of them. Get some sleep, Talia, you will need it for tomorrow. I will go to bed in a while as I need to do some well-needed tasks, he explained, getting a yawn from the girl as she took off her trench coat and laid down for bed. Once she was out, he unsealed the elemental scrolls. He would work on his eyes later, but first he wanted to expand his arsenal. He had been a one-trick pony for too long, and he needed more skills. He created 600 clones, easily divided into 6 groups of 100. Each group will one element, and the final 100 get to work on Mokutan, as we need to be able to create crops to eat, he ordered as they saluted and headed off. After they went off, he took out some Kenjutsu scrolls and under the tutelage of Shinju got to work on learning how to wield 2 swords in battle. Next morning Talia woke to the sound of cooking and the scent of what smelled of French fries or something along those lines. She opened her eyes to see multiple Narutos cooking multiple dishes using what seemed to be flowing metal, which at closer inspection turned out to metal sand. Mornin' Talia, don't worry, boss will wake up soon, the Naruto she figured to be a clone said, motioning towards the bedding next to hers as she saw Naruto snoring underneath. You can control the elements as well? She asked with a confused frown as her hand was hid away before she could steal any food. Yeah. Fire, water, earth, wind, and lightning, as well other mixtures as you can see behind us, he said, pointing to the clones that were drawing up crops and trees like they were nothing. Wow, you are powerful, she said, clearly impressed. Only recently, I used to be dead last in my class and was until I finally got serious with training, he said with a shrug of his shoulders. Why must Grandma shine so brightly? The real Naruto groaned as he got out of bed wearing only pajama pants and a sleeveless muscle shirt. I think Apollo controls the sun in this realm, one clone said, making him dispel the clone muttering something about why all of his clones had to have his smart mouth. So, what are we going to start on first? She asked with a giggle as a clone plated food and gave it to her. We start with combat training and then eventually we will start on chakra, he said, getting the young girl excited as he started to eat some of the food. But first, where is Zetsu? He asked, putting on his kimono top while Taliah was confused. Over here, Naruto. Taliah heard a voice call out, and turned towards it, and promptly screamed. The thing was a black blob with sharp teeth and glowing eyes. The blob seemed to frown as it slithered over to Naruto, and went up his sleeve. Naruto chuckled as he turned the sleeve towards her so the thing could frown at her. Was the scream necessary? I know I am different looking than everyone, but I'm not that scary, Zetsu said in an upset tone. Oh, relax, Zetsu, can you think of anyone who wouldn't freak out after seeing you the first time? He asked, making Zetsu grumble. Taliah, meet my brother? He says the last part confused, but Zetsu just shrugs, making his sleeve ruffle. He was created by my mom. He's part parasite, part plant, and some other confusing stuff, he said, chuckling. If he had his original body, he could move on his own, but I think it got destroyed, so I'd have to grow one, and it isn't very inconspicuous, he said as Taliah nodded confusedly. So let me get dressed and go with a clone to the training area, okay? He said as she nodded and finished up her breakfast before running off. Naruto smiled as he watched her run off while he went to change. He unsealed some clothes, deciding to change things up. He put on a black kimono clothes with an orange obi with orange hakama pants. His swords were strapped to his waist, both on his left side. He also sealed away his headband as he really didn't feel like wearing it. He walked to the area to see Taliah wielding her spear and shield while she was bouncing on her feet in excitement. He chuckled and held her head to calm her down. So, what are we going to do first? She asked as she knocked his hand away off of her head. Naruto chuckled as he drew out Yamato, not wanting to accidentally burn her as he decided to get a test of her skills. Come at me with the intent to kill. I need to see your skills so I know where to start before I give you the weapon I have in mind for you, he said, inspecting Yamato and wielding the sheath in his left hand. Taliah frowned before he chuckled and waved her off. Don't worry, you aren't going to kill me, I just need to see you unbound, he said, getting a nod from the punk girl. He watched as she took a deep breath and dashed at him with a spear thrust. He easily dodged it only to jump over a shield bash she did as she spun on her heel. She tried to thrust her spear at him again as he was in midair only for him to block it by bashing it down with the sheath and spun around, striking her shield with the blade hard, sending her skidding back. She got back up quickly only to have to immediately dodge a swing from Naruto with his sheath. She ducked under a slash and stabbed upwards in an attempt to hit him, but he dodged it by tilting his head to the side. He quickly kicked her shield with a fraction of his super strength and sent her tumbling backwards into a tree. She raised her head to feel his blade at her throat before he slides it back in the sheath and tied it back onto his left side. You did very good, Taliah. Better than I expected, though a spear is quite unnatural for you, he said as he helped her up with a smile. How is it unnatural? I fight pretty well with it, she said, upset with a frown before he ruffled her hair and smiled down at her. Now do not get angry at me as I do not mean it offensively, but you are a girl, he said, confusing and slightly pissing her off. Females are much more graceful, no pun intended, you have more flexibility, and can almost dance in battle. Males are very stiff and rigid. The only reason I'm not is that I was trained heavily by a clan that taught me a lot. Also, a spear is a rigid weapon. While yes, you have skill with it, but it doesn't suit your potential, he said, making her understand and calm down. The lack of static electricity was a sign of it easily. Well then, what am I supposed to use? My father gave me these. It's the only thing he's ever given me, she said as she looked up at him, making Naruto frown. He sighed as he crouched down to her level and looked her in the eye. Taliah, while yes, your father gave you these, but isn't this a replica of Aegis, Athena's shield? And the spear a replica of the spear Hera gave to her daughter long ago? He asked, making Talia notice and frown. He basically gave me these copies, nothing really original? She asked, confused, as he nodded. Your father is a lazy man. I'm sorry, but it's true. I have no respect for the man who turned his own daughter into a tree. It is very backwards, but that is why I saved you. I don't want you to grow up in that backwards camp or being stuck due to your idiotic father, he said, making her smile. Now how about I give you something more suited for you? Something that with adequate training you could give me a run for my money, he said, exciting the 12-year-old girl who was almost bouncing on her feet. He chuckled as he unrolled the scroll until he got to the weapons section and unsealed a scroll that read 7 Swords of the Mist on it. He smiled as he unsealed 2 blades slightly shorter than his. They had no sheath, and she could easily see why, as 2 fawn-like protrusions poked out from each blade, one near the top on one side and a lower one on the opposite side. They had golden handles and blue cloth wrapped around them. He smiled as he twirled the blades around in his hands after he sealed everything else back up. He turned to Talia and pointed the blades towards her, not in offense, to show her. These, Talia, are the Kiba blades, the twin lightning fangs, he said as he made lightning course through the blades with a smirk. Talia smiled and bounced excitedly at the sight while he smiled, but then got a serious look on his face that calmed her down as well. Now listen here, Talia, you will have to earn these blades. I am letting you use these. If I feel you are misusing them, I will take them back, he said, making the girl frown but nod reluctantly. All she could think about was becoming stronger and more power, and just as she finished that thought, Naruto bopped her on the head. Get those power-hungry thoughts out of your head, Talia, he said, making the girl grumble, upset that she let her fatal flaw flare up. Don't worry, I'll beat that fatal flaw out of you over the course of time, he said with a chuckle, making Talia smile until she noticed something. Wait, if you are from a different pantheon, how do you know so much about the gods and the hero stuff? She asked, confused, as it was a bit odd. Finally noticed that. Well, when my grandmother sent me over, she gave me full knowledge on this realm and its history. She felt sending me in here blind would be idiotic, he said as Talia accepted the answer before he handed her the blades. Now you should be able to send your natural lightning through it, but it won't make the swords sharper, just more like lightning. When I give you chakra, we can work with sending it through the blades, he explained, exciting the girl once more. Now I am assigning a clone to you to help teach you the stances with that blade. Follow them and only move on once you believe you have gotten it memorized. Do not rush, since we have more than enough time, as this is only the first day of training, he said, getting a serious look from the girl. What about you? What are you going to do? She asked, curious, as he smiled. Well, I am going to practice my jutsus that I've been learning currently, and I don't want to harm you if I accidentally do it wrong, he explained as she nodded while she headed off with a clone. Do you think it is wise to give her power, Naruto? As you stated, her fatal flaw from what I can see is her thirst for power, Zetsu said with a frown as Naruto sighed. I know, but I believe I can teach her what Haku taught me long ago, that you truly become most powerful when you protect your precious ones. I believe in her and trust her. She can overcome that flaw, he said as he walked off into the forest. Well, I am going to keep watch. Best not to leave her with a clone, Zetsu said as he slithers out and back towards Talia while Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Okay. Be good and don't scare her, he yelled out with a chuckle, making Zetsu grumble. As he got to the clearing, he opened up the jutsu scrolls the clones had unsealed for him. He created the same number as last time, but this time he added another 100. Same as last night, but I want 100 of you to work on chakra control. We need to keep our control over it, since having Shinju inside us, our reserves are growing more and more, so he explained, getting nods from all as they went off to work. Once you get your control a tad bit better, we can work on the eyes of mine, Shinju said, getting a nod from Naruto. Also, as a review from last night, I found you aren't suitable for wielding 2 katanas at a time. You are better at using one at a time with a sheath or a chakra rod as a guard. Wielding 2 will not benefit you, he explained, while Naruto had to agree as he knew he wasn't nearly as flexible. Sure, he could do the stances and everything, but when he actually fought with them last night it felt weird and he wasn't nearly as natural at it as he expected Talia to be. We will be going through the stances again, and you will fight me again, Shinju explained as he made Naruto create a shadow clone for him to possess. The clone's hair becomes long and dark gray, its eyes turned into the Shinju eyes he used in his cloaked form, and the fingernails elongated into claws. Toss me Yamato, as today you will practice with 10 no Kurwa Hano, Shinju said as he stretched his limbs while Naruto unstrapped Yamato and tossed it only for him to easily catch it and draw it, making the light wisps turn silver. Naruto frowned as he drew Tenno, an abbreviation of 10 no Kurwa Hano, as that is a lot to type every time I refer to it, and held the sheath in his left hand in a reverse grip. Shinju instructed him for an hour or so until he decided it was time to test him again. Naruto's goal was to land a cut on the clone, but considering the clone had absolute vision and instincts greater than his, so it mostly would focus on guarding. Now today I will be only guarding, as you need offensive trained as opposed to defensive training, Shinju explained as he held Yamato in his right hand with the sheath tied to his waist, while Naruto nodded and burst off, striking with the sheath. Shinju easily blocked in and flicked the blade away as Naruto tried to slice at his abdomen, as Naruto smirked and tossed the sheath up, momentarily distracting Shinju as he tried to slice him across the chest. Shinju went to block only to smirk his mid-slice. Right before Naruto's blade met Yamato, Naruto dropped the blade and caught it in his left hand in a reverse grip and slashed lower than his guard was. He quickly evaded, but he noticed the cut on the clone's hakama pants. And I got the idea from Katekyo Hitman Reborn, Yamamoto's fifth offensive stance of Shigeru Sunryu. Named Samidare or Early Summer Rain. P.S. I do not own Katekyo Hitman Reborn either. Very ingenious tactic, but avoid using it when you are using the sheath, as you don't want to have to throw it up every time, he said with a smile as Naruto caught the sheath. Sorry, I just wanted to try something, but it worked somewhat. Caught you off guard, didn't it? He asked with a smirk as he dashed towards him. Shinju blocks every strike easily but found that Naruto was progressing nicely before they decided to stop once Talia's clone dispelled. Shinju went back inside the seal and tossed him Yamato, which he strapped to his left side again as he put Tenno on the same side. Since he was only using one blade at a time, he wasn't sure why he should keep them on separate sides. He smiled as he walked over to see an exhausted Talia who was smiling brightly at him. How'd I do? She asked, a bit nervous about how she did. Tell the girl she did great for a beginner. She is showing a tremendous amount of skill and talent, Shinju said, impressed at her level. Naruto smiled and relayed the message, making the girl cheer in joy as she almost fell but was caught by him, while he chuckled. Let's go get some lunch, and we can continue more after. This time I will be with you myself, watching as my clones are bound to dispel their progress at the jutsus, and most likely give me feedback, he said as she nodded, while he helped her get back to their campsite. The clones once again cooked for them as they decided to talk about themselves. He wanted to give her the Kakashi treatment of questions since she was going to be his student. So, tell me, Talia, what are some of your likes and dislikes? Dreams for the future and what not? He said with a kind smile. Talia frowned a bit as she didn't want to bring up her past but decided to do it since he revealed his true heritage to her. Well, I like Green Day in the color black as well as my brother, she said with a frown before continuing. I don't like people who judge before meeting people. People who think they are better than everyone else, and heights, she said the last part shyly. My dream is to train hard so I can eventually show my dad how much of an asshole he is, she finished up, and Naruto laughed with a proud nod. Very well put. Well, I like ramen, orange, my mother and family, and a few friends back home. I dislike the team, the villagers, and also when people judge people before meeting them. As for a dream, it's more or less helping things here so I can relax, he said as the food arrived. After lunch, Naruto smiled as he sat under a tree with Setsu, who had returned during lunch without him noticing, while they watched as Talia went through the stances of the style that went best with the Kiba blades. She was doing great and seemed to have the flow of it, only messing up a few times but caught on quickly and fixed it. She wasn't a master by any means, but she had a great understanding of the basics, and he could see her becoming strong with those blades. He could feel the influx of memories from the clone's training. He was making good progress with the elements, though wind was still easiest. His control was going great, and he was getting to a point where he could use Tsunade's strength easier. Soon he'd have to start working on the Sharingan and Rinnegan abilities and tapping into his sword's abilities as well. He smiled as Talia finished with a nervous look on her face. You are doing great, Talia. You'll become a great warrior quickly, he said, making her smile and jump in excitement. She may be serious and focused at times, but I keep forgetting she is a 12-year-old girl, he thought to himself with a smirk, as she was a sweet little girl. So, when do you think she can receive chakra? He asked Shinju as he wanted his permission before gifting it to anybody, seeing that it was his gift. Give her a week or two, maybe a month. I want to try and dial down that fatal flaw of hers before giving her chakra, Shinju said, getting a nod of agreement from Naruto. So how goes your training with the clones? She asked as he had filled her in on the clones' memory relay while they were eating. Good, but my head is starting to hurt now, he said with a chuckle as he rubbed his head. Well, that just means your training is working, she said before they both heard a massive beast roar and Naruto jumped to his feet and releasing Zetsu. Stay with Taliah. From what my clones have seen, it's the Nemean lioness, he said, getting a nod from Zetsu and a frown from Taliah. But I can help, she yelled as Naruto looked at her with a frown. This is a beast with impenetrable fur. Even I will have difficulties with it, he said, looking her dead in the eye. Stay here or Zetsu will make you, he said, making her pout and cross her arms before he looked towards Zetsu, who nodded, understanding him. Naruto dashed off, quickly arriving where his clones had been dispelled to see the beast sniffing around until its eyes landed on him, and it roared again. He quickly summoned a Shikujo and took a deep breath while he eased into his cloak mode and summoned his truth-seeking orbs. They won't work on the beast as it's furred, one of the strongest defenses in this realm, Shinju told him as Naruto changed the orbs into plates to help defend him, while he dashes towards the beast. He quickly had to duck under a slash from its paw before he hit under its chin hard with the Shikujo. The beast recoiled and went to pounce only to hit the plates that defended him. Naruto noticed whenever it roared, he could see that its mouth seemed fleshy and not durable like the fur. He sent a few orbs towards it to distract it as he changed 3 into thin drills and make them spin fast, infusing wind chakra into them. He waited for it to roar again, and the second it did, he fired the drills off like bullets. He smiled as they went straight through the roof of its mouth, and the lioness recoiled in pain as the drills went all the way through its snout. I need some way to finish this beast off. Maybe kill it from the inside, he thought with a smirk, as an idea sprung up in his head that could work. Quickly he started to run his hands through the hand signs before slammed them down to pull out a seed the size of his fist. He coated it in a truth-seeking orb and dashed towards it as it roared. Just as its mouth fully opened, he quickly fired it into its mouth and erased the orb as he put his hands in the tiger seal. Wood style, springtime ensnarement. He yelled as wooden tendrils burst from the lioness and made it burst into golden dust. All that is left behind was a cherry blossom tree and a golden furred trench coat that reminded him of his father's coat. He picked it up and sealed it away, frowning at the cherry blossom tree. It wasn't that he hated them, but now they brought up bad memories of Sakura. He sighed as he walked back to Taliah to see her still pouting. Look, Taliah, I'm sorry for leaving you behind. I just didn't want you to get hurt, as yes, you are getting skilled, but a sword is little to no use. It can't be cut, and is most likely immune to any and all outside elements, he said, making her sigh. Fine, next time something attacks camp you can help, he said, tossing the cloak at her. Wear that instead of the black coat. I'd rather you have an impenetrable coat so I have to worry less when I'm not near, he said, making her smile as he ruffled her hair. Thanks, Naruto, she said as she put it on and twirled around. Wait, how did you kill it? She asked, curious as to how exactly he killed the Nemean lioness, a powerful monster. He chuckled and rubbed the back of his neck in embarrassment. Well, I kinda made a tree bust from inside it, and shatter it from the inside out. It was very difficult to do as I had to make chakra penetrate its cloak, which was quite thick, he said, making her jaw drop. He basically exploded it, she thought to herself as she shook her head. Geez, let's hope PETA doesn't find out, she said with a giggle as Naruto chuckled and nodded. Come on, let's rest for a bit before dinner, he said as he walked back, but not before he let Setsu back in his sleeve. As they get back at the camp, he summoned more clones to start on dinner as they sat down. I think we should get moving to another forest, or something, as the Nemean lioness has bound to get the god's attention, he said, making her frown. We have no way of getting around though unless you have a motorcycle or car sealed away in there, she said, making him stroke his chin and thought. I could always sign the hawk contract, but flying would get the asshole's attention. Maybe the wolves or foxes could work, he thought out loud as he unsealed the contracts. Go for wolves first, or else they might get angry. Foxes and hawks are laid back, but it should be fine if you show them my eyes, Shinju pointed out, making Naruto unroll the wolf one and sign it. Okay, Talia, keep the coat on as I summon the wolves, he said, getting a nod from her as she pulled it close. He ran through the seals and slammed his hands down with his eyes active. Wolf contract, he yelled out as he summoned a wolf roughly the size of a horse. Who dares summon the Wolf Clan with another contract signed, it said, staring at Naruto until he noticed his eyes and jumped back. Lord S. Shinju? It asked in a worried tone as Naruto nodded. Yes, he is inside me and my grandfather. I have use of his eyes and he allows me to have multiple contracts, as he is the primordial of all beasts, he said, making the wolf nod and huff. Fine, I will inform the clan, though some will be upset you didn't sign us first, it said before it dispelled, and he turned back to Talia. Well, I think that went better than I expected, since I was honestly expecting him to attack, he said as Talia nodded. We can leave tomorrow morning. I'll have clones pack up once we are done here in the morning, okay? He asked, getting a nod in return. Naruto and Talia enjoyed their dinner before she went to bed a bit after. He sighed as he stared up at the sky before he smiled. Ever since he escaped, things have been a little hectic, but in a good way. Better than being locked up and be in a place that everyone except for a very select few hated him. He just hoped he could keep Talia safe. She didn't deserve this crap just because of who her father was. Then he thought back to what Demeter said. Only Poseidon, Athena and Hermes voted to save her besides Demeter. I'll have to be careful when traveling, or else we might run across others who didn't vote to save her, and they would most likely report it to the asshole, and I really don't want to get into a fight with that man, he thought with a frown as he looked down to Talia. He felt a weird feeling like he needed to make sure she was happy at all costs. That's a parental instinct, and it's sweet of you. I could feel negative emotions rolling off her when you brought up the past. She most likely has had a not-so-great childhood. The fact you are trying to make up for it is very kind of you, Shinju said with a smile as Naruto chuckled. So I'm like a dad to her. I can deal with that, he thought with a smile as he summoned 2 clones to watch over them. Next morning Naruto woke up early so he could get everything fixed in the clearing, fixing the ground to hide any electrical burns on the ground. Call him overcautious, but he didn't care. He waited a bit before woke Talia up, who was groggy while she glared at him. Relax, Talia, you can try and sleep on the wolf, he said as the clones sealed everything into the scroll and Talia's blades into a personal scroll for her to carry around. Since they don't have sheaths, he'd rather them be sealed up. They traveled down the road until Naruto felt a presence behind them. He unsheathed Yamato and pointed it at the neck of the one behind him, and moved Talia behind him even as she had the pelt on. He wanted to make sure she was safe. The man had sandy blonde hair and blue eyes. He wore a business suit and had a cell phone with a caduceus as the antenna. Relax, man, I mean you no harm, he said as the snakes moved on the caduceus. Hermes, what are you doing here and how did you find us? He asked as he kept the blade to the god's neck. Hermes sighed as he pointed to the road. I'm the patron saint of travelers and roadways. I felt your presences the second you set foot on the road. Do not worry, though, I swear on sticks not to reveal you to Zeus or any other god, he said, making Naruto quickly sheath the blade. So, what do you want? Naruto asked as Talia poked her head out from behind him, while Hermes smiled and straightened his suit. I came here to help. I can feel Demeter's blessing as she most likely helped you with food. I just want to give you safety while traveling and on the roads, he said, holding up a hand and snapped his fingers. It will also hide your presence more from other gods and goddess as long as you don't directly enter their domains, like the sea for Poseidon or a fancy clothes store for Aphrodite, he said, chuckling at the jab at Aphrodite. Thank you, Hermes, and thank you for voting to keep Talia safe. Tell the others who voted to save her she is under my protection, but make them swear not to reveal anything beforehand, he said, getting a smile and nod from Hermes. If you all ever need anything, give me a call, Hermes said as he handed him a business card before flashing away. It's okay, no god or goddess will take you away, he said with a smile as he combed the nervous girl, while she nodded and held his arm as they walked. They eventually get to a point where it's safe to summon, where she begrudgingly let go of his arm as he summons the wolf the size of a horse. This one had pure white fur and violet eyes. The wolf turns to him and looks at him dead in the eyes before he flashed the Shinju's eyes, making her nod. My name is Junsuna. What may I do you for, young ones? The wolf asked in a female tone as he bowed to her. I need travel as I need to get as far away from here as possible. I would like if we could go southwest, he said as he showed her a map and traced his finger along until he got to Oregon. Suna thought for a second before she nodded with a "I will allow you to ride me, but do not make it a common occurrence," she said as Naruto nodded. "Of course, not, we are just in a hurry," he said as they got atop the wolf, Talia sitting behind him and holding on as he used chakra to stick to the wolf. "I am one of the fastest in the clan. I can get you to this Oregon place you showed me in a few hours' time," she said as she dashed off. Talia held on tight as the wolf ran. None of the cars or people noticed as a massive wolf ran through the road. The mist was a powerful thing and a powerful illusion. It made him wonder if maybe he should teach Talia to manipulate it, as apparently his grandmother left him scrolls on how to do it. It would help hide her from beasts and keep mortals from being in the crosshairs. 2 hours later they arrived in the forests of Oregon, and as they got off, Naruto bowed to Suna. "Thank you greatly, and do not worry, this was indeed a one-time thing," he said, getting a nod. "Thank you for that. Until next time, Summoner," she said before dispelling. He wanted this done quickly as he summoned 5 clones to unpack everything and another to use Henge to go to town and gather some clothes and other essentials. Maybe buy some food with some money he had gotten from his grandmother. He smiled as he turned to Talia and unsealed her blades for her. "Go and train some as I start making breakfast," he said, getting a nod as she left with one of his clones again, while he went to hunt and left Zetsu with his clone. He summoned his truth-seeking orbs and turned them to arrows. Manipulating the orbs was easy, making them go far away from him was more difficult. He sat on a branch and waited silently for an animal to cross his path. It didn't take long, as just as a deer arrived, he fired the arrow into the heart of the deer just as a silver arrow hit it seconds later. He dashed to his kill and took out the silver arrow, keeping the orb-turned arrow inside. He frowned as he saw 3 girls in similar gear, silver and green hunting outfits. Hunters of Artemis. He groaned mentally. Why did he have to run into the man-haters, he thought as they drew their bows. "Get away from our kill," male one said. She had olive-colored skin and pitch-black hair with ocean-colored eyes. Her outfit was different from the others as she had a silver circlet on her head. "I hit the target first, meaning the kill is mine," he said, pointing to the arrow he had inside. "There is no way you shot at first," one girl said, glaring at him as he sighed. "Well, too bad, it is my kill," he said as he drew the arrow out and turned it back into an orb, confusing the group greatly. "My name is Naruto Otsutsuki, son of Chaos. This is my kill. I used my arrow to kill it," he said, already annoyed at these girls' attitudes as the 2 drew their knives until the main girl stopped them. "As much as I would love to castrate a male, sadly, he is right," she said before getting a smirk, "but I have a feeling he will give it to us," she said as Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. "And why would that be?" he asked before dodging a volley of arrows, catching them all in his hands. "Because I am here, foolish boy," he heard a female voice call out before he turned to see Artemis with her bow drawn. "Really, you are going to fight me over a stupid kill of a deer? This is ridiculous," he said as he groaned and tossed the caught arrows down on the ground. Artemis glared at him already feeling her trying to turn him into an animal to no effect, which seemed to piss her off. "Yes, as my lieutenant was on the trail of the beast first, and you stole the kill," she said, drawing back the arrow and taking sight. "Oh, for Cammy's sake, just fucking take it. Too much trouble to go against the annoying man-hater squad," he said as he walked away. "You dare speak of to me like that, you dirty male!" she yelled, firing the arrow at the speed of a bullet only for him to catch the arrow easily without even looking. "Leave me alone or you will regret it," he said as he broke the arrow and summoned the Shinju's eyes. Artemis glared and dashes for him only for him to block her strikes with Yamato, and use the same technique he created in his spar against Shinju that he names it Hidden Vine. Artemis never saw it coming as she was shot backwards, crashing through multiple trees, as even though he hit her with the back of the blade she did at most she has a few broken bones. He sighed as he turned to the others as they stared in shock. "Just leave, this is getting too annoying," he said in a bored tone as he kept Yamato out in case Artemis got up, which was a good choice as seconds later he dodged Artemis as she appeared behind him. Naruto weaved around her and hit her with the hilt of the sword on the back on the neck, knocking her out again, while he tossed her to the lieutenant. "Apparently, just leave me be," he said as he disappeared in a burst of speed. The second he got back to camp, he was immediately cursing his luck. He was supposed to be hiding from the gods and goddess, and he kept running into them. He would need to keep strength and clones nearby to protect him and Talia, since he would be damned if Artemis reported back to the asshole. He arrived back as Talia smiled at him. So, how'd hunting go? She asked as she was starving while he sighed. My hunt was stolen by some spoiled hunters of Artemis, he said, making Talia scowl. What? And you just let them steal the food? She yelled as he holds up a hand to silence her. It was 3 hunters, including the lieutenant, and then Artemis appeared and I knocked her out. Though she was enraged, if she was more in control, she would be a difficult opponent, he explained, making her huff in annoyance. Then what are we going to eat? She asked as he unsealed some food as Setsu crawled back to him. Luckily we have leftovers that I can heat up, he said as he set a clone to do it before he pulled out a tag and started writing down a seal with the help of the crescent moon mark on his palm. What are you doing? Talia asked as she peeked over his shoulder, while he smirked at her. It's a seal that will hide your appearance just in case the hunters roll up on us, he said as he rolled up her sleeve and places it on her arm before rolling the sleeve down. He channeled chakra into the sleeve and her appearance instantly changed. Her black hair turned red and her blue eyes turned violet as he modeled it after his mother's mortal aspect. There, it should help keep you hidden if they spy on us, he said, getting a nod from her before they started to eat breakfast. After breakfast they cleaned up and he was going to train her some more until a barrage of arrows surrounded them. Talia drew her blades but didn't charge them as she felt it would give her away before they both frowned as they both knew those arrows. As seconds later a pissed-off-looking Artemis walked out of the forest. Ah crap, he said with a groan and a flurry of mental curses. Safe to say he didn't quite have his godly luck while in this realm. So, this is what Tsunade felt like, he thought with a groan as things went from bad to worse. After the war the village betrays him. Only 3 people left close to him. The bijou resealed against their wills. In an attempt to bring the bijou back to him so he could save them, he inadvertently reforms the jubi. After speaking to it he finds out who his real mother is. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the woman he defeated in the war. Descendant of Amaterasu and the Shinju. Before we start, kindly like and subscribe to this channel and look over the description box for the author of this amazing storyline. Welcome aboard! Chapter 3. Naruto moved Talia behind him and slid Zetsu in her coat sleeve. Zetsu knew what to do if needed, but he knew Naruto would have it under control. Naruto turned to the goddess and activated his eyes. Really that much of a sore loser that you come and attacked me? He says as Artemis's hunters come out of the trees. He doesn't draw his sword just yet. He wanted to try and get Artemis to leave him alone, and going straight to violence wouldn't really help. You disgusting male laid a hand on me, knocked me out and left, she says, drawing her knife. I'll admit I let my rage get control of me, but now I'm in control and you will have to pay, she says, glaring at him. He sighed and looked at Talia, who was still in the disguise. Stay back with Zetsu, okay? He says, getting a nod from her as Zetsu readies to open a portal to the pocket dimension at a moment's notice. He turned back to Artemis. This is ridiculous. All this over a deer I killed. And don't you have to be attacked by a demigod first before you can retaliate? He asks, making her smirk. Not if this is a hunt, she says with a grin that reminded him of Orochimaru, making the girl smile. He frowns. That's really cheap, he says, shaking his head. What you say we make this official? You swear on the river Styx that only you and I fight. If you win you get the girl and I become your slave. But if I win you swear to never reveal me to Zeus or anyone else, and you leave me alone. You don't send hunters to follow me and you don't keep tabs on me, he says, staring her dead in the eyes with the Shinju eyes spinning slowly. She would either swear on it or he'd make her. He wasn't taking chances of anyone knowing of Talia or taking her away. Artemis smiles at the thought of having the son of chaos as a slave. Fine, I swear on the Styx to abide by your terms, but it is no problem. I am a goddess millennia older than you and much more skilled, she says as she twirls her blade. That was true, but Naruto had the help of a primordial and battle instincts from him as well. Also, the abilities of his eyes and jutsus, even the scales. He takes out Tenno and swipes the blade across Amaterasu. He calls out, creating a circle of black flames around them. This is so no one interferes. These black flames will burn all that it touches and will never be quenched, he says, turning to Talia, who was outside the ring. Do not worry, I promise to keep you safe and I never break my promises, he says, making her smile. Are you ready to be defeated, boy? She asks in an arrogant tone. He frowns and goes into his cloaked form, staring her dead in the eyes, asking Shinju for help. Yes, let's start. Tsukuyami, he calls out, drawing her into his illusionary realm. Illusionary realm. He looked around his realm to see it was the old leaf village. It reminded him of the days when the villagers used to at least liked him, such as after Pain's invasion. Artemis looked around in shock. Where in the world did you take me? She asked, unfamiliar with these forests. He sighed and stared at her. I have brought you to an illusionary realm of my creation. Years could pass in this realm for only a second to pass in the real world. Now I am not in any way a master at this, but I can at least control this to the basics. Now I can do 3 days at least, he says as he turns to Artemis to find her standing bound by chains. Her eyes widened at the chains. A second ago she was fine, about to gain a new hunter by defeating him, and now she was at his mercy. Now I am not really one to hurt others without reason, but I find that you need to be taken down a peg, he says, pointing Tenno at her. I will teach you to never underestimate someone, no matter if they are below. You as a god can still die to a dagger, he says, plunging to blade through the stomach, burning her with the black flames. She screamed and blacked out, only to open her eyes again to see the same scene minus the wound. You cannot die in this realm. When you do, you just return to normal to repeat this over again. As I said, I am not one to torture, so I will limit it to a day. It's been 5 minutes. Only 23 hours 55 minutes left, he says, as he swings his blade to cut her head off. Once Kuyami day later, he wills the world away to bring him back to the real world. He frowns as Artemis stares at him with fury in her eyes as she goes down to a knee. Strong will, but that is to be expected with you, he says as he swings Tenno down, bursting up the flames as one girl was trying to get through. What did you do to milady? The same girl he met in the forest yells at him as she backs away from the flames. He sighs and looks to her. I have no responsibility to explain myself. Ask your mistress when I win, he said as he goes into his cloak mode and summons the truth-seeking orbs. He wasn't being cocky, he was confident, and he had to win to keep Talia safe. Artemis sends 2 hunting knives at him. The orbs block them unconsciously and he dashes to her and lands a palm thrust, sending her crashing into a tree hard, breaking a few ribs. He ducks under a sloppy kick and knees her thigh, breaking that bone as well. She curses as she gets sent spiraling back. She was being toyed with. She could tell he was holding back and it angered her. Artemis stands shakily and dashes towards him. He weaves around her, slices and cuts her arms multiple times using small blades of wind chakra. He ducks under and hit her with a hard uppercut, sending her flying up towards you. He sends 2 clones to kick her higher, yelling Zoo, then 3 more punch her higher Ma. After that 2 more throw her higher Ki. Finally the original drop kicks her down full force in a very Tsunade-like fashion, Uzumaki barrage. He yells as Artemis rockets down to the ground and causes the ground to shatter and crack. When the smoke dies down, a heavily bleeding Artemis crawls from the hole he sent her in. Her golden blood drips to the ground. She shakily stands, barely able to stand. You bastard, she says, glaring at him with pure hatred. He appears behind her in a burst of speed and starts to sheath his sword. Even after everything, you underestimated me, Artemis, and thus was your downfall. He clicks his blade back into the sheath, and a large number of cuts appear on her wind style. Swallow cuts, he whispers as Artemis falls to the ground. He extinguishes the flames, letting the hunters rush to Artemis while some point their arrows to him. Stay still and let us redeem milady, the girl with the circlet says. He eases out of cloaked mode but keeps the orbs. I won the battle, meaning the Styx oath is in play. She swore none of you would bother me. If you attack me, you risk betraying a Styx oath, and that doesn't go down well, he says, walking back to Talia. The girl smiles and jumps up and down excited, her blades strapped to her sides in a makeshift manner in a leather holster he made to help her carry them around. That was crazy. What was that weird thing you did? It was like you two were just standing there for a second before she fell to her knees, all exhausted and seemed to be hurt, she says as she sees the hunters glare at him as they take Artemis away, deciding not to risk breaking an oath on the river. Relax, it was just an ability of my eyes. Frankly, I still can't use it on my own, he says as he had needed Shinju to help him. Luckily his control was much better, so soon he will be learning the powers of his eyes. Good thing he stole all of Team Scroll's on the Sharingan. He summoned a clone and transformed it into a bird and told it to watch the hunters and to dispel when they left. The clone flew off. His transforming ability had improved as well. As a kid he couldn't do a henge as well as the others, so he put too much chakra into it and discovered something incredibly useful. He could literally transform into other things, Like the windmill shuriken that he turned if it was a normal henge. How would you explain the team throwing him like an actual windmill shuriken? The clone he sent off to gather items in a town came back. The clone had no trouble as he got all the items needed. He sealed away the perishable items and smiled at Talia. She smiled back as they got back to training. Sure, it was all they were doing, but they were having fun and they both needed to hone their skills. Especially him, since being chained in a dungeon for 3 years tends to weaken you a bit, but thankfully his regenerative abilities kept his muscles from getting atrophy. Artemis woke up a few hours after. Before she woke up, she rubbed her head as her hunters worried over her. Then she remembered what happened. That male had trumped her in battle like it was nothing. That illusionary world, the cloning ability, and that sword technique. But the thing that angered her the most was the fact she felt he was holding back extremely. Between that confusing silver fiery appearance, and those eyes that would haunt her nightmare, as well as those black orbs that floated around him and apparently, according to Zoe, could change their form, and those blades that gave off the aura of a god. She had only seen the red-sheathed blade, but she could feel the black-sheathed one was just as powerful. She knew that male had tremendous power, and she hated it. She was taken from her thoughts as Zoe, her faithful lieutenant, shook her from her reprieve. Lady Artemis? Are you okay? She asks, worried. She nods. I am fine. As you were saying? She asks as she unrolls the bandages from her arm. Zoe nods. I was saying that we need to find some way to act against that pig-headed male. You may have sworn an oath on the river Styx, but there has to be some way around it, she says, making Artemis frown. There was a way around. She'd take the form of her Roman aspect, but that form is unstable since she is around children of the Greek half. Her Roman side would do who knows what with them. She'd have to wait a time where the oath would be null and void, which can happen if someone unknowing of the oath breaks it, so it would have to be a new hunter. And they were nowhere near anyone to possibly recruit. Tell the hunters we are packing up and moving to a new campground. We are heading north. We leave in 3 days' time, and tell all hunters not to go searching for that man or they will suffer the wrath of Styx, she explains, making Zoe nod and rush out to inform them. She sighed as she got up, still feeling the pain of being crashed into the ground at such a great speed. She hoped she never met that man again. He was too powerful, and she did not like that. 2 weeks later, Naruto's clone had informed him that the hunters left after 3 days, so he was able to relax more and remove Talia's henge tag. Over the days he had been learning how to use the Shinju's eyes. They caused him a headache the first couple times, but now at least he could cast illusions with eye contact. Talia also was making good progress with her blades. She even killed a few hellhounds that attacked her some time ago. They weren't much of a challenge, but he told her the same thing he told Artemis. A god can fall to a dagger, so don't get cocky. It seemed to help her as she was catching herself from thinking like that. Zetsu even noticed it, as did Shinju, though he still wanted another week or so before doing anything with giving her chakra. He focused mostly on his eyes, but clones were definitely a godsend for training, as he now had a lot of elemental jutsus under his belt, ranging from the basic elements to even some from Mokutan, lava and steam. He still had his Rasengan, but he only used them when he truly wanted to obliterate something. He knew Talia should be going to school, but having the knowledge of a primordial inside him helps him to be a good teacher for her, even if she complained every moment of it like he did when he was her age. Their cash problem was easily solved, as his grandmother had oddly packed in Jiraiya's books away in the scroll. They had a note saying sell on them, so that's exactly what he did. He sent a clone henged as Jiraiya and got the books published, and something called a credit card that the money was put on. Talia was fairly reserved, but she knew she could always talk to him about anything. She was opening up to him nicely. She even dragged him along to get girl stuff that he was frankly afraid to ask about. She also brought up her past of how her mother had broken down and how her brother got kidnapped. She cried in his arms for 15 minutes that day. He truly liked the young girl. Sure, she was brash at times and quick-tempered, but so was he when he was her age. And she was slowly getting out of it, but was still like that at most times. After all, someone can't change in a short period of 2 weeks. He sighed as he sat training and drawing nature chakra with more ease. Talia was bathing in the creek behind him as he and Zetsu stood guard and swore on Styx not to peek. He was 20, nearly 21. For Cammy's sake, he wasn't going to peek on a 12-year-old girl. He was relaxing when he heard her return wearing new clothes but kept the lion pelt that was in a constant golden trench coat form. He looked to her and smiled as they walked back. He sighed. Talia, are you tired of camping? He asks her as he starts on cooking dinner. Talia thinks for a second. Sure, but monsters would always find us, and we'd have to get away if we tried living in a town, she says with a frown. He nods. Yes, monsters will find us, but who says we need to run? With my skills of silent killing and your eventual use of chakra, we can survive peacefully for some time before big monsters come and start destroying stuff. And money isn't a problem, as the last time I sent a clone into town to check my card's balance, it came up with a number with 2 commas, he says, making Talia's jaw drop. She thinks a second before smiling. I would love a place, but I think we'd somewhere with a big backyard to train, she says, excited to finally have a house again. He chuckles. I'll send some clones out to find houses for sale near here, he says, making her excited. She bounces in excitement and nods. Yes, one with a nice big room for me, she says with a massive smile. We can leave tomorrow for the road, so you have to go to bed early, he says, making her pout slightly but nod as dinner was served. Next day, Naruto had changed his outfit to be more modern. It consisted of dark jeans and an orange button-up with a black trench coat so Zetsu could stay in his sleeve. He kept his sandals, of course. His swords were sealed inside a storage seal on his left wrist for easy access. He had the motorcycle he bought some time ago unsealed and everything sealed up in scrolls in the side bags. The motorcycle was a Harley Davidson colored in black with a sidecar. He made sure to get a helmet for Talia and him. She was sitting excitedly in the sidecar. Relax, Talia, we will be heading off shortly. The clones found a nice house with a big backyard, he says, making her bounce more. Talia nods and smiles. I know, but I'm getting my own room to decorate and have more clothes and somewhat normal life, she says, smiling happily. He ruffles her hair playfully, which made her swat away his arm. He hands her the helmet. Put that on, and we can get going, he says, making her fasten it quickly. He starts the bike and starts driving out of the forest carefully before he gets on the road. Driving was easy, especially when he could manipulate the mist to broadcast his illusions to some extent. He even taught Talia to manipulate the mist to a lesser extent. A few hours later they arrive at the house he set up to buy. With the help of clones during the night and the internet, he was able to buy it very quickly. The bubbly real estate agent dropped off the keys and showed them the house. It was a very nice-looking 1-story house, 3-bedroom house. Large backyard and even a basement. He knew this wouldn't last long, but he would try his best to keep her happy with a somewhat normal life for as long as he could. She deserved this much after everything she's gone through. Talia ran directly for the main bedroom, but he booted her out. He would have to take her shopping later. He was more focused on putting up a barrier. He slammed the crescent mark down on the ground, covering the ground in a large sealing array that grew the more chakra he pumped into the mark. That seal will notify him if someone entered the house with ill intent. He sent a clone to set a protective barrier around the border. He wasn't taking any risks. Years of being a shinobi taught him to stay vigilant. He walked over to see Talia smiling at her room. I can decorate it however I want, right? She asks with a smile. He nods and ruffles her hair. Of course, we can go right now if you want. I'll leave a clone to be here to sign for the furniture and everything, he says, making her smile more. How did you get all this done in a night? She asks, somewhat confused. He chuckles. Well, a mixture of many clones and a lot of money helps, he says as they leave the house. They drove and got a lot of black and blue paint as well as a lot of clothes and electronics, as his barrier can keep her demigod scent from being broadcasted. No one noticed the fact they were driving a motorcycle and buying enough stuff to overfill a minivan. The mist is a powerful thing. They returned to the house to see clones setting up everything, with Zetsu controlling one of the clones. He had it hinged to look like a normal version of white Zetsu. Luckily, he was able to parasite off it without the half-black thing. Good to see you two are back. We have a guest, he says, pointing to the 8-year-old girl sitting by the fireplace. He looks to Zetsu and frowns. How did she get in? He asks, as Talia shuffles behind him. The girl was wearing a cream dress with a hood, her cinnamon hair cut short, and her eyes a fiery color, changing every few seconds as if they were flickering flames, but they had a kind home-like sense to them. Zetsu shrugs his shoulders. Moments after I lit the fire, she appeared. She has no ill intentions in the very slightest, so she is fine, he says, leaving the room. Naruto turns to the woman Hestia. He asks, confused how and why this goddess was here. The young-looking goddess smiles at him, and Talia, you have a beautiful home here, she says with a smile. Such a classic house and perfect for the two of you, she says as she waves her hand to conjure cookies and hot chocolate. Why are you here? He asks as Talia hides more behind him. Why is it that when he is trying to hide from every god or goddess, they end up finding him? First Demeter, then Hermes, and worst of all Artemis. At least Demeter and Hermes were helpful, Artemis was an annoyance. Hopefully Hestia was as kind as she was in the legends. Hestia smiles and looks towards Talia. Relax, I mean you all no harm, as Hermes told me everything. I think what you are doing is sweet, Naruto, she says with a smile. I also chimed in at the meeting to try and save Talia. My siblings can be quite heartless, she says with a frown. Naruto turns to Talia. Go stay with Zetsu. Tell him it's all okay, but I just want to make sure, he says, getting a nod as Talia rushes out of the room. Talia always acted afraid around any god or goddess. He thinks it's because she's afraid they will return her to the tree. Even if she was only in it for a couple hours, it terrified her. She had described it as pure darkness. She couldn't make or hear any sound, and she felt float. She still had nightmares of it occasionally. Once Talia left the room, he went over and sat across from Hestia. So, you really mean, Talia, no harm, cause I already had to fight one goddess to protect her. I don't want to do another, as I can feel you are leagues stronger than Artemis, he says with a frown. Hestia nods and smiles, handing him a cup of hot chocolate. I apologize for my niece, she is too arrogant for her own good. I am sorry you had to fight her and put young Talia through all this, she says, taking a sip of hot chocolate. Though from the feel of this house you truly care for the child, she flashes him a warm smile. He nods and takes a sip. That girl has gone through enough, and her asshole of a father doesn't make it any better, he says, looking to the goddess. So, what do we owe the visit, Hestia? He asks as the goddess puts down her glass of hot chocolate. He turned to see Talia ordering around some clones as they carried her supplies to her room. He chuckled slightly before turning to the goddess again. I came here to visit your new household and maybe help you out, and see this cute new family you formed, she says, smiling at him. I can feel she considers you like a father and looks up to you, she says, handing him a cookie. He takes a bite and frowns. Well, I'm glad you are here to help. Strangely enough, you are the third godly being to help me, he says, making her chuckle. He raised an eyebrow as she changed from her 8-year-old form to that of one that looked around his age. She was a few inches shorter than him, and her short hair now reached the middle of her back. Her figure couldn't be seen under her cream dress, but she gave off the aura of being very lovely figure. She stood up and dusted her dress off for crumbs. Please do excuse this form, as I am fonder of my younger form, but I need this form to bless others, she says, straightening her dress. He smiled. Well, I think you look lovely, Hestia, he says, getting a light blush from the goddess. The goddess felt nervous as she adjusted her dress and hood. She had never been complimented like this. Never with someone with no ill intentions behind their words. The main reason she stayed in her younger form was because Hera and Aphrodite had been very unkind to her because she unknowingly brought the attention of males, and she had once almost been raped at an Olympian party because of it. Luckily, a donkey had awoken her and protected her. Why thank you, she says, brushing her bangs to cover her blush. She clears her throat. So, she says as she places 2 fingers on his forehead. I, Hestia, the goddess of hearth and home, bless you to use powers of my domain, she says, and then proceeds to take a step back. Naruto rubs his forehead and looks to the goddess. I am honored to be blessed by you, Hestia, he says, flashing her a kind smile. May I know what your blessing entails? Hestia blushes once again and turns around. Well, I'm glad you are honored. I have never blessed anyone before, she says in an embarrassed tone. You will be able to conjure food and clothes as well as Greek fire, she says, turning back around once her blush died down. Naruto nods and stands up. If I am the first one you blessed, then I am even more thankful for the honor, he said, speaking the truth. From the info his grandmother had given him, Hestia was very reserved yet unbelievably kind. She had no evil in her being. It saddened him that a goddess like this was taken from the council. The only voice of reason had disappeared from it. I will do my best to not abuse your blessing. Also feel free to visit whenever, he says, smiling again. Hestia shifts back to her younger form, blushing again, and nods. I would like that. The only thing I ask is for you to offer some food each time to the gods and goddesses that voted to save Talia, she says, making the dishes disappear. Naruto nods and stands up. The least I can do. Also, you being here will maybe get Talia to stop being so nervous around the gods and goddess. I think she just fears returning to a tree, he says as he gains memories from a clone that Talia dispelled on accident when they got in a paint fight. He chuckled and smiled at Hestia. Hestia nods. I will try and visit regularly as my Olympian duties do not require much, she says as she heads to the fire and strokes it. Keep her safe, Naruto. She will need a strong family to survive this harsh world as a demigod, she says before vanishing from his house. He nods. He was dead set to keep her safe, as much as he could, and prepare her for the harsh world. He knew she would have to leave him eventually as she was a possible child of prophecy, and needed to eventually be a part of that backwoods camp. He just hoped he could train her enough before that came to be. 3 months later, Naruto smiled as he overwatched Talia's training inside his Kamui dimension. Over the 3 months he could at least draw her in here and return to the house. It made great training grounds since the realm couldn't be destroyed or damaged. He also got the hang of Amaterasu and Kamui over the months, plus a small amount of Rinnegan abilities, but found he could use the abilities easier with their respective blades drawn. Yamato helped the Rinnegan and Tenno helped the Sharingan, just as his grandmother had told him. When he gave Talia chakra, he found something interesting with her. She had 2 affinities, lightning and wind. That wasn't the surprising part since she was a child of Zeus. She was a lightning powerhouse and he theorized she'd be able to fire off Kirins like nothing. But the surprising part is she had 2 Kekai Genkai Storm and Swift Release. By mixing lightning and wind at different ratios, she could assess to both of them. And wind plus and lightning equals swift. Lightning plus and wind equals storm. He had been training her in numerous jutsus of her elements, and with Shinju's help he wrote down jutsus for her 2 releases. He was even teaching her the Rasengan as he trusted her with it. But the most surprising thing had happened around 2 months ago, about a month or so after Hestia's first visit. Flashback: Naruto was training Talia in the backyard. Hestia was cooking in the kitchen. Sure, she could make food instantly, but for some reason she liked to cook and especially liked to do it for him and Talia. Training was going as normal until a massive roar filled the clearing as something massive burst through the trees. He quickly burst to in front of Talia and moved her behind him as a massive beast stared down at them. It stood on all 4s with scaly gray skin. It had a long tail at its end and 5 massive heads with long snake-like necks. It was the Hydra. Talia head inside. This is not a request, he says in his stern voice. Go stay with Hestia. I won't let this thing get near the house. She frowned but saw the look in his eyes. They were dead serious. Like he always was whenever he was worried about her getting hurt. Fine, but be careful. I don't want anything to happen to you. Dad, she says, blushing darkly as she leaves a shocked Naruto behind. Did she just call me Dad? He asked Shinju to hear him chuckle in response. Yes, she did, kid. Seems like I'm a great-grandfather now, he says, making Naruto grumble. We'll figure this out later. We need to kill this thing, he says, looking to the beast that finally noticed him. We can't cut its heads off, cause 2 will take its place. Fire is the weakness, he thinks with a smile. Great opportunity to test out a Greek fire jutsu, he says as he dodges the lunges from the heads, keeping them at bay with his truth-seeking orbs. Over the month he found out his normal fire could be changed to Greek fire, a powerful green flame. He ran his hands through the hand signs and took a deep breath as a clone severed all their heads using wind style, swallow cuts. The second the heads were cut, he called out Greek desolation, sending out a massive burst of green flames to cauterize the wounds, killing the beast in a shower of gold and dust, leaving a scaly hide behind and 2 heads. He groaned as he put out the flames left on the ground and sealed up the hide and threw the heads in the fire and sacrificed them to Hestia. He walked his way back to the house to see Talia hiding behind a 25-year-old looking Hestia. He chuckled as she smiled at him. Talia, are you okay there? He asks, making her nod as she still hid behind Hestia. You know I don't mind you calling me Dad. I actually really like it. Especially since I've considered you a daughter shortly after I saved you, he says, patting the punk girl's head. Talia looks up to him nervously and nods as Hestia smiles kindly at the 2. Well, clean up and get ready for lunch, she says, making Talia hug him quickly before running off fast to get away from the embarrassing moment. Hestia smiled warmly at him. Thank you for the sacrifice, and thank you for being there for her, she says, rubbing his arm before walking away. He smiled. I promised I'd be here for her. Being a father figure to her like she deserves is great for her, he says as he follows Hestia. Flashback, and ever since she called him Dad, she had been very nervous and shy at times. She still called him Dad at times, but most of the time when they were alone. She did it around Hestia, but very quietly, as if she didn't want her to hear. Also, Hestia had been around nearly every day. It was nice having her around. She was someone nice to talk to and a sweet lady. She also helped Talia with girl talk that he was nervous to do. Especially when she got her first period and he didn't know one thing about it. They had kicked him out of the academy when they were learning about reproduction stuff for some reason or another. He knew about the male side from the pervy sage, but even then, he didn't truly trust those words. He was thankful to Hestia for her help that day. He cleared his throat. That should be enough for one day, Talia. He calls out, getting the girl's attention. She frowns. Come on, I can keep going. She yells back, waving her swords, charging them with lightning that happened unconsciously when she was angry. He chuckled and walked over to her. Practice chakra control and the steps to the Rasengan, he says, making her grumble, but sheath her blades. The sheaths were handmade by him. They were the first things he created using creation of all things. They were like a briefcase sort of sheath. They opened up on a hinge and clasp. She would lay the blades in and clasp them close. They even had a quick release switch that would open them in a second for easy access. Fine, but you need to help me with the second step of it, she says with a pout. You said I had to do it all, but you got a hint when you learned it, she says as they walk through the portal he made. He chuckles. Well, I used a clone, but you don't have the same problem I had. You are just trying to make it rotate fast and powerful. Maybe try multiple directions, he says as he tosses her a rubber ball. She groaned. Why is this so difficult? I had no trouble with the Chidori and the Raikiri, even if you won't let me use the second one without you around, but that's not the problem. If I had no problem with techniques that powerful, why is this one giving me so much trouble? She yells in frustration. He chuckles and ruffles her hair. You have an insane affinity to wind and mostly lightning, so those techniques were nothing to you. The Rasengan, on the other hand, is no element. It is pure chakra manipulation and pure shape manipulation. That is much more difficult, he explains, making her grumble. Fine, but this is really annoying, she says as she runs off to her room. She always went there to think if she was having trouble. Her room was painted with black walls and gray dresser and bed, and the walls were covered with band posters. She had a computer, TV, and MP3 player, as since the barrier stopped them from broadcasting her demigod scent, the Hydra had just accidentally wandered upon them. They occasionally got wandering monsters, mostly just Stymphalian birds and hellhounds, nothing else big. He chuckled as he went to rest in the living room. He conjured up some food and drink just in time for Hestia to appear in her aged form. Hello there, how has the training been? She asks as she accepts a cup of tea. I hope you aren't pushing her too much. She is just a child after all. She takes a sip of her tea and smiles. Naruto nods and drinks his tea. I'm not pushing her too far. If anything, she is pushing herself too far, he says, making the goddess chuckle before she frowns and puts down her glass. He notices it, and puts his down as well, looking over to her. What is wrong, Hestia? He asks, confused. She looks to him and has a nervous look on her face. Hera found out I have been in my elder form and that I have a champion, and she wishes to meet said champion and test him, she says with a frown. Wait, I'm your champion? He asks, unknown to the fact. Hestia blushes a bit and nods. I'm sorry. When I bless you, I sort of made you my champion. I'm sorry, I should have told you. And she says as she was interrupted by a finger on her lips. She looks up to see Naruto smiling kindly at her. It is fine, I don't mind being your champion as you are the most level-headed Olympian. I figure Hera will want me to fight someone? He asks, getting a nod from her. He sighs and summons a clone for Zetsu to possess protect Talia and tell her where I am and that I will be safe. Okay, he says, getting a nod from the possessed clone. Be safe, brother, Zetsu says as he tossed Naruto the scroll that contained everything. He nods. Of course, brother, he says back as Zetsu leaves. He turns and smiles to Hestia. Ready whenever you are, Hestia, he says with a warm smile, making her blush again. She nods. Yes, let's go, she says as they flash away. Olympus. Naruto stared in interest at his surroundings. The sky was a glowing dark blue with dark gray clouds brightened up from arching lightning between them. He saw Greek architecture all around with columns and arches. He looked around until his eyes landed on 12 large thrones with equally as large beings on them. The Olympians. He noticed Demeter and Hermes, who gave him small smiles, while Artemis and Zeus glared at him heavily. Artemis seemed still healing from her posture, and Zeus just plain hated him. "He is your champion, sister?" Hera asked, looking at him, her bronze hair billowing over her shoulders, draping over her golden toga, her eyes looking at him as if judging him. "Son of Chaos is a powerful champion. How did you get him as your champion?" "He hides his presence far too well for any of us to find him," she says, frowning. Naruto steps forward. "She found me while I was wandering around as I refused to stay in that backwoods camp. She blessed me so I could stay fed even though I can hunt quite easily," he says as Zeus glares at him. "How dare you speak badly of the camp," he says in anger. "First this boy bad mouths him, and now the camp he set up for millennia." Naruto looks to them and scoffs. "You focus too much on training them as solo acts when they should work as cells." They stood around watching Talia and her group struggle, and I had to jump in and save them. Not to mention they aren't allowed to leave without permission or a quest. They never see or fight real monsters, and that leads to many dying when they do eventually go on a quest, he said, making Athena nod. He speaks solid logic. In groups our kids would be stronger, and if they had experience fighting monsters under the watch of seasoned warriors it would bring down the risk of quests considerably, she says, making Zeus grumble but sit back down. Aphrodite smiles and waves at him. "Why don't I borrow you from Hestia? Since she has a vow of chastity you should get some fun," she says to him, making Ares glare at him and Hephaestus glare at her. He shook his head. "No, I am not one to do that with someone I just met, and someone I don't love," he explains as he pinches the bridge of his nose. Was this how the team felt when Sakura was all pushy for him? Hera cleared her throat. "If we can get back to what we called him here for, I would like to ask him a question," Hera says as Aphrodite backs off from him, making Hestia happy. "We called the Son of Chaos here as we feel him being Hestia's champion is too dangerous, as she is not an Olympian," she says, making Naruto scoff. "She is one of the most level-headed goddess out there. No offense, Lady Demeter," he says, getting a kind says, making Naruto scoff. "She is one of the most level-headed goddess out there. No offense, Lady Demeter," he says, getting a kind smile and nod from said goddess. "And after how you did Zeus's punishment, I don't think I want to be any of your champions," he says, glaring down Zeus. "You dare question my judgment?" he yells, making Naruto glare heavily at him. "Yes, I dare. You decide to throw your punishment onto a scared little girl. A girl who had been running and surviving for years just to finally end up at her safe haven to have her safety stolen from her," he yells, making the Shinju eyes spin. "You trapped her in who knows what kind of hellish limbo. To be alone for years until she somehow gets saved by demigods that have no idea what to do. Tell me, O God of Judgment, is that fair?" he yells, bursting into his cloaked mode. Zeus glares him down before Poseidon yells enough. Poseidon looks to Zeus. "He is right, you pushed your punishment into your own daughter, Zeus, and since the judgment has been passed, we can't fix it. All we can hope for is that we did not screw over our child of prophecy," he says, making Zeus slump in his seat, glaring at Naruto. Poseidon looks at him. "You can relax now, son. Zeus won't do anything," he says, getting Naruto out of his cloak mode but keeps the eyes active. And who could blame him for being cautious around his paranoid brother? "Now all we want to do is evaluate you, a spar against Ares. He won't go overboard or anything, we just want to see how much strength you do have," he says, getting a sigh from Naruto. "I have no wish to just flaunt my power in a spar. I only fight to protect others, and if you want proof of how strong I am," he opens a portal, connecting to Zetsu, asking for the pelt for a second here. "The pelt of the Nemean lioness," he says, showing it to all. "I killed it by making it explode from the inside out with a seed," he says as he tosses it back through the portal. "Ares' drooling made it explode with a seed. How does that work?" he asks, curious to see if he could do the same with grenades. Naruto sighs and stomps his foot, sending what little nature energy he had on him into the ground. He found with nature energy when corded through the ground you could use Mokuton without hand signs. "Wood style. Springtime ensnarement," he calls out, catching a seed in his hand. "I threw this in its mouth, sent chakra to it, and grew a tree from the inside out," he says, tossing the seed over his shoulder, making it land in the garden, and a massive cherry blossom bloom from it. Apollo lets out a whistle. "Amazing. Control over nature just like Demeter." "Did you know of that?" he asks the goddess. She nods. Yes, I did, and I allow him to grow whatever he wants. He does no harm in it, so why not, she says with a shrug. What else can you do? Athena asks with a glint in her eyes. Naruto remembered that same glint from her daughter Annabeth. He shakes his head. I will not go around explaining all my skills. I did it this one time to show you all I can survive on my own. Now can I go, as I have much to do, he says, opening a portal? No one stops him or says anything, so he steps through and closes it behind him. Zeus turns to Hestia. Sister, you have a dangerous champion. If I feel you are trying anything, I will smite you and him. Consequences be damned, he says, glaring at her only to get an ice-cold glare from his normally warm sister. This causes him to flinch. Brother, you need to stop being so paranoid. I only asked him to be my champion so I could keep him from starving in the wild. No ulterior motives that you imagine so much, she says before leaving to tend to the hearth. Zeus grumbles and slumps in his chair. He really hated that kid. Naruto, the second he got home, he was tackled by Talia. Dad, are you okay? Did they threaten you or anything? She asks, worried. He chuckles and pets her head. The asshole threatened me, but I put him in his place with words. The queen was a bit pretentious but seemed fine. Athena was too curious and Ares was itching for a fight, but I got out before any could start. I promised I'd keep myself safe to look after you, and I always keep my promises, he says as he hugs her, making her smile and hug her father back. He may not be my father by blood, but he has done more than any of my parents ever could, she thinks as she backs away from the hug. Oh. I finished the second step, she says, excited to learn the next step. He smiles and stands up as Talia had knocked him down. Oh really? Great job, he says as he gets a nod of assurance from Zetsu. Now you just need to do both steps at the same time, he says, picking up a spare rubber ball and holding it up. Nothing's happening, she says with a frown. The ball wasn't rumbling or even twitching. He smiles and pops the balloon with a needle to reveal a perfect Rasengan under the balloon. Now you must combine power and rotation and not pop the balloon. Trust me, I know it seems easy, but it is the most difficult step, he says, handing her a bucket of rubber balloons. You're gonna need them, he says with a smirk as she darts off in excitement to train. Don't train too long, he yells just as she closes her door. He turned to Zetsu and smiled. So nothing interesting happened while I was away? He asked as Zetsu hid in his trench coat sleeve. Nothing beside her training and worrying about you at the same time, he says with a chuckle. You really like being a father for the girl, don't you? He asks as he had seen his brother care for the girl a lot since he had saved her. Naruto nods. Of course, she reminds me of a younger version of myself minus the villagers and whatnot, he says, waving it off. She deserves some father figure since the asshole won't provide, he says, getting a chuckle from Zetsu. Well, I'd better get started on dinner. And when I say I mean my clones, he says, summoning clones to get to work. He needed to study on something important. His eyes could wait. He needed this technique should Talia ever get taken away or if she ever decides to go back to camp. He unsealed the scroll he was looking for from the main scroll and opened it up. The first word said it all. Introductions to learning of the Hiraishin, or better known as the Flying Thunder God. He knew this was going to take some time to learn. Chapter 4-2 weeks since the Olympus meeting. Naruto frowned as he fiddled with Hermes's business card. He needed some kunai made so he could start testing his understanding of the Hiraishin. According to Shinju, his father got the idea from watching his mother flash away to the godly realm. But the Hiraishin was different as it was much faster and easier as well as less dangerous to demigods and mortals. The only downside was the need for a marker to warp to. With the help of Shinju he had it down. In theory, real-life application were two completely different things. He had spent the majority of 2 weeks reading through space-time ninjutsu theories that without Shinju it would have taken much longer to understand. He pulled out his cell phone and walked out to the backyard. Stay inside, Talia, and continue with the third step. I need to place an order with Hermes, he says, getting an absent-minded nod from the pump girl as she was too focused on the Rasengan. He chuckled and dialed the number. He heard a voice on the other side. Yo, what you need? He heard Hermes say. Come here, I need you to get Hephaestus to maybe build me something or at least get me some celestial bronze so I can make them on my own, he says as the phone hangs up on Hermes's end. Seconds later a flash fills the clearing. He looked to see Hermes standing atop a huge stack of big bronze cubes. This good enough? I had a feeling you'd call for material or something like this, he says, jumping down from it. Good luck using it as I have no idea on how to do it, and I doubt Hephaestus would help as he doesn't interact with people too well, he says, waving him off. Call again if you need help, he says before flashing away again. Naruto sighs and seals it all away. At least it went easy and quick, seems like Hermes pulled through with what he promised last time. He walks back in to see Talia still absorbed in her third step. He chuckled and ruffled her hair, getting a slap on his hand out of reflex for her. I'm going to be in the basement. Zetsu will be watching over the house, okay? He says to her, getting another nod. He shook his head and set up a clone for Zetsu to use and went down to the basement, and removed the illusion he kept over it, revealing a huge forge and training grounds. After the run-in with the Hydra, he trained her down here using spatial seals to make it 25 times larger than it originally was. His crescent mark worked wonders. He unsealed the materials and reread up on how to craft things. He needed the kunai to be celestial bronze with some chakra-conductive steel, which he had more than enough of. He found he couldn't create celestial bronze with the creation of all things as the metal was very specific. He sighed as he created clones and got into the right gear to start forging. Several hours later he had finally got done using all the materials to make a crap load of Horatian kunais and proceeded to mark them all as his crescent mark could create the Horatian seal, which he promptly set on the house, and a leather-spiked wristband for Talia to have at all times. He would start testing tomorrow as he was exhausted and needed a shower. He walked up the stairs and went to his room to notice a passed-out Talia with a rubber ball still in her hand. Poor girl, tired herself out, he thought as he picked her up bridal carry and went to her room. He laid her down on her bed and pulled a blanket over her only for her to grab his hand in her sleeping state. Love you, Daddy, she says, clearly asleep from the mumble. He smiles kindly and places a small kiss on her forehead. Love you too, Talia, he says as she smiles and lets go, still asleep. He chuckles as he turns to leave to see her desk covered in notes. He could see one named birthday gifts for Dad. That one brought a massive smile to his face. He forgot it was getting close to his birthday. He'd be turning 21 in a few months. He didn't look at the list as he didn't want to ruin the surprise or anything. He carefully left the room and closed the door behind him to see a smiling Zetsu clone before him. That girl definitely doesn't give up, he says, making Naruto sigh. He would have to watch over her to make sure she doesn't do the same again. I'll have to watch her more as she trains so she doesn't overdo it anymore. Go to bed or whatever you do at night, he said to Zetsu as he goes to his room to shower. Next day Talia had woken up early and went back to work, which woke him up. All the loud pops were not good to sleep through. He got up to see Talia still struggling with the third step. Hey, what did I tell you about training, he says, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. She looks at him sheepishly. As long as you don't wake me and don't make yourself get chakra exhaustion, I'm good, she says, worried. Naruto sighs and bops her on the head. You woke me up, and you made yourself pass out yesterday, so take it easy today, he says with a flat tone. She rubs her head. Fine, Dad, I'll take it easy, she says, sitting down at the table, waiting for breakfast. He summons food for them and sits down. He tosses her the leather bracelet. Wear that at all times, just as you do with the Nemean pelt. If what I am training to do today goes correctly, I'll be able to get to you in a flash, he says as he starts eating. Talia looks confused but puts it on, smiling at the bracelet. Thanks, Dad, she says as she starts eating. Naruto smiles. Welcome, Talia. Now remember to be careful training, he says, getting a nod from her as they continue their meal. Talia heads down to the basement with Zetsu as he was very cautious since gods or goddesses could still get in here. He sighs and heads outside, placing a marker near the door as he sits on the far side of the backyard. Now remember, kid, each marker has a mixture of your chakra and small nature chakra. Since you put it there, it will only work as a marker for you to warp to. You need to feel the marker and pull yourself to it, Shinju says, trying to explain it as simply as he can. I understand all that, Shinju, but actually doing that is more difficult. I can feel the marker and its pull, but I'm still working on going to it, he says as he tries to go to it but gets nowhere. Maybe go into sage mode to get a better sense of it, and if that doesn't work, put some of my chakra into it to strengthen it, Shinju offers as help. Naruto sighs and sits in his meditative pose and eases into sage mode. First thing he noticed was the string of nature chakra connected to him and the marker, but the weird thing was it wasn't his. It was as if the stagnant nature chakra in the air connects him to the marker and kept the marker powered. If he could strengthen this pathway, it might make warping much easier. He went over to the marker and sent some of Shinju's chakra into it, and immediately felt the pull the second he placed it down. Curious to see if he could pull it off, he went back to the edge of the backyard and took a deep breath and went with the pull, resulting in an orange flash. He smiled as he picked up the marker, twirling it around his finger. Perfect. That was much easier, he said as Shinju chimed in. Kid, that is because your father struggled with the theory for all those years. You had it in front of you, and not to mention my help as well as your nature energy, and access to my energy. It took you 2 weeks to understand it all, whereas your father took 5 years, he explains, getting a nod of acceptance from Naruto. Well, thanks Shinju, this will help me much more, he says as he heads inside to the basement. He says to Leah, cursing as she sat down. She saw him and frowned. Dad, I can't do it, she says, getting upset. She wanted to make her dad proud by mastering his signature jutsu quickly, but couldn't do the final step. He chuckled and sat down, grabbing her hand with the wristband, putting Shinju's chakra into it. Look, Talia, it took my dad nearly 3 years to even make it. My godfather took many months, and so did my father's student. The only reason it took a week for me to do it was because I had my clones help me. You need to be patient and try and balance the ratio of power and rotation so it doesn't get out of hand, he says, hugging her kindly. She nods and wipes her tears. Thanks, Dad. Did you finish what you were planning to do? She asks as she picks up another ball. He smiles and nods. Yep, now I can always return to you as long as you have that bracelet on, he says, confusing her. How does that work? Work? She asks as she tries out a ratio for power and rotation speed. He smiles and walks to the opposite side of the room and looks to her. Hold up your bracelet, he says, getting her to do it. Now don't freak out, as my dad designed this technique, he says as he disappears in an orange flash and ends up next to Talia, shocking her greatly. It is called the Haraishin, and it's a space-time ninjutsu like my kamui, he says, getting a nod of understanding from her. Getting more and more shocking every time you show me something new, Dad, she says, chuckling, then frowning as the ball bursts. Just you wait till I figure out my eyes, you'll be even more shocked, he says as sits down to watch over her, hoping he can keep these peaceful times with his daughter. 2 months later. It had been relatively peaceful for the last 2 months. A hellhound here, a cyclops there, nothing too bad. Talia had finally perfected the Rasengan after training in the 3rd step for another week or so. She then focused on lightning and wind jutsus as they were incredibly easy for her. Naruto focused on mastering the Haraishin and aspects of his eyes among other elemental jutsus. It went nicely, but today he decided was a relaxation day as it was his birthday. A week or so ago, Talia asked for the credit card and Zetsu so she could go to town. He knew what was going on as he saw the little list on her desk. Didn't read it though, just the title. So he asked if her could come. She used her girl problems as an excuse for him to stay home. She always did that when she wanted something private. He was told by Talia and strangely enough Hestia to stay in his room until they call for him. Even Zetsu was out of the room. He suspected he went off to heaven like his did at the end of every month to fill in mom of how he had been doing. He sighed as he heard them call for him. He had never been the birthday type. Hell, the only time he really celebrated it was with his dad at the end of the war, and that wasn't really anything. The other time had been with Irika and Gigi, and that was just ramen, which Shinju wouldn't let him summon mountains of it, claiming he needed a balanced diet, but he digressed. He walked out of his room and heard surprise. He saw Hestia, Talia, Zetsu, his mom, and his grandma all together smiling at him. Mom and Grandma, what are you doing here? He asked, looking to Hestia. She waved it off. They explained everything, and I love that you are here to help. Maybe you will get my stubborn family to get along, she says with a kind smile. He sighs in relief as his mother hugs him tightly. Happy birthday, Sochi. I'm sorry for missing all your other ones, she says in a sad tone. Naruto frowns and hugs his mother back. You are here now. It is all that matters. Now none of this sad stuff. We are here for a party, he says, smiling at Talia. Mom and Grandma, I would like to introduce you two to Talia, original daughter of the asshole king and now adoptive daughter to myself, he says, holding her close to him. She blushed and waved to the goddesses. Amaterasu squealed and hugged Talia. She is so cute, she yells, making the other goddesses and Naruto's sweat drop. Grandma, please don't suffocate Talia. Suffocate Talia, he says as he pulls her from his grandmother and moves her to his mother. Kaguya smiles at her. Hello Taliya, you could say I'm your grandmother, she says, making the punk girl get nervous a bit. Kaguya chuckles and hugs the girl. You are family. Do not be nervous, she says, making Taliya smile. Okay, everybody come get some cake, but first Naruto needs to blow out the candles, Hestia calls out in her elder form. Naruto chuckles and looks at the candles. He takes a breath and blows out the candles, thinking only one thought: I wish to keep Taliya and everyone in my life. The party went on as gifts were given. Amaterasu got him more scrolls and items she stole from the elemental nations, which were thriving nicely under Tsunade and Gaara's watch. The villagers were upset at the loss of chakra, but when they were told who took it, they felt terrible. Hinata apparently apologized to Tsunade according to the letter that came with his gift, and described the reason why she didn't help. Fear of the villagers and her clan elders, which Tsunade completely understood, as did he. Tsunade gave him sake, Shizen gave him hangover cures, and Gaara gave him a gourd of iron sand, all very useful items. His mom gave him a male version of her kimono but in reverse color scheme. He liked it a lot. He could use it for staying hidden and teaming up with Zetsu. Zetsu gave him a scroll on the bone post Kekai Genkai, which apparently he had but didn't know how to use. It could be useful, so he'd learn to do it later. Hestia's gift was very sweet. Homemade cookies from the goddess of home and hearth. He took one bite and nearly passed out due to how delicious they were. He immediately sealed them away to keep them all to himself. Maybe he'd share with Taliya, but mostly all for him. Something that made Hestia very proud. Then Taliya came up with her gift. Here you go, Dad. I hope you like, she says as she hands him the box and looks down at her feet nervously, which made Amaterasu squeal and nearly hug the girl again. Luckily his mom and Hestia held her back. He opened the box and nearly shed a tear. Inside was a homemade orange scarf. She must have knit this, he thinks, as he wraps it around his neck and smiles happily as he hugs his daughter. I love it, Taliya. Thank you, he says, making her smile brightly and hug him back. Welcome, Dad. It's my first time doing something like this. Also, she says, pulling him down to her height, and kisses his cheek. Love you, Dad, she says as she runs to hide behind Hestia, who smiles warmly. He smiled brightly and smiled to her hidden form. Love you too, Taliya, he says as the party continues on, with Taliya occasionally being forcefully cuddled by his grandmother. 9 months since the party. 1 year till the lightning thief Naruto stood before his daughter with Yamato in his hands and wearing black jeans and black sandals with a white button-up and orange vest. Also around his neck was Tsunade's necklace. He would be wearing Taliya's scarf, but it was far too warm, and since they were going to sparring, he didn't want to damage it. Taliya had grown in the 9 months. She was now 13, and they had celebrated her birthday in a similar manner to his. Something that made her cry tears of joy. He had gotten her a summoning contract, the eagle one. She grew her short hair out so it was now down to her shoulders. In each ear was a small black bar, a chakra rod. Only there so Naruto could summon her back to him if he was in range of her, since they were small. She wore the golden trench coat that was actually the Nemean lioness's pelt. She also wore gray skinny jeans and a green day band shirt with her leather-studded band on her wrist. Strapped to her waist were the kiba blades and the sheaths he made for them. Over the 9 months she learned more lightning jutsus than he did, and even a large amount of wind jutsus, some that she learned in secret as he focused on his Hiraishin and keeping her and the house safe. Okay, you know the rules. I will hold back from using the Shinju's eyes and the cloaked form as well as the orbs. This will be a straight sword fight and jutsu battle, he says, drawing Yamato and holding the sheath in his left hand. She nods and releases the kiba blades. Any jutsu restrictions? She asks as she twirls the blades around, getting ready. He nods. No, Raikiri, and I will not use anything higher than the normal Rasengan, he says, getting a frown from her but nods once she remembers the power of a strengthened Rasengan, or a Rasen Shuriken. Ready? He asks, getting a nod from her. Remember, come at me with the intent to kill, he says, getting a shaky nod from her. He smiles and nods. Go. He yells, getting a burst of speed from her. He immediately blocks strikes from all around. Only thing keeping him from being cut was his hardened senses from battle as a shinobi. She is a natural at using her swift release, Shinju says with a smirk as Naruto continues to block. Luckily Yamato's sheath was invincible, so using it as a shield was nothing. He continued to block, going to have to do better than just speed Taliya. He yells out as he quickly fires chakra from his Tenketsu points and starts to spin Kaiten. He yells out, creating a massive spiraling dome around him, sending Talia skidding back before she was on defense from her father's powerful strikes. Talia had noticed that while her father held back in their spars. He wasn't finding her weak, he just didn't want to hurt her. He always went to a level he felt she could trump if she truly pushed herself. Hell, that's how she found out she could summon black lightning. It was one of her most powerful techniques to use and even more so to control. Naruto swung his blade before tossing the sheath up shortly before striking her with Hidden Vine, only for her to block it skillfully. He caught the sheath and switched the sheath and sword back to the right hands as he swept under her legs. He was impressed she had blocked that technique, as he found it was difficult since your senses never noticed it before it was too late to block. Talia jumped over the sweep and ran her hands through the hand seals as she let the blades dangle from the bands she put that were attached to her wrists so she could drop the blades at a moment's notice to use a jutsu, and then grab them a second later. Black lightning, electromagnetic murder. She yells out, creating a ball of dark lightning to fire numerous streams of high-powered streaks of pitch-black lightning at her father. Naruto coded Yamato in wind chakra to negate the lightning element wind style. Dividing wind, he yells as he swings his sword, creating a large blade of wind chakra hitting about 2-3 RDS of the streaks. He dodged a few others. His vision was obscured by the dust. He kept his senses alert as he heard a chirping noise he knew all too well. He turned and saw Talia not too far from him with a Chidori in her hand. Chidori. She yells as she knew he had no time to create a Rasengan. He groaned, and just as the Chidori hit, he substituted with Log. He landed next to her and swung Yamato at her. She quickly grabbed her blades and blocked, but was sent skidding back from the force of the blow. She stabbed the blades in the ground and unstrapped them. "Time to show him what Grandma gave me," she says as her body was covered in electricity. He smiled. "Lightning armor. Great job," he said as he sheathed Yamato and sealed it away. Talia burst towards him and attacked in a fury of powerful and incredibly fast punches. It had taken her 5 months to get to where she could keep it up in a spar against Zetsu, who helped her keep it hidden from her dad. Naruto blocked the strikes, feeling the power behind them. He used what he remembered of the frog kata to dodge and block her hits, but with her powerful lightning element and swift release it was actually getting difficult at the current level he held himself at. Lightning uppercut. She yells, firing a powerful hit towards his chin. He tries to block it with his hands but still found himself being fired upwards. He smiled, proud of his daughter and how strong she had gotten. He ran his hands through the seals and clapped his hands. "Great breakthrough," he calls out, sending Talia skidding backwards as the gust hit her hard. Naruto landed, wiping the blood from her mouth, and clapped. "Great job, Talia. You pass. You did amazing," he said, making the girl smile brightly as she ran towards him. She jumped into his arms and hugged him tightly. "Thank you, Dad. I never would have gotten like this if not for you," she says with a smile. He hugs her back and smiles. "Your control over black lightning is great. Also, using the lightning armor of the Raikage is amazing, and that Chidori was greatly done," he says, making her smile more. "Thanks, Dad. What was that spinning dome thing?" she asks as she sheathes her blades back and smiles. "That was a memorial to a friend of mine I lost in war. His name was Niji Hyuga, and that was his clan's ultimate defense," he said as he looked up into the sky as if to remember him. Talia nodded. "I'm sorry for bringing up bad memories," she says, only to get a chuckle from him. "Remembering the lost isn't a bad memory. It helps keep them warm in our hearts. Only when you lose sleep over them is it bad, as they most likely wouldn't want you to do that over them," he says as he heads inside with her not far behind. "Can you maybe tell me stories of your life in your original realm? Maybe we can visit there?" she asks, curious. He ruffled her hair playfully as he always did. "Sure, I don't mind telling you some stories, but we can't visit right now. Maybe later," he says, getting a nod from her after she swatted his hand away like she always did. She didn't hate him ruffling her hair, but it made her feel like a little kid. But she put up with it cause it was from her dad, and he did it as a sign of affection. He summoned some drinks for them as he sat in front of the fireplace. He started around the time of him graduating after defeating Mizuki with his armies of clones. He told her of his first mission outside the village and the encounter with Haku and what he learned from the girl. And, in my mind, Haku will always be a female. He also mentioned the Chunin exams and how he defeated Gaara and befriended him. He bitterly told her of Sasuke's betrayal and how he fought him at the Valley of End. He even showed her the scar. Why did you teach me a move that hurt you so bad? She asks with slight tears in her eyes. She almost hit him with the same technique that nearly killed him. He pets her head and smiled. Talia, I taught that to you as I felt you could use it as Sasuke could not, to protect people and not in revenge. You are nothing like Sasuke. Hell, if anything, you are more like me when I was your age, he said, chuckling as she smiled, then swatted his arm away like she always did. He got back to telling his stories as he found Talia very interested. He told her of his training trip to going 4 Tails and fighting Orochimaru. He told her of his learning of Sage Mode under the toads, which confused her. Wait, I've never seen you summon toads, just foxes, wolves, slugs, and hawks, she says, confused. Why did her father summon toads anymore if they were that powerful? He sighed and took a sip of the tea he made. Something happened, and they ended up leaving me hanging out to dry. They could have prevented something from happening but chose to abandon me, but forget about that as it will make sense later, he said, getting a nod from her. He went back to telling her of Pain's invasion and him getting Kurama's power under control and the beginning of the 4th Great Ninja War. Wait, you fought against Grandma? She asked, shocked. Her grandmother seemed so peaceful. He shook his head and explained to her the same way Shinju explained to him, which made her release a breath of relief as he got to telling her the end of the war and what happened after. And then I came here and saved you. That's about everything, he says as he rubs the back of his neck, trying to think if he forgot anything. Talia frowned. Those villagers are assholes, as are those toads, she says, getting a bop on her head. What did I tell you about cursing, he says in his father tone, as Setsa liked to call it. She grumbles. I can only curse if it's directed towards Zeus, she says, rubbing her head. He smiles and nods. Exactly. Now enough story time. I believe it is getting near your bedtime, he said, making her groan and look at him. I'm 13. I shouldn't have a bedtime, she says as she pouts at him. She had been training with deadly swords and deadly techniques, yet still had a bedtime. He pats her on the head. It is so you get rest, as your body is still growing and needs rest to grow, he says, directing her to her room. She sighs and hugs him. Good night, night, Dad, she says as she leaves. Night, Talia. Sleep tight, he says after he hugs her back and heads off to his room. 2 months later, 10 months to Lightning Thief. Over the next few months, Naruto sent out clones with markers to test his distance and to mark certain places such as Talia's tree and the Empire State Building. He found warping long distances wasn't difficult, it just took some more energy, but with Shinju and his already insane reserves it was of no worry. He was working on Horatian's second step, where he would warp to it midair, and found that more difficult as it wasn't connected to anything. But that's when it hit him. It was connected to the air and the nature energy flowing in it. It took him roughly a month or 2 to get the second step mastered. He sat in front of Talia, who was excited as lay before him was a summoning contract. Not just any contract, it was the Eagle contract, the one he found for her and gifted her for her birthday. She had signed it then, but he told her to wait until she was much stronger, as sometimes the summons will have the summoner fight for the right to summon them. Okay, Talia, remember, treat them with respect, as they aren't fond of your father, as he claims the eagles as his animal when he holds no attributes of them, such as equality and humbleness, since he thinks he's always the best and hasn't been fair since very long ago, he says, grumbling. Talia nods. Of course, Dad. I'm ready, she says with a smile. He nods and motions her to go. She takes a deep breath and runs through the hand signs summoning jutsu. She calls out, slamming her hands to the ground, enveloping the clearing in a large plume of smoke. Who has summoned me? She hears a deep voice call out as huge bronze wings clear the smoke to reveal a huge eagle with dark green eyes and a golden beak. It looked around until it stared down at Talia. Talia Otsutsuki, it said with a smile in its voice. Talia signed with his last name, as he officially adopted her shortly after she called him Dad for the first time. She nods. I would like permission to be your summoner, she says, bowing to the huge beast. The eagle laughs. Oh, I am glad you are nothing like your original father. We, the Eagle clan, have heard of your progress from our brothers, the Hawks, and we would be proud to have you as a summoner, and even our sage when the time comes, he says, nodding. Talia smiles brightly and bows again. Thank your boss, summon of the eagles, she says in a respectful tone. The eagle looks at her. My name is Masahiro, it says before dispelling. Talia smiled brightly and turned to her. Dad, they accepted me. She yells in excitement. But they didn't have me do anything, she says, confused as to why. He smiled and ruffled her hair. Most likely cause they trust you from hearing from you from the Hawks. Also, eagles are very empathic, Most animals are, so they most likely felt no ill emotions that would mess with them, he says, getting his hand swatted away. And if they are considering making you their sage, which is a great honor for any summon to do. I was originally the toad sage, and now I'm the slug's first ever sage, he says in a proud tone, making her smile even more. In a few months you might even go to their realm and learn, he said, patting her back. She smiles. Will you be able to come? She asks, nervous. He smiles somewhat sad and shakes his head. I am not a summoner of them, and you have to go through it alone, but Zetsu will go with you to watch over you and relay messages, he said, hugging her. She frowns but nods, hugging her father back. Well, not like I'm going right now, but we can still train and be together till I have to go, and I will return afterwards, she said, smiling up to her dad. He nods. True, but if you complete it you will be the youngest sage, beating me by 3 or so years, he says as stands up and smiles at her. Let's rest for a bit and relax. We've been training really hard as of late, he says, getting a nod from her, and I use time skips to skip menial training that will have no importance. Long story short, Talia learns to fight with her summons and use more lightning and wind jutsus and more control over black lightning. Naruto focuses on creating seals and training his daughter. -4 months later, 6 more till Lightning Thief. Another year had passed before any of them realized. Naruto's party was small, just him and Talia. He was given a bunch of gifts from his friends and family members again, and a silver skull ring and necklace from Talia that he wore at all times. He stood hugging his daughter as she was finally ready to go under sage training. He spent the majority of the time training her to get to a level where sage mode wouldn't be too difficult, but since she had his hyperactive personality when he was young, it might be difficult. Also, he hoped she wouldn't be gone for her birthday months, but either way Zetsu had his gift for her since he would be going with her. Stay safe and listen to your teachers. Even if they smack you with sticks or anything, as it is to get the nature energy out of you so you don't turn to stone, he says as he fastens her scroll on her with her Ninian Lianis pelt on her as always. Her leather band was around her wrist and Zetsu was in her sleeve. She nods and holds her dad's hand. What are you gonna do while I'm gone? She asks, making Naruto scratch his chin, thinking, I might travel around. Maybe fight some monsters or something. Maybe go and see how that backwards camp is holding up, he said, getting a nod from her. Stay safe, Dad. She hugs him one last time. Love you, she says as her father hugs her back. This was the first time she was leaving him for an extended point of time. She was worried, but he helped ease her worries. I will be fine. You do the same. I love you too, Talia, he says as he lets go of her to see her disappear with the eagle she summoned. He frowned and sighed. You miss her already? He heard Hestia say from behind him. She stood in her elder form with her hood down, letting her cinnamon hair flow out. He nodded. I've been with her for nearly 2 years. She's grown on me and became my adopted daughter. How can I not miss her? He said as he rubbed the skull ring on his finger. Well, do be safe when you travel. What are you going to do about the house? She asks as he heads back inside. I am going to set up countermeasures and leave a strengthened clone behind, he says, laying the crescent mark on Talia's door, creating an intricate array on it. If the house is about to be destroyed or robbed, all of Talia's things will go to my Kamui pocket dimension. He then went over and strapped his scroll to his waist. It'll be fine, Hestia, though I do hope nothing happens to it, he says with a frown. Hestia nods. I will look after it as well, she says as Naruto hands her a weird 3-pronged knife. Stab that in the ground if you need me. It's a marker for a teleportation technique of mine, he said as he focused on a certain marker he set up near the camp. Hestia nodded and smiled. Thank you. Enjoy your travels, she says as he disappears in an orange flash. New York. Naruto frowned as he arrived in New York as the first thing he noticed was the weather. It was storming and the tides were crazy. Stupid asshole must be angry about one thing or another, he thinks as he walks through the city. He wore dark jeans with his black sandals. He also wore a black button-up with an orange jacket as it was winter. Around his neck was Talia's scarf she made for him, and the skull necklace. Tsunade's necklace was gone as he gave it to Zetsu to give it to Talia. He knew the girl knew of its importance, and he hoped she liked it. He walked through town noticing some females looking at him, and groaned. It reminded him of how Aphrodite had offered her services to him at the meeting so long ago. He continued walking, ignoring the stares he got as he hid away in the closest store to him. He looked around to see himself in a candy store called Sweet on America. He walked around until he noticed one worked being yelled at by a customer. He got closer so he could overhear and possibly help her. The female had light blue eyes and wavy brown hair. She was in her uniform and looked around her very early 30s. "Look, Gabe, we don't have enough money for you to spend tuning up your engine in your car," the woman says with a frown. The male, who looked like a mix between a walrus and a seal combined. He was disgusting to say the least. "Yeah, 'cause we spend all our money sending your idiotic son to a boarding school. We could always just take him out, as he will only get kicked out again," the man he figured to be Gabe said in a snide tone. The woman sighs. "Fine, just use the money from my savings," she says in defeat. The man smirks and pats her cheek. "Good girl, Sally. I'll buy it all while you are at work," he says in a smug tone as he leaves the store. Sally frowns until she hears someone clear their throat. She turned around and blushed slightly. The man was a few years younger than she was. He had spiky, vibrant blonde hair with two spiky bangs framing his face with the rest of it in a ponytail, and the clearest sapphire blue eyes she had ever seen, and 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek. "Oh, sorry customer, what can I help you with?" she asked, erasing her blush. He chuckled. "Well, I am looking for some orange candy, but I couldn't help but overhear the conversation. Sorry for eavesdropping, but that man is disgusting. Why is a beautiful woman like yourself with a man like that? It's obviously not for his personality," he says, ending in a flat tone. She blushes at being called beautiful and chuckles at his tone, but frowns sadly. "It is for my son," she says as she gets a better look at him. "I'm Sally Jackson, and you are?" she asks in a kind tone. Naruto rubs the back of his head. "Well, that is very strong of you. My name is Naruto Otsutsuki, though I have to ask why a mortal is blessed by Poseidon," he asks, shocking her, nearly making her fall over. Luckily, he caught her. He noticed Poseidon's blessing as he looked her over with the Shinju's eyes. The blessing looked like an aura of blue in the form of a crown made of what looked to be coral. How do you know of that?" she asks in a whisper as she straightened herself. She had never met another mortal that could see through the mist like she could, and how could he see Poseidon's blessing? She never heard of anyone doing that before. Naruto chuckled. "Well, I myself am a demigod and I can sense auras easily," he explains as he picks up a bag of jelly beans. "We can always talk more maybe after your work, as I think I can help keep your kids safe and keep you from having to stay with that vile man," he said as she nodded and rang him up. "I get off at 7, though I am curious of how you survived so long," she says as she hands him the receipt. He smiled and took the receipt. "Well, I am a bit special. I'll explain more after you get off work," he says as he leaves the store. He really didn't like the way that man treated her. Now he isn't like Artemis, he just happens to hate this one man for how he acted. He thought up a plan to help her out a bit. He summoned a clone and smiled at it. "You know what to do," he says as the clone nods and body flickers away. He wasn't going to kill that man just yet. He first needed to give her the suppression tag he created. He made it long ago, when he and Talia were first traveling together. It would suppress their aura but not their abilities, so it was more a camouflage tag. He waited around until 7 rolled around. He waited out front as Sally walked out, still in uniform but was wearing a jacket. "Ready?" she asks. He nods and they walk. "So, who is your godly parent?" she asks as they cross the street. "Chaos. Technically I'm a demi-primordial, but not that it really matters," he says, shocking her more so. "See, Chaos, the primordial of creation is your mother?" she says in shock. "You must be powerful," she says, looking him over. He shrugs his shoulders. "I don't care about being strong as long as I can protect my daughter. I adopted her over 2 years ago. She is busy at the moment, so I'm all alone at the moment. While we traveled, I developed something to hide her aura and keep her powers," he says, pulling out a tag with the seal on it. Sally looks it over, confused. "How is paper supposed to help my son?" she asks as she runs her finger over the markings. "It uses energy that this realm hasn't seen in eons. It will work, trust me," he says, flashing her a kind smile that made her blush as she slipped the paper away. "So now you can leave that vile man if you wish," he said, giving her a thumbs up. She chuckled but frowned, somewhat afraid of how Gabe would react. He's never laid a hand on her per se, but he wasn't non-violent. He would threaten her son. "Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to support myself," she says with a frown. Gabe paid for most of the expenses since he was a manager at an electronics store. "Well, good thing you are being promoted," he said, brandishing a huge smile. Sally stared at him, confused. "What do you mean?" "I'm not getting promoted," she says in a wary tone. He flips open his phone and dials a number. Yes, did the deal go through? He asks to the person on the other end. Great, and not too bad on the cost. Be sure to promote Sally, he said, giving the confused brunette a thumbs up. Okay, thanks. Bye, he said, closing the phone. He turns to Sally. Well, you are looking at the new owner of Sweet on America, and you are the new manager. Better pay in free candy, he said with a smile, shocking her even more. You bought the little store? Why? Or better yet, how? She asked. Whoever this man was, he was powerful. He nodded his head. Yeah, why not? It's a cute little store and I wanted to help you. You get crap pay and I feel now you can relax more. And I used the pay from my godfather's books that I republished, so it was no big deal, he said, waving it off as they continued walking. Now you don't have to worry about financing, he said in a carefree tone, flashing her a fox-like grin. She smiles but still feels nervous of doing it. She fears of Gabe hurting his son or seeking her son out. Another thing you should know is I'm empathic. I can feel your fear, he said in a solemn tone with a frown, making her frown and look to her feet. I can take care of him, Sally. He is pure trash and you know it. I won't make it messy. You deserve your freedom, he said, shocking her. Could she really ask him to do this, a demigod she just met not hours ago? She took a shaky breath and nodded. Please don't make him suffer, she said in a quiet tone. He smiled and chuckled. You are too good of a woman, Sally, he said, smiling to her as they continued to walk towards her apartment. When they got there, Naruto turned to Sally. Wait out here until I return. By the time I return he will be gone, and so shall all his trash. You can keep the car, he said, chuckling as Sally nodded and gave him the key. He kept his smile until he closed the door behind him, and it turned to a frown as he saw the mess of an apartment before him. He activated his eyes and looked around. Are you really going to help her out? Shinju asks as he had been silent the entire time, watching to see his grandson's reasoning for doing all this. She is such a pure-hearted woman. She sacrifices everything for her son and is terrified of her spouse. She deserves to be free. Will you help me with the human path? He asked in a serious tone. Of course, let's deliver him to Hades, Shinju says with a feigned smile. Naruto smirks and walks into the house. Sally, get your ass in here. I need you to unlock the damn safe so I can get your checking book from it, he hears Gabe yell from the other room. Naruto grows a massive smirk. Let's put on a show, he thinks as he puts on a henge of the Shinigami of his realm. He slowly walks to the room and infuses his voice with Shinju's menacing voice. Gabe Ugliano, you have been found guilty of being a terrible human being, he says, making the steel man jump and scurry back in fear. The man was shaking in fear. And no, I can't be dying. Take Sally instead, he yells, making Naruto scowl in hatred. You are a terrible person. After this day no one will ever remember your horrid life, he says, placing his finger on the man's shaking forehead. Human path. Soul removal, he says, tearing Gabe's soul from his body in one fell swoop. He drops the soul to the ground, letting it fade away to the underworld. He glared in disgust as he stared down at the man's dead body as he dropped his henge. This man, while he was at death's doors, offered up his wife, trying to get out of death. He stared at the man's body and drew Tenno from his seal. Amaterasu, he calls out, burning the body alone and destroying the ashes as well. He summons 2 clones. Go destroy anything of his and leave anything of value for Sally, he said, getting nods from the clones as they hurry to get to work. As he walks to the door, he notices pictures of Sally with a small boy. He had dark black hair with sea green eyes. Must be her son, he thinks as he exits the house. He smiles at Sally. All good, he says, getting her attention. She looked at him and nodded as she headed inside with him behind. She cried tears of joy seeing everything of Gabe's gone and no sign that he was even there. Thank you, Naruto. I don't know how I could ever thank you. In one day, you have helped me so much, she says, smiling at him. He smiled. It is fine, Sally. I'd like to give you this as well, he says, handing her a credit card and a slip of paper. The first is an account set up to help you, and the next is my number if you ever need me, he said, placing a tag version of the Horatian seal on her wall for it to burn into it and disappear. She frowned. I can't accept this card, she said, trying to hand it back to him only for him to deny it. You don't even need to use it. Just have it in case you ever need it. It has a fraction of my total account on it, and will get periodical payments deposited into it, he said, flashing her a warm smile. He turns around. Well, I ought to be going. I need to find a hotel or something to stay in for the time I am staying in New York, he said, heading for the door. Wait! He hears Sally yell out. He turns to see her standing nervously. You can stay here on the pull-out couch if you want. I'd offer you my son's room, but he is returning for winter break soon, she says, nervous, with a slight blush. He smiles and bows. Thank you very much, Sally. Are you sure? I don't wish to inconvenience you by staying here, he says, getting a chuckle from Sally. You have done too much for me. If anything, I am the inconvenience. My son is 11, so it is no worries, she says, getting a nod from him. Fine, but I cook if I am being your guest, he says, getting a smile from Sally. As long as you cook your food blue for my son, she says, confusing him a bit. He shrugged his shoulders. Must be an inside family thing, he thinks, as he pulls out the bed. He turns to Sally. Well, I will see you in the morning, Sally. Good night, he says with a smile that made her blush slightly. She nodded and headed off to bed. Tomorrow Naruto woke up slightly after Sally as she had to leave to pick up her son. He spent the morning cleaning the house with clones as he created blue food for them. He heard Sally drive up to the house as he set the food down at the table. Moments later, a little kid burst into the house and looked at him confused. Who are you? The boy asked very bluntly as the kid looked at in confusion. He chuckled as he felt he would start to like this kid after some time. Chapter 5. Naruto stared at the boy in front of him. It was the same boy from the photos on the wall. He was wearing a uniform of sorts and was looking at him in confusion. Naruto chuckled. My name is Naruto. You could say I'm your mom's new boss? He says, still curious if that's how it is. I also helped her get that jerk Gabe out of here, he said, getting a smile from the kid. Sally comes rushing in. Percy, please don't run inside like that. I wanted to be here to introduce you to our guest, she says, smiling to him as she looked to the food on the table, all of it blue. Thank you, Naruto, for cleaning and cooking, though you didn't need to clean, she said with a slight frown, upset that he was helping her more so, and yet she hasn't done much to repay him. He waved her off. I am guest here, I need to help out a little bit, he says as the kid Percy walks up to him. He looks to the 11-year-old and smiles. What can I do for you? He asked with a smile. Percy looks him over. How did you know to make the food blue? He asks. Naruto chuckles and shrugs his shoulders. Your mom told me. I personally don't know why, but who am I to complain, he said with a smirk. Sit down, eat up and enjoy your break from school, he's saying, motioning to the seats. Percy nods and smiles. Thanks, he says, running off to eat. Naruto chuckles and looks to Sally. Definitely a hyper kid, though. I think my daughter might have him beat on that, he said, making Sally giggle and smile. So, what is your daughter's name? She asked with a kind smile as they sat down to eat at their own pace, as Percy was basically inhaling it all. Her name is Talia and she is 14. Mind you, she is adopted, but she might as well be my daughter. By the way she acts is eerily similar to me when I was her age, he said with a smile, still missing his daughter some, even if she only left him yesterday. She has a godly father, but he basically sent her to her death, and I happened to be there to save her, and we have been together ever since, except for now, as she is off doing something important for the next few months, he said, staring out of the window with a slight frown. Sally frowns a bit. Well, I am glad you were able to save her, and I am sorry she is away. I would have loved to meet her. Who is her godly parent? She asks, curious. He shakes his head. I can't say, as it would endanger you and possibly her, he said, getting a frown from Sally. But Sally knew that speaking the god's name gets their attention, especially in New York, being so close to Mount Olympus. She turned to see Percy all done with his food. He smiled at her. Can I have more, Mom? He asked, looking to his plate. She smiled and nodded, heading to the kitchen to plate him more food, to notice no pans were dirted or even used. Forgot to tell you about that, she hears Naruto say from behind her. She turns around and looks at him confused. Tell me what? Where is the food? She asked, not understanding at all. He pointed to the plate and more blue food appeared. I also happen to be the champion of Hestia. Conjuring food is a blessing of hers, he said with a smile as he went back to the table. Sally shook her head. Ever since she met Naruto, he has been constant surprises. Last night she called the card to find out its balance, and set up a PIN number to find that there was over $2 million on the card. Naruto told her it was a small fraction of his sales. If 2 million was small, he had to be rich, but he didn't show any aura or attitude of a well-off person. More of someone who can comfortably meet ends meet with some small leftovers to buy the occasional splurge item. She decided she would only use the card for emergencies or possibly college for herself and her son when the time arrives. She went back to the table and gave her son the plate and smiled as he ate happily. Most likely due to the fact Gabe was gone, she told him she kicked him out with the help of a new friend and was rid of him. Leaving out that Gabe was now in Hades's realm, of course. Not really something she would tell her kid. Naruto smiled at Percy. So Percy, why the blue food anyways? He asked, making Sally giggle. I can answer that, she said, gaining his attention. Some time ago Gabe and I got in an argument that there was no blue food, so I would go out of my way finding any blue food possible. And now ever since then I make Percy blue food all the time, she says, making her son smile and nod. So how is school going, Percy? She asks, making him frown. Not good. Nancy Bobofit keeps being terrible and giving me and Grover trouble, he says, frowning, but at least I should be able to keep in there until school ends. But there is a field trip to this museum thing soon with Mr. Burner, he said as his mother smiled at him. You are doing such a good job, Percy. I am so proud of you, she says in a loving motherly tone. Naruto smiled at the two. Sally was definitely a great mother, and she showed it. Putting up with Gabe to hide his scent was a testament to that. Percy turned to him and looked confused. So how long are you staying here for? He asked, getting a slap on his arm by his mother. Percy, don't ask that. After all he has done for me, he could move in for all I care, she says, scolding him. Naruto chuckles. It is okay, Sally, he says, smiling kindly to her, which made her blush slightly. Percy, no need to worry, I won't be staying here all too long, though I might visit occasionally. I have my own house in Oregon and only came here to check up on a few things when I ran into your mother and helped her out. Most likely I will be here for a month or two at the very most, he explains, getting a nod for the 11-year-old. Sally sent him an apologetic smile that he waved away. He knew how kids were. Talia could be just as blunt, if not more. It happened whenever they went shopping and he'd be hit on by single mothers and single women. Talia was oddly protective of him when it came to the opposite sex, especially goddesses. When Hestia first started showing up, she would hold into his arm and stare at the goddess intently as if to be warning her to stay away from him, something that had made him and Hestia chuckle over on many occasions. Talia still guarded him around Hestia sometimes, but not much anymore. He feared how she would react if she ever met Aphrodite, and how she was such a shameless flirt with him. You'd think the horns would make the goddess shy away from him, but apparently not. And Naruto still has his horns, he just hides them with the mist. Sally didn't question them as she figured he got it from chaos. She noticed them the second he told her he was a demigod. After breakfast, Sally and Percy got all packed up for an annual trip they took. Are you sure you don't want to come? She asks, upset she is just leaving him alone. He waves it off. Do not worry. I have some things to check up on, but I will look after the house while you two are gone, he said, flashing them a smile. Percy just wants his mother to focus on leaving. Call me if you need anything, she says as her son pulls her towards the car. My cell will work. I'm sorry for having to leave you behind, she says while Naruto waves it away. Forget about me. Enjoy yourself for the week or so. You all deserve it, and don't forget to use that if you need me, he says, shooing them away with a kind smile. He had given Sally a marker just in case she needed it. He had seen that Sally put the camouflage tag on Percy so that should keep him and her safe. But there are always just wandering beasts that could find them. He stands outside until they drive off. He heads inside and straps his scroll to his back. He summons a clone and orders it to look after the house. He takes a deep breath and focuses on the marker near the border of the camp and disappeared in an orange flash. Camp Half-Blood. Naruto frowned at the tree that held the clone of Talia. It looked uncared for, as if they just left it there and didn't water it or anything. Even if it was a clone, they didn't know that. To them it was the real Talia inside it. He sneaked inside the camp and frowned. The camp seemed to be full of negative emotions, mostly sadness and some resentment. He looked over the camp from the shadows and noticed someone he remembered. The small blonde Athena child he met when he first got here. Annabeth, if his memory was correct. He could feel regret and sadness rolling off her as she looked at Talia's, and a bit of something he couldn't pinpoint as he was more attuned to negative. Whatever emotion she had was positive, so he had no idea. He also noticed the son of Hermes, Luke that he also met when he first arrived here. He could feel pure rage rolling off him as he looked at Dionysus and anger. He sighed as he recognized the combination. Luke was slowly becoming a Sasuke by becoming intent on getting revenge on the gods for what they did to Talia, and he'd be damned if he'd let it happen. He activated his eyes and whispered out Kamui, drawing him and Luke into his pocket dimension. Pocket dimension. Luke looked around shocked. One moment he was in the forest, and next he was in this weird grayscale area with floating blocks and platforms all around him. Whoever is there, show yourself, he yells out, brandishing his sword. Relax, kid. Even with that sword you couldn't do much damage to me in my own little pocket dimension, he said as he came out from his cover, looking the kid over. He had grown in his years. He looked around 16 or so. He had a new scar near his right eye. You brought me here? Why? He asked, still wary of the man. He hadn't seen him since he saved them and yelled at Chiron and Zeus before catching a bolt in his bare hand and crushing it. Naruto nodded. I brought you here to try and steer you away from the path you are heading down. I know you have rage towards the gods and you do have some right to have it, but I know you plan to get revenge, but that is stupid, he says, making Luke glare at him. Revenge will solve nothing, just cause more pain. You need to help get strong so you can be strong enough to change things. Not by revolting or causing a revolution, as that will cause nothing but death, he says in a serious tone. Luke glares at him in rage. What would you know? You most likely got everything handed to you and lived a perfect life, while we demigods had to struggle to survive outside of camp. If I can take down the gods, I can change everything. He yells, only to be hit in the gut by a strong hit. Luke, you don't know shit about me. From the age of 4 to 8 I lived on the streets of my village. From 8 to 12 I was constantly hunted by the villagers of my village, and then when I finally got a friend, he betrayed me and went evil. Over the years I fought people with powers that you would think they were gods. One of them had the eyes of one and powers you wouldn't believe. Hell, I fought a primordial and nearly died, so don't you dare think you know me, he said in a deathly calm, bone-chilling tone. If you fight the gods, you and many others will die in this pointless fight. My mother claimed me so I could try and help Olympus reach peace. You need to let this go, or it will eat you away and take away everything you hold dear, he said, staring him in the eyes with his Shinju eyes. Luke goes pale. The tone in Naruto's voice was terrifying. His voice bore no falsehood or lies. He had thought it over numerous times. Ethan had told him of a ritual to become the vessel to Kronos' spirit, but now he was shying away from it. Maybe he'd stay in camp and try to change things while on this side. He sadly couldn't stop Ethan as he had left camp weeks ago, but hopefully the son of Nemesis wouldn't go through with it. He nods. Fine, but what am I to do? I am just a son of Hermes? He asks with a frown. Naruto smiled as he felt the negative emotions in the boy dwindle down. The smallest people can make the biggest imprints. The smallest decisions can lead to the biggest changes, he said, handing the boy a marker. Stab it in the ground whenever you are in desperate need of help, he said, getting a nod from him. Also, do not speak of this to anyone, and I won't mention how you nearly went to the dark side, he said as Luke nodded nervously. He looked to Luke one last time before whispering Kamui, exiting with him from the pocket dimension. Camp Half-Blood, he smiled as he saw Luke smile up at the sky and walk away. His negative emotions were all but gone. Sure, he still had some hard feelings for the gods, but that was understandable. They had taken a dear friend. He was just glad Luke was steering away from the dark path. He watched over some other campers and found only a few were skilled in the slightest. There was a girl, from Ares' cabin, who fought with an electric spear. She was okay, as she was more suited for a spear since the girl was very gruff. Her name was Clarice, from what he heard with his chakra-enhanced senses. Camp was very boring. Truthfully, he would never stay here as it was too bland for his tastes. During dinner he was sitting atop a marble column hidden using a strengthened version of Jiraiya's camouflage jutsu. He would have left long ago, but 1. He had nothing better to do, and 2. He wanted to see a full day in camp. All he heard was gossip, kids wanting to go on quests and complaining. Frankly, it annoyed him. He noticed Hestia near the flames as she waved at him. Him being her champion, he couldn't hide from her. He waved back and smiled before she disappeared, probably off to look over the house or do her Olympian duties. He looked down at the campers again as they went off to sleep. He groaned and stood up atop the column and stretched a bit. I swear when Talia's clone comes out of here we are leaving clones in our places unless she goes on a quest or on a mission or whatever it is. I will not stay in this boring camp unless I absolutely have to, he thinks with a groan as he flashes away, leaving behind confused campers as to why there was a sudden orange flash. Sally's house. He decided to sleep after sending some clones out to do a few chores he wanted. He was exhausted from the boring day in the camp. Only interesting part was this morning with Sally and her son, and then the moment with Luke. He truly did hope the boy would turn himself around. Maybe he could find something more interesting to do tomorrow. Dream. Naruto was not one to see demigod dreams. Shinju blocked them as he found them useless 90% of the time. So, for whatever reason, this one was important. He was on a beach. The weather was worse than it was in the real world. He could see a golden eagle fighting a sea green horse. They were going blow for blow until a murder of crows flies in and gets in between the two, trying to stop them from fighting. In the distance he could vaguely make out another animal just standing there, almost smiling, with one golden and one red glowing eye. He understood what it meant. Poseidon and Zeus were fighting. Hades was trying to stop them or hurt Zeus. Both were good and another god was being controlled. And, remember, Amaterasu gave him full knowledge of the Greek realm. That means anything relating to the gods, such as what animals they are related to. He sighed as the dream faded away. Basically, shit was going to go down pretty soon. Real world. He awoke from his dream with a groan. Sorry kid, I just thought you might want to see that so you can prepare yourself, Shinju said as he sat up from the pull-out couch. It's fine, I most likely did need to see that, he said as he got up from the bed and went to the table to eat some food. He decided to visit the camp one more time. Just for a short period, as he was mostly curious about the feelings he felt from that Annabeth girl. Shinju, could you help me detect positive emotions instead of just negative? He asks as he straps his scroll to his waist. Sage mode can solve that. Just be careful of drawing dryads and satyrs' attention, he explains, going back to sleep. Shinju didn't mind being inside his grandson, but it got boring sometimes. Naruto nodded and took the time needed to ease into sage mode. The slug marks appear and his eyes change. He nods to the clone and flashes away. Camp Half-Blood. Naruto arrived at camp and tested out if he could really feel positive emotions. From the Aphrodite cabin he could feel waves of love and lust which surprised him since most of them were quite young. He shook off the shiver and went to find Annabeth. He found her near Talia's tree. He felt the same emotions from her as he did from yesterday, except he could finally pinpoint the positive part. It was love, but it felt unsure and confused. He couldn't tell if it was a sibling kind of love, but it felt very pure even as it was confused. No negative pieces in it. He had heard that in this realm girl dated girls and males dated males. He was from a realm where incest was smiled upon as long as it kept a bloodline strong, so same-gender relationships were better in his eyes than weird incest. But then again, these Greeks did a lot of that as well. He was curious about Annabeth and her feelings, so he followed her for most of the day. When she was near Luke, he felt the same love emotion from her towards him, but much more watered down. Maybe this was sibling kind of love. One you feel towards a brother, and not romantic. He also noticed Luke had the same sort of feeling, so he too saw her as a sibling possibly. He saw that Luke was less negative and more calm, determined. Which was very good for the boy. He felt around for move positive emotions so he could become accustomed to them, so he might be able to determine them out of sage mode before getting bored. He really missed Talia. She always made it interesting and fun. The hyper girl was a great part of his new life. He was glad he saved her and gave her a normal-ish life. He groaned and decided to just stay in Sally's house until they returned. Not much else to really do. He disappeared in an orange flash, confusing the campers once again. 2 weeks later, Naruto smiled as Sally and Percy returned. They looked to have enjoyed themselves and had a good time. Sorry again that I left you here, Naruto, Sally says with a frown as he waved it off yet again. It was a family thing. It would feel weird if I went with you, and anyways I should be going as I have a business to watch over, Miss Manager, he said, ending with a teasing tone that made her giggle and blush slightly. Well, I will do my best at manager. You can always visit or stay here whenever you are in New York, she says with such a kind smile he couldn't find the heart to tell her that he had bought a flat in the building next door. It was coincidence, it was the closest one available. He nodded and strapped his scroll to his waist again, and said goodbye to the small family. He walked a bit until he went into the forest. You can come out now, I felt you following me since I left the house, he says to the seemingly empty clearing. Seconds later someone familiar appears, Artemis but in her Roman form. Her hair was darker auburn, and the olive green in her outfit changed to dark purple as her blades also turned to gold, imperial gold. So, she figured out a loophole, he thinks with a frown as Diana steps towards him. You might have defeated my puny Greek side puny male, but this form is much more powerful and skilled, she says, stepping to him. He frowns. Stop this, Diana. This is ridiculous. Artemis fought me over a stupid deer and she attacked first. I merely defended myself. Never once did I antagonize her or you or however this stupid dual nature works out, he said, pinching the bridge of his nose. Just stop this nonsense, as I am not in the mood for it, he says, looking at her. No, male, I am going to restore my honor. I am the huntress, assigned to females that men are weak. I must regain it, she says, drawing her hunting knives. He glares and turns on his eyes. Fine, but since we are too close to camp, let's go somewhere better, he says, spinning his eyes. Kamui, he calls out, drawing them into his dimension. Pocket dimension. Diana looks around confused. She was in a weird space of floating platforms and blocks. This is my own little pocket dimension, one only I have access to, he says, drawing out Tenno. He wanted to focus on his Sharingan aspects before going to his Rinnegan, so he mostly used Tenno to help it ease the control over the ability's sword, ease the stress of accessing the powers. Diana glares. So you brought me here to have your way with me once you defeat me? She yells, accusing him. He stares at her deadpan. Stop jumping to the worst conclusion. I am not like that. I brought you here so I wouldn't destroy the landscape like I did back then. He looks at her. He wasn't going to fight her with a sword. He wanted to try something out. He was going to access the last aspect of the Sharingan left. He stared at Diana with his eyes spinning fast and spoke out one word, Susanoo, he said, causing a massive explosion of fiery energy. His body was engulfed in a shroud of silver energy as an ethereal spine started to grow behind him. Vertebrae by vertebrae it grew taller. As it got to the correct height, ribs started to form. Once the torso was made, 4 arms grew out of it, and 2 heads atop it. One was facing backwards and the other forward. Tendons grew over the bones and turned more solid. In one arm grew a golden flaming katana. On another grew a golden bow with an arrow in the third and a sheath for the sword in the fourth hand. The heads had horns like him and fangs for all the teeth. He could feel his body burning. Extremely relaxed, kid, that is normal, but I will keep it from going too bad. Just end this annoying charade, as I too find this annoying, Shinju said as Naruto felt the burning sensation lessen. This is the ultimate defense and offense of my eyes. If I defeat you, I want you to leave me alone. I didn't do shit to deserve this, he says, glaring at the shell-shocked goddess as he pulls back an arrow. Swear on sticks or your Roman honor or however that goes that you will leave me alone or I will make you. He yells, pulling the arrow back further. Diana frowned and tried to dash behind the construct, only for the eyes and the back head to start glowing and shift its arms around, keeping the arrow trained on her. She tries to hit it, only for her to feel like she just slashed at a building as her imperial gold knife shattered and she was swatted away by one of its arms, sending her crashing hard into a pillar. Swear or I will kill you, Diana, he said, getting angry at the goddess. She was ridiculous, acting like a spoiled child that hadn't got her way. She pulled herself out of the pillar and spat out golden inch her. I won't swear, you vile man. You can't kill me, you are a lowly demigod, she says before dodging a massive arrow, just barely. Then I will have to bring you to near death, he says as the massive katana was swung down on her. She tried to block it, forgetting how it broke one of her knives just by being hit alone. Her other knife shattered like ice and she was sent crashing through the thick platform she was on, just to crash into another below it. He sighed as he jumped down to the below platform with his Susanoo still active. He saw Diana crawl out of the crater she had formed. One of her arms was hanging limply from her side as she drew her last knife, golden inch her basically pouring from her. He frowned at her. Diana, your pride keeps leading you to situations like these. Remember last time that I did nothing. You fought me, I defended and left. Then you found me again and I defeated you. Now you found me yet again. I warned you and you took the hard path, and look where it has got you, he said, stepping towards her. She was swaying as she looked to be about to keel over. Swear and I will heal you and let you leave. Keep this up and you will have to reform. I do not wish to fight, especially not a goddess, who will look after and guard your hunters, he said, making her frown. Then it dawned on her. Had she been so pig-headed and prideful? Had she started acting like the males she so despised? She let the knife fall from her hand as she looked to him. I am sorry, I won't bother you, I swear, she says as her vision started to fade. She started to fall, and the last thing she saw was one of the hands catch her and lay her down gently before she passed out. He sighed as he laid her down and faded Susanoo out of existence, and nearly fell to the ground himself. You definitely need to train using Susanoo. Try using one part at a time, like summoning an arm or a rib cage before going slowly to a full body. The only reason you could use a full one was that I was helping, as well as Tenno, Shinju explains as Naruto takes some deep breaths and sheathes Tenno and seals it away. He creates a shakujo to help him stay up as he walked over to Diana or Artemis, whoever she was. This dual personality crap was confusing him too much. He crouched down and ran his hand over Diana, coating his hand in medical chakra. He learned this with scrolls he got from Tsunade over the 2 years from the slugs. He could sense numerous broken bones, some pierced or crushed organs, and severe trauma. He frowned as he laid his sun mark on her forehead and channeled medical chakra through it. He found the mark itself could regenerate small organs such as eyes or fingers, hands if he pushed it, but if he channeled Shinju's chakra or medical chakra through it, he could regenerate much larger things and fix things even faster. He sensed her organs healing and her bones piecing themselves back together. Her cuts were slowly healing and her skin regained a healthy glow. He groaned as he sat up and went to rest up against a pillar, waiting for her to wake up. Time flowed here the same as in the real world, but he had no way to tell what time it was. Not like it really mattered, not like he was needed anywhere right now. He closed his eyes and decided for a small nap. Hours later he awoke, once Diana started to wake and noticed she turned back to Artemis. She sat up and looked at herself to see all wounds gone, and any pain she felt before had vanished. You're lucky I was here. If not, you wouldn't have made it. Too much damage inside, so even if you tried ambrosia and nectar would do nothing to help it, as it wouldn't be able to make it to your stomach, she hears Naruto say as she turned to him, embarrassed and disappointed in herself for acting in such a way. Relax, I can feel your emotions from here. I do not hate you, nor do I think of you as a nuisance. You merely let your pride get the better of you. It can happen to all of us, he says as he stands using the shakujo to help. As long as you grow from this experience, I see no reason to speak of this to anyone, he said, extending his hand to her, offering to help her stand. She nods and accepts the hand. I would appreciate that, and I am quite sorry for everything I have caused you, she says with a frown. He waves it off. It is fine, consider it fine, and the oath vanished. Though I do wish for you to keep the fact of my adopted daughter a secret still, he said, shocking the goddess. You adopted a girl? Why? She asks, still wary, as a man his age adopting a daughter is confusing. He shrugged his shoulders. She was in danger. I saved her from her asshole father, and gave her a normal-ish life, he said, erasing his shakujo as his muscles were fine. He turned back to Artemis. So shall we leave? He asked, getting a nod from her. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes. Kamui, he whispered, taking them back to the real world. Real world. Once he was out, he noticed the sun was setting. He turned to Artemis to see her standing nervously. Relax, Artemis. I won't say a word of our fight to anyone as long as you don't speak of my daughter, he said, calming her a bit. He understood she was worried of people seeing her as brash and pig-headed as the males she bashed on. Look, I'll even give you this, he says, tossing her a marker. If you ever need me for anything, just stab it in the ground and I'll be there in a flash, he says, getting a hesitant nod from her. She wasn't weary, just embarrassed, as she had never been given a gift from any male. She hid her blush behind her bangs. She shook it off and nodded as she slipped it inside her gear. If we ever cross paths again, I would like to spar with you. For a male you have great skills, she says as she walks away. He chuckles. Sounds like a deal, Artemis. Until next time, he said as the goddess disappeared in a silver flash. He smiled as he went off, still needing to decide what to do while Talia was away. 4 months later, Talia was still not back, but from what he heard from his hawk summons, she was making good progress. He had been a rare case where becoming a sage was easy, but Talia was making good progress for someone not like that. Also apparently cried tears of happiness when she got his present, and wore it every day. That made him smile. Over the 4 months he stayed in New York, deciding to stay in the flat nearby Sally's, though she never noticed him. He also trained in his pocket dimension to get a better grasp over Susano. So far, he could summon one arm and a rib cage with little to no difficulty, but anything more was quite exhausting. But progress was progress. He also was finally able to access his bone pulse abilities, which weirded him out the first time but gradually got used to it. Though he mostly used it to reinforce his body and create quick weapons, he was going about a normal day, training when he felt a pull of a marker, a new marker. He grabbed his scroll and quickly flashed away. Camp Half-Blood, he flashed there, and the first thing he noticed was Sally in the grips of a minotaur and Percy with his hand on the marker. He saw Sally smile sadly before turning to golden dust and vanishing. She had been abducted by Hades, as he was the only one to have control over any kinds of monsters. That god had just made a big mistake. He glares at the beast and bursts into his cloaked form and slammed the minotaur with a strong punch to the face, breaking bones and sending it crashing through multiple treads. He turned to Percy. "Go up the hill with your friend. Explain them the son of chaos has returned," he said as Percy just stared at him in shock. "Go," he ordered, snapping him out of his shock. Percy grabbed Grover and headed up the hill, limping as the car crash had hurt him a bit more, as well as barely surviving that weird beast. Once Percy was up the hill, the Minotaur charged at Naruto. He held out a hand and stopped him dead in his tracks. Naruto stared in the eyes of the frightened beast. Summoning his eyes, "You tell Hades I am coming for Sally. She has nothing to do with this, and I won't let her be a hostage," he says before crushing the beast's head, leaving behind a pair of horns which he promptly sealed away. He walked up the hill to see Chiron standing nervously, just stood around watching yet again. He asks with a hint of anger in his voice. Chiron paled a bit before clearing his throat. "You know we cannot interfere as children reach us," he says before feeling killer intent coming from Naruto. "They are children," he yelled before calming himself down. "Whatever, just tell me when Percy wakes up," he says before heading towards the cabins. "Where are you going?" "You can't go in any of the cabins still," he yelled as he followed the blonde. Naruto sighed and ran through the hand signs and slammed his hands down with style. "Four-pillar house," he yells, creating a large wooden house next to Hermes's cabin, getting the attention of the campers. It looked like a log cabin you'd find in the woods. It was nearly as big as Hermes's cabin. He saw Annabeth looking at him curiously as she seemed to want to ask him something. He also saw Luke send him a subtle nod, which he returned. He turned and looked at Chiron. "I deemed this cabin for Hestia, my patron," he says as the symbol for the hearth was burned above the door. Seconds later, a bolt of lightning tried to hit it, only for the wooden house to absorb it like it was nothing. "Gonna have to try harder than that asshole," he yelled, making the sky rumble. He turned to Chiron. "Hestia is an original Olympian and the eldest child of Kronos and Rhea. She deserves some tribute and representation at camp, and as her champion I am doing so," he says, making the horseman frown at the sky. "Tell me when dinner is," he says, closing the cabin door behind him. He unsealed the furniture and set clones up to get it set up. He sneaked outside and saw Hestia near the fire again with a warm smile on her face as she waved at him and mouthed the words "thank you." He nodded and smiled back. He sneaked off to the arena as most of the camp was trying to get into his cabin, but found it not budging, as only a champion of Hestia or someone with Hestia's permission could open it. Seconds later, Annabeth storms in with Luke standing guard near the door. "Where have you been these last years?" she yells, asking at him. He had calmed her down after he saved her and Luke. She had been crushed by the loss of Talia, and then her savior had left. Naruto sighed. "I didn't want to stay in this backwoods camp. So I traveled, killed some monsters, became a champion, and received some blessings from a god and goddess. Also, I fought a goddess. I've been busy," he says, getting a frown from Annabeth. "Whatever, maybe with you here we can get a quest," she says, nodding only to get a bop on her head. "I'm not going on a quest. I could care less of some oracle deciding if I should fail or not. I've never been one to let fate control me," he said, walking away. "Why did you leave?" she asks in a whisper, but he and Luke heard it clearly. H sighed and looked back at the blonde girl. After Talia was imprisoned by the idiot Zeus, I couldn't stay at the stupid camp. I traveled and grew stronger so I could eventually get her out of that tree, he said, lying a bit as he walked past Luke. Luke nods to him before walking over to Annabeth. He could feel her sadness and a bit of anger from her. She most likely had one of a child of Athena's fatal flaws. Hubris or being too prideful. Hopefully hers wasn't that bad. He left the arena. He came here to train a bit, but Annabeth and Luke sort of ruined it. He sighed and walked around camp. He would have left, but he owed Sally to at least help her son before he left to save her from Hades. -2 days later, Naruto sighed, thinking if Percy was truly this stupid. Not only was he denying everything even when there was proof in front of him, but he was also insulting Dionysus. Now he could piss off gods cause his blessings kept him safe, and the asshole was a one-trick pony with his stupid bolts. But Percy was a demigod with no such blessings. He groaned and slapped Percy upside the back of his head. Percy, think before you talk. Annoying the gods will get you killed, he said, making the kid grumble and rub his head. Does my mom know what you are? He asks, finally noticing his horns and remembering the fact he had a weird fiery mode. Naruto nods. Of course she does. I told her shortly after meeting her. I even gave her a tag to help hide you, he says, grabbing Percy's arm and ripping off a paper tag. Instantly Percy's demigod aura returned. So that is why Grover had trouble finding him, Chiron says, stroking his beard. What is that slip, by the way? He asks. Naruto glares at him. None of your business, but if you must know, it hides a demigod's aura. Hell, this and other things is how I stay hidden from all the gods and goddess, he says, ignoring the rumble in the sky. Chiron clears his throat. Well, I believe Percy needs to be shown around camp. Naruto, do you want to do it? He asks. Nope, give him to someone else. I'm not a babysitter. I may know him, but I have other things to do, he says, getting up and heading towards the door. We didn't dismiss you, boy, he hears Dionysus say in an annoyed tone. Naruto scoffs and looks back to Dionysus with his Shinju eyes active. You don't command me, Dionysus, and you know it. If I didn't obey the full council, what makes you think I'll listen to you? Your madness doesn't affect me, he says as he walks out the door. He ignored the stares of campers as he kept walking until he heard a new voice call out for him. He turned around to see Clarice walking up to him with 2 others behind her. He rose an eyebrow, curious as to what they were going to do. What do you want, Clarice, daughter of Ares? He asks in a flat tone, annoyed that people keep bugging him. Ares Cabin wanted to ask you if you'd like to join our side and capture the flag. It's a war game the camp holds to help hone our senses. Since you are technically Hestia Cabin, she asks in a semi-respectful tone. Clarice was a tough-looking girl, muscular but not overly so. Her choice of clothes just made her look more masculine than she really was. She wore a red version of the camp shirt, and camo cargo pants with a bandana around her head, her brown hair in a ponytail. He sighed. No. I have fought in war before and I don't feel like playing it with kids. No offense, but when I fight, I don't play around unless I am training someone, he said, noticing the frown on the 2 people behind Clarice. Is that all you wanted to ask, or do you have more? He asked, though he really just wanted to go and train. I was wondering how you killed the Minotaur. Because from what I saw, you entered camp with no weapons, she says, remembering how she heard stories of how he fought an army of Hades's minions with no blade, only weird floating orbs and a spiraling sphere thing. He groaned. I crushed its head with my bare hand. Does that satisfy you? He says back in a hurried tone. Can I go now? He asks as he sees Percy and Annabeth coming towards him. No, Clarice says. I want you to train me, she says in a confident tone. He stared at her blankly before pinching the bridge of his nose. He let out a sigh. Why do you fight? He asked, confusing her. Answer that question, and if I like your answer, I will consider training you, he says, tapping his foot impatiently as Annabeth was getting closer, and he could see that spark in her eyes. That means she wanted answers. I fight to defeat my enemies and crush them, she says, making him groan. No, that is a terrible reason to fight. Think it over and find your actual answer. That felt like an answer forced out, most likely taught to all Ares campers due to their lineage, she says, patting her on the back before disappearing in an orange flash. Clarice frowned and was slightly angry but felt truth in his words. She was upset over it and needed a stress relief. And what a coincidence, a newbie to initiate. Hestia cabin, he sighed as he just barely escaped Annabeth and her horde of questions. He smiled as he saw Hestia near the fireplace, he created using Earth style. What can I do for you, Hestia? He says with a smile as he sits down on a chair across from her. She smiled back, my brother's bolt is missing and I fear him and Poseidon will fight, resulting in the deaths of many mortals. You need to help somehow, but I think Percy is Poseidon's son, she says, summing cocoa for her and him. Naruto nods and takes a drink of his cocoa. He is Poseidon's son, though do not say anything till he is claimed. I fear Zeus will force the boy to retrieve it, he says, making her frown. Do not worry, I will forcefully tag along as that boy is way too unskilled to survive on his own, he says, calming the goddess. Thank you, Naruto. You being there to keep him safe will ease my worries, and knowing Poseidon, it will ease his worries as well, she says as she stands from her chair. I must go back to Olympus, as myself and Demeter are the only ones that can keep them from fighting each other. If you need anything, just sacrifice a letter in a fire to me, she says as she waves goodbye and flashes away. He groaned as he sat down the cup. He really didn't want to go on any quest, but he couldn't turn down Hestia. Something about her made him want to keep her happy. He sat in a meditative pose. He was going to meditate until he heard an explosion and the sound of gushing water in the distance. Percy, I swear I will beat your idiocy out of you, he thought as he sat up and left the cabin. As the day went on, he kept an eye on Percy, and he could say without a doubt in his mind the boy was very dumb. He heard that he pissed off Clarice by insulting her, and Ares blatantly. Then when Clarice tried to initiate him or something, he doused her two friends and Annabeth in toilet water. He challenged Luke, the best swordsman in the camp, to a fight due to him being annoyed. Luke defeated him numerous times until Percy unknowingly used one of his demigod abilities to enhance his traits with water. After that he could feel some smugness in the boy. How no one noticed he was a son of Poseidon after those two incidents, he had no idea. Were people more oblivious to blatant signs in this realm? The lack of skill with a bow and arrow should have pointed to it more, since Poseidon's lineage was cursed by Artemis to never have skill with a bow ever since Orion tried to rape her and her hunters. Percy definitely had no bow skills, as when he tried, he shot his bow backwards into Chiron's tail, or a tree. He laughed at Chiron and healed the tree, which now earned him nymph fangirls as they loved his attachment to nature. He blamed Percy for that. Days went by and Naruto was very bored and annoyed at having to stay here. He needed Poseidon to claim him and get the quest on the road so he could go off to the underworld. It was finally time for Capture the Flag, and he decided to watch from atop a tree, with the Dryad's permission, of course. He took the blushing and fainting from her as a yes as he laid her up against her tree and sat atop one of its higher branches. He sighed as he saw the two teams get ready. He understood that this helped them, but it was stupid, making them think war was a game and battles meant nothing. No wonder demigods died in such high numbers. As the battle started, he felt a dark presence in the background. He frowned and dashed off to the presence. He was met by a boy roughly 13 years old with an eye patch over his left eye. He wore dark jeans and a red shirt with a leather jacket. Who are you, and tell me why you are summoning beasts within camp, boy, he says, turning on his eyes and drawing Yamato. I am Ethan Nakamura, and I am doing this to end that son of Poseidon, he says, before barely dodging the slice from the man's weird glowing sword as it still gave him a nasty cut on his cheek. He shivered in fear at seeing the man's eyes. He quickly let out a whistle as the shadows enveloped him and took him away. Naruto groaned as something about the boy made him miss. It felt like he held something inside him. And now he was gone. The beasts he summoned were gone, and he heard clamor behind him, and not the kind he heard before. He quickly made his way to the battleground to see Percy struggling against two hellhounds. He intercepted one that was about to lunge and sliced its head off with Yamato, and fired a blade of wind chakra, slicing the second one in half. He stood and turned to Percy, who was just being claimed. Finally, this stupid quest can get started, he thought. Moments later, oh, how wrong he was. They had spent the last few hours describing what Percy being a son of Poseidon meant. Just freaking tell him about the asshole being pissed over losing his toy already. He yelled out in annoyance. He was sick and tired of this runaround crap. Chiron frowned. How did you know of it? He asked him. Naruto looked at him blankly. I am a champion of Hestia and I had a demigod dream about it around Christmas time. I'm surprised the asshole took so long to notice, he says, ignoring the thunder rumbling outside. Chiron sighs and starts explaining it to Percy. He zoned out as he knew it all already. Once Percy went up to the attic, Naruto stood up. Well, tell him once he's done with all this annoying stuff that I am coming too, he says as he heads to the door. Why do you think you are going? He hears Annabeth say. If anyone should be going, it's me. I've been here longest and I need a quest, she says until he bops her on the head. Get rid of that I am better than you pride. Seniority at camp means shit when someone is more skilled than you. I fought that army of beasts those years ago and I am much stronger as of now. Just because you think you're smarter doesn't mean you are. My mother's blessing gives me complete knowledge of anything referring to monsters, titans, gods, and anything else in between, he says, lying though his grandmother had given him all that info. She glared at him, but he just left. As he left to go back to his cabin, he found Luke on the porch leaning against it. Don't hold it against Annabeth for how she acts. She gets that from her mother. She is a kind girl when it doesn't show up, he says, making Naruto pinch the bridge of his nose. I know Luke, but she reminds me of someone I used to know. She thought she was the best because she always scored highest on tests, but in battle she would fail. Knowledge can be helpful, but only when you can back it up with strength, he says as he heads down the porch steps. Also, a boy named Ethan summoned the Hellhounds. Was he the one that brought you towards the dark path? He asked quietly, getting a small nod from Luke. I'll have to deal with him later. I need to get ready for an annoying quest I have to be on, he said as headed towards his cabin and went inside to grab his scroll. He left a clone here to gather nature energy just in case he needed it. He'd rather have it set up than have to do it in battle, though he'd try and prevent battle from happening as these kids were too unskilled. He left the cabin to notice Percy, Grover, and Annabeth going into a van. He could see Annabeth smirking at him as she closed the door. Oh, I am so beating that hubris out of her, he thought as he went to Chiron. Did the quest members leave? Didn't I say I was going to be one of the members? He said, glaring at the horseman. Chiron cleared his throat nervously. It is Percy's decision who goes on the quest, he says as he avoids his glare. And yet Annabeth most likely forced herself on the quest. Screw this, I'm going, he says, leaving the house. Chiron tried to stop him, but he disappeared in an orange flash. Greyhound bus. Annabeth was regretting leaving Naruto behind. She thought she had it under control as they got on the bus, but when all three Furies appeared she started to worry. She lent Percy her cap to go escape, but then in an orange flash Naruto appeared behind the Furies and Percy did something stupid and dangerous. He made the bus veer into a wall. Naruto's reflexes helped him correct the bus so it wouldn't crash and knocked Percy out. He quickly casted a sleep genjutsu through the mist, making all mortals pass out. The idiot of a boy seriously almost crashed the bus and could have killed numerous mortals. He'd definitely deal with him later. First, he had to deal with the Furies. He frowned at them. Really, you three just have a lot of problems with kids, don't you? He says as he walks forward, summoning his truth-seeking orbs. The Fury with the whip frowned. Watch out, sisters, this is the child of chaos. He ended you both with those orbs and made me explode. He can clone himself and control wind and is somehow immune to hellfire, she says, shocking the two others. One takes a step back and Naruto notices. He quickly sends an orb turned into a thin spinning drill through that one's head, killing her instantly. He dashed forward at great speed and drew forth a bone spike from his palm and pierced the other one, turning it to golden dust. He quickly points it at the whip-wielding one and glares at her. You can either leave by yourself to deliver a message or I kill you and you deliver it anyways. Tell Hades I am coming to get Sally and I wish to speak to him peacefully, he said in a deadly calm voice, making the Fury freeze. Now will you leave or do I have to kill you? He asks her, snapping her out of the trance. She nods and backs away slowly until she is out of the bus and flies away. Naruto sighs and draws in the bone spike. It still felt weird to use, but it made a great quick weapon. He turned around to see Annabeth staring at him nervously and Grover shivering in fear. Grab the idiot and meet me outside, he said as he walked out, stepping over Percy. Grover grabbed Percy as Annabeth grabbed their things. They went out to see Naruto standing near a fire. Good. Now lay the idiot down and tell me why the hell did you try to leave me behind? If I didn't get here in time, those mortals could have died from that idiot stunt. I told you that you weren't ready for a quest, Annabeth, and yet you forced yourself on it anyways, he says with a sigh. I wanted to prove myself. She yells at him, getting a hit to the back of the head. Stop hitting me. I know what Percy did was stupid. I told him to leave, but he didn't. She yells at him, only to be silenced from his glare. He groaned and just turned away. Fine, you can stay, but you listen to me. This is like a mission, and I have more experience, and have fought monsters more, he says, getting a begrudging nod from her. He turned to Percy and woke him up with a smack to his head. Percy got up with a groan and noticed Naruto glaring down at him. Hi, he said nervously until he got hit on the back of his head twice. Oh. What the hell was that for? He asks, but silencing up when he saw his red eyes. I hit you twice because not only endangering mortals by almost crashing the bus, he yells, glaring at him, and then you abandoned your team. Those who break the rules are trash, but those that abandon their friends is worse than trash, he says in a serious tone. Percy nods solemnly. I am sorry. I was just worried about them, and it was the only thing I could think of, he said as Naruto sighed. You're lucky I arrived in time, or you would be the murder of numerous mortals on your hands. Now rest up, we leave in the morning. I am taking over this mess of a quest since you being in control nearly resulted in numerous deaths, he said, making Percy nod, but he understood. They pulled out their sleeping bags and went to bed with Naruto watching over them. He sits next to the fire, and sighed as Hestia appeared next to him. I heard your message. Hades agreed to your meeting as long as you do not attack anyone. He won't allow a marker there, so you need to get there yourself, but I fear he isn't the one behind it, as he is missing his item of power as well, she says, patting his hand that was on the log and squeezing it slightly, though stopped after a blush appeared on her face. He smiled and nodded. Thank you, Hestia. I figured he wasn't it, as in my dream the crows were trying to stop the battles. Also, I recently got another version of the dream. I think I know who really is behind all this, he says, getting a frown from Hestia. Next morning the group woke up to see Naruto in a meditative pose. What's he doing? Percy asked, confused, as Grover gasped. He's drawing nature, he says, shocked as Naruto grows weird marks. He grows two light blue wavy lines that were about an inch thick with blue eyelids. He opens his eyes and they gasp. His pupils were light blue and yellow irises. He stood up. You are right, Grover, this is my sage mode. I can harness nature. I think I know where the Master Bolt is. I can feel its energy presence, he says as he looks to them. Pack up, we are heading west, he says as he dismisses most of Sage Mode, resulting in flowers growing around his feet. It was only enough to erase the markings. They nod and get ready to leave. Grover was staring at Naruto in awe. Naruto just groaned and led them to a place reading Auntie M's Gnome Emporium. I felt something here that might be able to help us. Stay outside until I say it's clear, he says, walking and leaving them behind. He walks inside knowing there was a monster inside. This one felt cursed though, and he was curious about it. Hello dear, how may I help you? He hears a woman's voice say from behind a bead curtain. She was wearing a dark green dress with a shroud over her face. He couldn't feel any other people in the store, so he turned on his eyes behind a hinge and saw an owl with its claws tore into her shoulder. It was a curse from Athena. He could only think of two people cursed by Athena, and she didn't look like a giant spider. This was Medusa, cursed for being with Poseidon in her temple. More proof of the gods being too quick to punish. He walked up to her. He could feel kindness in her and sadness of being cursed. From what he remembered, Medusa hadn't been too evil. She was trapped, being unable to look people in the eyes or show her face. He walked up to her and smiled. Well, you can help me, but how about I help you first? He says, placing the sun mark on her forehead. She was shocked, having this random man put his hand on her. Sage art, nature purification, he says, coursing the small amount of nature chakra he had stored and sent it coursing through her, destroying her curse. The snakes in her hair screeched as they died, and she felt a tingling sensation in her eyes. What did you do to me? She asks in fear as she puts her hands up to her head to feel no snakes. She takes off her shroud to see her long black hair returned and rushed over to a mirror to see her yellow snake eyes gone and her blue eyes back. She looked to the horned man in shock. Why, you destroyed Athena's curse? Why, I am a monster, she asked, confused. He shrugs his shoulders. Well, Athena can be a bit weird, and it wasn't your fault Poseidon took you there, he said, walking further into her emporium. Though I need help finding the entrance to the underworld. You know where that is? He asks, looking at some stone statues. Medusa frowns. Who are you? To be able to break a god's curse is unheard of, she says, walking after him. Name's Naruto. Otsutsuki, child of chaos and nature, can always help people return to their purest state. You can live your life now. Now about that entrance to the underworld. I may have great knowledge, but even I don't know where all it moved over when the Greeks traveled west, he said, poking a stone bird, turning it back to life as it flew away. Thank you for saving me. I'll be right back with the location of it, she says as she rushes off. He frowned as he kept poking small stone animals so they could be free. He would have revived the people, but that would take more nature energy that he could absorb at the time. Maybe one day he'd be able to save them, but until then he just focused on sealing them away. Minutes later, Medusa returned and handed him a slip of paper reading DOA Record Studio. Los Angeles, California. He pocketed it and smiled at her. Why, thank you, Medusa, you have been very helpful. I hope you enjoy your new chance at life. Just keep this on your arm so you can hide from the gods. Just put it on your arm, or something. He hands her his camo tag. Also take this if you ever need me. He then hands her a marker and waves goodbye. Medusa smiled and cried some tears of joy at finally being able to live a normal life and maybe find love. As Naruto was walking back, Shinji chimed in, so why did you do that? You could have just ended her, as she was a monster, he asked, curious. He shrugged his shoulders. It was mostly Poseidon's fault, and he didn't even try to help her, just kind of threw her away. If he had blessed her, it would have broken Athena's curse, as he is one of the big three. I saved her to give her the life Athena took from her, he replied, making Shinju smile. If it was anyone else, they would have just killed Medusa, but Naruto saw that she was just screwed over and decided to help. Shinju liked that about his grandson. He knew who could be helped, and who was a lost cause. Naruto got back to the group and smiled. I got the address. We are heading for LA. I have a meeting with Hades, he says as he brandishes the address. How are we going to get there? Annabeth asks with a frown as she looks at the address. We have meager money and can't fly. Plus we have a deadline, Percy says, somewhat annoyed at Naruto's hijacking of the quest. Naruto sighs and rubs his chin. I could summon foxes, as they are fine with being used for transport. Hawks would work too, but since Percy is here, we can't really fly in assholes territory, he says, making the sky rumble and makes Percy confused, but the look from Annabeth told him no to ask. So, foxes it is, Grover says, confused. Do you have like a whistle to call him, or what? He asks. Nope, we do this. He runs his hands through the hand signs and slams his hands down. Fox contract. Smoke envelopes the clearing, and when it dies down, 4 horse-sized foxes are looking around. 3 of them have 4 tails, and the 4th has 5 tails. Naruto-sama, how may we help you today? The 5-tailed one with dark red fur asks, as the 4-tailed ones, all having varying gray coats, run around being hyper. I need a ride for me and my 3 friends for as long as you can go, possibly somewhere near food if you don't mind, Taro, he says, making the fox smile and nod. We would be honored. We can make it some distance before tiring out. Kami knows the Mato triplets have a lot of energy, he says as he barks at the 3 foxes, making them sit and calm down. He turns to the others and smiles. You 3 will take the Mato triplets, and I will take Taro. They are sentient foxes and very proud creatures, so show respect, he says, getting on top of Taro. The others get on top of theirs nervously. How can you summon animals? Annabeth asks, curious. Ability of my mother. Now foxes away! He yells, making them burst off. Annabeth screams for a bit as the foxes burst off. Grover holds on for dear life and Percy just focuses on holding on. Naruto chuckles as he holds on with chakra as the foxes jump over various obstacles and cars. Annabeth passes out, but the fox she was on keeps her on him with its tails. Grover and Percy are fine, but Grover almost falls off once, so he is being held on with the tails. They run for many hours until they stop at a fast food place and let them off. Naruto looked around and noticed they weren't too far from Las Vegas from the road signs he saw and referenced back to his map. Percy woke Annabeth up as Grover stood shakily off his fox. Naruto smiled to the foxes and created some raw meat for them to devour. Thanks again, guys, and don't worry, I am giving you guys the sage info as well. Most likely after my daughter gets back, he says, getting nods from them. Thank you very much, Naruto-sama. You do great honor to Kurama's blessing, he says before they dispel. Naruto smiles sadly before turning to them. Well, let's get something to eat. I'm paying, he says as he leads them inside. As he is paying, he hears a motorcycle rumble loudly outside. And he smiles, feeling the presence outside. Perfect, he thinks with a smile. Now he just needs Percy to be his usual self, and everything will be great. He summons two small two-tailed foxes the size of small dogs and gives them the orders. It's time to bring back the most unpredictable ninja. That's it for this reading. Hit like and subscribe for a free ticket pass going to the different worlds of anime fan fiction. Looking forward to having you on board again. After the war, the village betrays him. Only 3 people left close to him. The bijou resealed against their wills. In an attempt to bring the bijou back to him so he could save them, he inadvertently reforms the jubi. After speaking to it, he finds out who his real mother is. Kaguya Otsutsuki, the woman he defeated in the war. Descendant of Amaterasu and the Shinju. Before we start, kindly like and subscribe to this channel and look over the description box for the author of this amazing storyline. Welcome aboard! Chapter 6. Naruto smiled as he and the others sat down just in time for Ares to burst through the doors of the fast food restaurant. He had the patrons under a misillusion so no trouble would be caused. He could feel the bolt and the helm in Wargood's bike as his foxes went to work. He just needed to mess with Ares a bit. Well, if it isn't the war god. What could you possibly want with this little ragtag bunch, he says, smirking at Ares. Ares frowned. The son of Chaos wasn't supposed to be on this quest. He had a bad feeling he was being played but shook it off, deciding that no one could get the drop on him. Well, isn't this an interesting group? Son of Barnacle Beard and Owlhead with a satyr and a demi-primordial. I just came to visit and offer you all some help, he says, stealing a seat and sitting down next to the table. Naruto has to struggle to hold back a smile as he can see Percy clenching his fist, being influenced by Ares' aura. Why would we need your help, Percy says, glaring at the war god. Now, normally Naruto would have smacked him, but he needed this. He needed to keep Ares from his bike long enough for the foxes to do their jobs. Two-tailed foxes were special. They had the ability to transform into perfect replicas of items, aura and all. He sent the foxes to switch out the real godly items for imitations, and send the real one to the fox's summoned realm for the time being. Of course, he had them leave a marker on Ares' bike so he could get to him at any time. Ares chuckled at Percy. I like your guts, but when an Olympian comes offering help, you take it. I can offer you transportation, info, and supplies. All I ask is for you all to go retrieve my shield for me, then I can give you a ride to the west, he says, lowering his sunglasses to give Percy a view of his flaming eyes. Naruto noticed they were much wilder and harsh flames compared to Hestia's, whose eyes were calming to look into. He shook off the thought, as she was his patron. He went to focus more on the conversation just in time. Why should we go and grab your stupid shield? Just do it yourself, Percy says to Ares in a harsh tone. Annabeth looks at him in shock while Naruto finally lets out a laugh. He has a point, Ares. We have supplies in my seals. We have transportation with my foxes, or even another way, and I already know whatever you are planning to tell us, he says, staring Ares dead in the eyes, ignoring Ares' anger. Also, I can feel ill intentions rolling off you in waves, Ares. We don't have time to do this as we are on a deadline to stop war, he says as he stands up, making Ares do so as well. You might be a son of that old bitch Chaos, but don't think you can do whatever you want, he yells, melting his glasses. Naruto frowns. Just because of my lineage doesn't mean I think of myself as all-powerful. I just know when to decline an offer that could get these kids in danger, he says, summoning his eyes. Though you might want to watch your back, as you just called the creator of everything an old bitch, he says as he motions for the kids to follow him. Ares pales a bit before storming off. You will regret it, kid. I can make it so you will always fail in battle, he says, slamming open the door. Sure, and the asshole can kill me with his lightning. He yells at Ares as he absent-mindedly swats away a bolt like it was a fly, making it crash into a street sign that was across the street. The bones he used as an insulator with a bit of wind chakra infused in them on his hand were a bit charred, so he made them break off and fall to the ground, turning to ash. Ares glares heavily at him and storms off. What the hell were you thinking? Annabeth yells at him. He sighs and looks at her. We have a deadline. We don't need anything from him, and he would most likely bring us near trouble. All we need to do is eat, grab some food for the foxes and be on our way, he says as he grabs the food from inside and brings it out. Eat up and then we can get going. I need to talk to a summons of mine alone, he says as he walks off. Why is he all in charge? It's my quest, Percy says grumbling. He needed to get to Hades and save his mother and get the bolt from him. Grover pats his friend on the shoulder. Percy, the thing with Naruto is that he has insane powers ranging from cloning himself, use of those weird floating orbs, his eyes and his own bones. He has survived to be 20 or so and has experience. He is only doing this to keep us safe, he says, making Percy frown. As that was going on, Naruto walked away from their hearing range and summoned another fox. It was a small one-tailed fox. So did the twins do their mission? He asks it. The fox smiles and nods. Yes, Naruto-sama, the items are in this scroll, a small scroll proof in existence. Also they placed the marker and are in position. Did your side go over well? She asks as she sits down. He nods. Yes, it went perfect, Yumi. Ares went away none the wiser and he is planning to attack us later on, but that is perfect for what I have planned. Only thing left needed is Hades' agreement to the deal I have thought up, he says, pocketing the scroll. True, he could just give them back, but he needed to prove Ares took it and that he was being controlled by a certain titan. Yumi nodded. We are ready whenever you need us for travel. Until next time, Naruto-sama, she says as she disappears in a puff of smoke. Naruto sighed as he looked up at the sky. He really didn't want to be on this stupid quest, but it was either tag along or let Percy be his idiotic self and possibly go off on numerous tangents, wasting time. He walked back to the group and sat down with them. We can leave in 10 or so minutes. We need to head to Los Angeles as we need to retrieve something from Hades, he says as Percy nods along. Yeah, we need to save my mother and get the bolt from him, he says, getting a smack to the back of the head. Hades doesn't have the bolt. Why would the god of death want more work? He lost his helm of darkness during the solstice as well. We are going to save Sally and strike up a deal with Hades, he says as Percy rubs his head. Now eat up so we can leave, he says as he conjures up a bowl of ramen. The ramen he made with Hestia's blessing was always the best. Another reason he liked the woman. She was kind, sweet, beautiful, and much more. He blushed a bit and shook those thoughts out of his head. He can't be having these feelings for her, can he? After a few minutes of confused thinking for Naruto, he summoned the sane foxes back to him. We need to go to Los Angeles. After that we should be fine, he says to Taro as the triplets get the others situated. Taro nods. We will get you there in record time and protect you if there is any troubles, he says as they dash off. Naruto keeps an eye out for any monsters as they went through Las Vegas and towards LA. He could feel some auras near a hotel. They felt like powerful demigods, but he shook it off as he focused on the task at hand. As they slowly made their way towards LA, he used the nature energy he still held inside to boost his senses. He felt Ares following behind them a good distance back, and he could feel the auras of the fake godly tools. They gradually made their way to LA, and the foxes got them as close to DOA recording studios as possible, as the aura of it kept them from going too close. Okay everyone, Hades is expecting us, so it shouldn't be that bad. Though do not piss Hades off, he says, looking to Percy mainly. Percy grumbles, but they nod and walk inside. They enter a waiting room with ghosts floating all around. The kids look around while Naruto walks up to the front. Hello Sharon, I believe Hades is expecting us. My patron Hestia informed him, he said, getting the ferryman's attention. He raised an eyebrow in confusion until his phone rang and he answered it. Yes sir? Yes, they are here. Oh, they are allowed in? Even the little kids? If you say so, he says before hanging up. He looks to Naruto and nods. Hades is expecting you, so just head down the elevator, and it should take you directly there instead of the runaround, he says, waving them off. Naruto smiled. Why thank you sir. He turns back to the kids to see Percy staring in shock at one of the ghosts. It was Gabe. Naruto walked up to him and activated his eyes. Gabe, are you harassing Percy here? He says, making the apparition of the man scurry back in fear. Those eyes! Those eyes! He yells, going into panic. Percy looks to Naruto in shock. Why is Gabe scared of your eyes, and why is he dead? Mom told me you both kicked him out, he asks, confused. Naruto sighs and shrugs his shoulders. I ended his life as she was afraid of what he might do, and to be honest, he was a terrible human being, he says, shocking the kids. Now come on. Hades is expecting us, he says as he goes to the elevator. The kids nervously follow behind until they are all in the elevator. Once in, Naruto hits the button with Hades' symbol on it. The ride down is silent as they stood nervously minus Naruto. When the doors open, they see themselves in a throne room in front of a throne made of obsidian and bones. Well, how nice of you to join us. My sister spoke great things of you, Hades says as he stands from his throne. Hades had shoulder-length straight black hair and dark eyes. He wore pitch-black toga that seemed to be made of shadows. Lord Hades, thank you for welcoming us to your realm. I am here to negotiate Sally Jackson in return for your helm. All I ask for is help exposing the culprit to the council, he says in a respectful tone as he bows to him. Hades was one of the only gods he had respect for besides Hermes, Demeter, and Hestia. Hades got the crap end of the stick and was banished just for his domain. Naruto knew how it felt to be shunned for something out of your control. He looked to the others and gave them a look telling them to bow as well. Hades raised an eyebrow at this. He knew the boy wasn't being sarcastic, but from what he heard from various sources that he had trailing him that this boy did not show any respect to any higher-up gods. He downright disrespected Zeus at every chance he got. Stand, son of chaos, and let us talk more of this deal, he says, creating seats for all of them. Naruto nods and sits down. The one who stole your helm also stole the bolt, but I fear he is being controlled by an old enemy. Someone you should be familiar with since he is your father, he says, making Hades nod. Yes, I have felt him stirring inside Tartarus, but my brother won't believe me. He thinks it's a ploy to overthrow him, he says with a tired sigh. All I ask is for you to help broadcast the fight with the culprit, to help broadcast the confession as well, he asks with a bow. Hades strokes his chin. Fine, but I get my helm back right now as I can feel it on you, then I will help you with the rest, he says, extending his hand. Naruto nods and smiles, pulling out the scroll containing the godly items. He unrolls and unseals his heel. It is a pure black helm with swirling gray wisps on it. He places it in Hades' hand and bows. Hades smiles as he puts it on his head. Okay, so how do you want me to help you exposing him? He asks as the helm changes into a dark crown. Naruto smiles. Just be sure the fight broadcasts to all the council, and we need a quick exit from here to seem like you kicked us out, he said as he stood. What about my mom? Percy yells, annoyed. They had just given Hades back his helm without getting his mother first. Hades frowns and snaps his fingers, and shadows gather to form a screen, and the image of Sally laying on her bed appears on it. She is safely returned home unharmed. You are welcome, son of Poseidon, he says, slightly glaring at the boy, making him shrink back in fear. Hades turns back to Naruto. You focus on the perpetrator, and I will broadcast it all. Good luck, son of chaos, he says, tapping him on the forehead. You are always welcome back here. You are quite respectful, he says with a smile. Naruto nods and bows to Hades again. Thank you, Lord Hades, and if you ever need me, use this, he says, handing him a marker, or just contact my patron, he says as he stands. Hades nods and pockets it. Now I am sorry if there is a rough exit, but it is for the sake of acting, he says, snapping his fingers, enveloping the group in shadows. San Francisco Beach, if that's where the fight is, but it is now XD. Thankfully, Naruto's shinobi instincts helped him land on the water gracefully as the others fell in. He summons clones to help them as he walks towards the figure in front of them. He frowned as Ares walked up to him. Did old bonehead kick you out? Surprised he didn't kill you, though. I wanted the honor of that, he says, drawing his blade. Naruto mentally dispels the clone back in camp, causing the nature energy to flow into him, making the sage markings appear. You knew he didn't have it, didn't you? And that's because you have it, he says, making Ares frown. How the hell do you know that? He asks as he pulls out the bolt and helm before smirking. Oh well, I'll just place the blame on you and Barnacle Baird's kid. It'll seem like I was saving Olympus, he says as Naruto frowns. Oh, poor Ares, the proud god of war, now lowered to a goon to obey some chunks of flesh down in a pit, he says, making Ares glare heavily at him. No one controls me. That dream wasn't real. He can't be back, he yells, having his eyes briefly but very clearly flash gold. Naruto smirked as he walked forward, keeping the clones back to watch after Percy and company, knowing Percy he'd rush into and fight Ares. You get all that, Hades? He asks, causing the death god to appear floating above them. Hades smirks. Why yes, I did, and so did the entire Olympian Council. I have fulfilled my deal, but I wish to keep broadcasting this. I can tell it'll be a good fight, he says as he sits in a floating throne. Ares glares at Hades and then back to Naruto. How the hell does Bonehead have the helm? I have it! He yells, shaking it for it, and the bolt to turn into two foxes with twin tails each. Dispel! Naruto yells to the twins, getting their attention as they poof away, and Ares stares at him in shock. Oh, I knew you had them long ago, and at the fast food restaurant I made the twins replicate them as I pocketed the real ones. I could have ended the quest, but I wanted to prove the asshole that things were going on that he needs to know about. Now, Ares, you can either take your punishment peacefully, going back to Olympus, or I can restrain you, he says, making Ares roar in anger, charging at him with his sword. Naruto sighs and quickly blocks it with a bone pulse he drew out of his palms. He didn't have enough time to unseal Tenno or Yamato as Ares was fast. Not too fast, but enough to catch him off guard. He blocked wild slashes from the war god as he yelled in rage. You will not make a fool of me! He yells as Naruto blocks every strike. You did that yourself! He yells back, dodging backwards as he fired finger bones at the war god, making him recoil in pain. That gave him enough time to unseal Tenno and draw it. He had to push for a Susanoo. Hopefully it would give him a rib cage and an arm. He takes a deep breath. Susanoo, he yells, shrouding himself in silver energy as vertebrae appeared behind him. Slowly the ribs formed, and then it got appeared behind him. Slowly the ribs formed, and then it got difficult. Naruto had to push forward to grow an arm and create tendons. He tried for another arm, but the most he could get was a bone arm with no tendons. He also couldn't make it form a head. Ares looked at him in confusion. What the hell is that? He yells. Naruto takes some breaths and looks to Ares. The one who will bring you back to Olympus, he says as he swings his fist down on the war god. Ares tries to block but finds his sword shattered into a million pieces as the glowing fist crashes down into him, sending him barreling into the ground mercilessly. Naruto groans as the motorcycle transforms into a huge boar and crashed into him, cracking the Susanoo's ribs. He groans as he struggles to keep the ribs together. He grabs the boar and throws it far away just as Ares breaks the Susanoo arm without tendons. Not so tough are you, he says with a smirk as he spits out Incher. Naruto knows he can't reform it nor repair it as it takes too much energy to even keep it on for a long period of time. He feels a pull in his gut as he looks down to the sand, and he gets an idea. If Shinju is all the Bijuu together, then he should be able to use their abilities. He jumped back and let the Susanoo fall. He took some deep breaths as he remembered how Shikaku was and how he looked. He felt a pull and went with it. He opened his eyes to reveal the eyes of Shikaku beast transformation. One tail, he says as sand starts to collect around him, forming claws and tails and the markings of Shikaku. Ares was confused as suddenly the sand exploded, and when the vision died down, all that was left was a massive raccoon made of sand with strange markings and weirder tail. The fuck? He says until the sand around him stabs him in multiple places. Now I don't have much time in this form, so I'll make this quick, he says in a voice that sounded like a mix between his and Shikaku's, but he knew it wasn't as Shinju was still intact inside him. Kid, I will explain how this is even possible later. Just focus on incapacitating Ares for now, Shinju says as he keeps the transformation up. Somehow Naruto was able to access the old fractions of himself. He figured it was because he held all their souls together at one point, and since he was a natural at using his cloaked form, it only made sense that he could pull off beast transformations. Naruto nodded as Ares broke the sand spikes that drove through his arms. Brad, I've fought scarier looking things. This isn't shit compared to them, he says, smirking as he summons another sword. Naruto smirks and opens his mouth. Slowly orbs of clear and dark energy start gather and collecting in front of his mouth. Naruto kept in mind the ratio of forming Bijudama as it got larger. Once stable, he looked Ares as he charged at him and yelled Bijudama, firing the orb at him at a great speed. Ares never saw it coming as it hit him dead on and exploded fiercely. The sand around them was turned to glass as Naruto moved his tail in front of Percy and the others. Hades was in shock but smiled, glad that this demigod liked him and helped him. Percy was staring with his mouth wide open at this all. At the beginning he wanted to fight Ares, but he was glad he didn't as he feared he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Annabeth had the biggest glint in her eyes as she drooled. She couldn't wait to question him about these interesting abilities. Grover fainted once the massive skeleton formed, so he'd be filled in later. When the smoke and dust died down, Ares was shown heavily injured in the center of the glass crater. His clothes were all but evaporated, leaving his leather jeans now shorts, losing his shirt, jacket, armor, boots, weapons, and anything else on him. His arm was mangled and the other burnt beyond recognition. He was bleeding a steady flow of ensure and was clearly unconscious from the pain of being hit with the equivalent of an atom bomb. Naruto, still in his beast transformation, poked Ares, sending medical chakra into him to at least heal the cuts and stabilize him. He eased out of the transformation, making the sand ripple off him, and his eyes returned to their sapphire blue color. Once it was all away, he buckled over. Hades quickly caught him. Nice job, Naruto. Now let us go to Olympus, as I believe you all have a bolt to return and Ares needs medical attention, he says as the others nod, still in shock. Naruto quickly unseals the bolt and tosses it to Percy. It's your quest. You deliver, he says in a hoarse voice, exhausted from using Susanoo and an untested beast transformation. He definitely trained like hell to get the other forms. Hades nods and snaps his fingers, taking them all away to Olympus. Olympus Council. Beginning of the fight. Zeus was in shock. His own son, being controlled by the remains of his father, had stolen his bolt and his brother's helm. Now the son of Chaos had summoned a terrifying skeletal construct. Artemis shivered a bit at the Susanoo but noticed it wasn't as complete as it used to be. Ares was getting off lucky. She was angered that her Roman side took over and made her fight Naruto. She feared how Ares would fare against it, though it looked weak, so he might be able to break it with brute strength. Apollo and Hermes were taking bets who would win with the other gods and goddesses. Sufficient to say Naruto was winning. Hephaestus was tinkering with things and recording the fight as blackmail material, and so he could broadcast it on his Hephaestus TV. Demeter smirked at Hestia as she blushed at seeing her champion fighting so masterfully. She had been having feelings for her champion for a year or so now and was struggling to admit them. Demeter was the only one who knew of them, as she was the only one who wouldn't judge her and actually help her. Aphrodite could swear she felt love in the room but couldn't for the life of her pinpoint it. It felt so strong but hidden. It annoyed her she couldn't read it. Athena was angry at the blonde. He destroyed Medusa's curse and she could not find Medusa anywhere. She would definitely question them about this idiocy. Medusa sullied her temple in her eyes, that was deserving. Poseidon was a bit annoyed. This was supposed to be his son's quest, but after seeing Ares and the son of Chaos fighting, he was somewhat glad his son didn't fight the war god. Hera was upset that she wasn't able to get the demigod to possibly become her champion. She didn't like such a powerful demigod not under the control of the council. The fight was intense when all of a sudden it got even more intense as the son of Chaos transformed into a gigantic raccoon made of sand. The voice was bone-chilling. Just what else can the damn boy do? Zeus yells in rage. The boy was too powerful for his own good. First that skeleton thing, and now he could change into a beast taller than any monster besides Typhon, and even bigger than the gods in their full height. Hestia was surprised. Naruto had told her of the Bijou and of Shinju, but she never knew he could transform into them, but she felt he just recently discovered it. She frowned as Ares was hit with the Bijudama, but she knew that while under Kronos' control, Ares would have stopped until he was unconscious. Wow, Hestia, your champion is full of surprises, Hera says to her with a frown. Hestia nodded and frowned. She knew Hera was trying to get her to give Naruto away. Over the years she has been trying adamantly to do so. Once the battle was over, they flashed over to Olympus and Hestia went to her champion and took her aged form to help him walk. She gave Hades a thankful look that he smiled and waved off. She helped him over to the hearth where he sat for the proceedings since he wasn't officially on the quest. Hence how she was able to help him without breaking any ancient laws. She sat next to him in her younger form and silently held his hand. He was unconscious from overstressing his body, but in his sleep, he held her hand back, making her blush darkly. After some time Zeus looked over to her. Luckily she let go by then. Sister, wake your champion, we need to speak to him, he says, glaring at the unconscious man. She frowns and gently shakes him. Naruto, I'm sorry to wake you, but Zeus requests your attendance, she says, making him stir and open his eyes. He smiled at her and got up shakily. She helped him up, and once he stood, he rubbed her shoulder and smiled. Thanks, Hestia, he says as he summons a Shakujo to help him walk. He groaned as he got to the center of the throne room and frowned at Zeus as the god was glaring at him, most likely trying to find a way to smite him for no real reason. What is it? As you can see, I am very exhausted after fighting a controlled Ares and using an untested technique, he says, leaning more on the monk's staff. Zeus glared at him. You have been called in under suspicion of breaking a goddess's curse, he says, looking to Athena. She nods and stands. You broke a curse on Medusa. How do you plead, she asks. He groans and looks to Hestia, who nods reassuringly. I broke the curse because she has no reason to be cursed, he says, making Athena glare and Annabeth frown. She was cursed because Poseidon took her to your temple. She had no idea it was your temple. You curse her because you can't curse Poseidon, he says, and turns to Poseidon. And then you just abandon her even though your blessing could break her curse, but you just left her alone. I decided to give her back the life you gods took, he says, tuning back to Zeus. Think of it this way. I removed a threat and neutralized it in a peaceful way instead of the asshole's constant smiting, he says, making Zeus grow red in anger. He had enough. In a quick motion he fired his master bolt at Naruto, only to be shocked. Naruto held out a hand and turned on his eyes. Preta-path, he thought as he absorbed the bolt with ease. Preta-path was the only Rinnegan path he could use without trouble or the need of help from Shinju. Stop with the fucking smiting for no good reason, he yells in annoyance. I just got you that back and the first thing you do is try to zap me, he yells as he walks back over to Hestia. We didn't dismiss you. You still need to be punished for injuring Ares, he says, making Naruto laugh hysterically. He attacked me first, which I would like to point out is against ancient laws. He was under the control of a titan and would have killed me and stolen your bolt again if I didn't stop him, so instead of trying to punish me for no reason, how about a thank you? He says, staring at Zeus with an annoyed look on his face. Zeus glares at him and sits down, going silent. He refused to thank such an ungrateful demigod. Hera frowned and turned to Naruto. On behalf of my husband, I thank you for retrieving the bolt and saving us from going to war, she says, flashing him a kind smile. Naruto wasn't as dense as he used to be. He knew she was just doing that to seem nice. Now he knew that Zeus really did throw Hephaestus off Olympus from his knowledge, so she wasn't all that bad. He still didn't trust her all that much. He just nods and walks back to Hestia. I'm going back to the house. See you later, he says, flashing his patron a warm smile as he rubs her arm before flashing away. He can teleport? Hermes says, shocked. He thought only gods and goddesses could teleport places. Hestia nods. It is a technique his father created when he saw his mother flash away and grew the concept, which he was a natural at, she says, tending to the hearth, mostly to hide the blush on her face. Just who was his father if he managed to get the attention of Chaos? Apollo asks, semi-curious. Hestia frowns, wondering how much she should tell them. His father died shortly after Naruto's birth, so he's lived in his own for these 22 years. For the first 4 or so he was in an orphanage until they kicked him out, and he's lived on his own since then, she says, turning back to them. Hera frowns, curious as to his father was as well. Oregon Naruto sighed as he continued to use the shakujo as a walking stick as he made his way to his bedroom. He laid down on the bed and sighed in exhaustion before falling asleep. Hestia flashed into his room and smiled as she saw her champion sleeping. She wasn't one to ever fall in love. She was committed to keeping her vow but feared it might be broken in the near future. This thought brought a dark blush to her face as she shook it away. She knew she loved him. She fell for him nearly months after she told him that she had made him her champion. They had shared stories and food, which she discovered he was a great cook and incredibly family-orientated by the way that he behaved with Talia, both which happened to be turn-ons for her apparently. Hestia may be the virgin goddess, but that never meant she didn't want a child. It was just that Zeus was afraid of her having a child since she was the eldest child of their parents. She sighed as she ran her hand through his hair and leaned down, in a haze. As she inched her lips closer to his, once they were mere centimeters away, his eyes opened, and in shock Hestia lost her footing and their lips met. After what seemed to be hours to both of them, Hestia backed away shakily, her face as red as a cherry. I'm sorry, she says, trying to run only for Naruto to grab her wrist. Hestia, please don't run, talk to me. I'm your champion, I'm here for you, he said, looking into her warm eyes. He would definitely have to thank Shinju for waking him. Hestia nodded, still blushing, and sat down next to him on the bed. I need to be honest, for a year or more I have had feelings for you. I shouldn't be having these, but I do. I have never felt love like this ever, she says, blushing and looking down to her feet. Naruto smiled and held her hand. Hestia, you don't have to be afraid of having feelings. I have felt the same way as of late, and I was trying to decide how to tell you, so this kind of makes it easier. He strokes her cheek and smiles at her. You don't have to worry about Zeus, I won't let him do anything to us. I love you, Hestia, he says as he kisses her gently. She had never felt as happy as she did now as she kissed Naruto. He was very gentle with her, and she could feel he cared for her deeply. She kissed back and leaned more into it. As the kiss ended, as they needed a breath, they stared into each other's eyes. I love you too, Naruto, she says as she lays in his arms. Seconds later, smoke fills the room and an audible poof was heard, signaling a summon entering the room. When the smoke cleared, Talia was shown standing in front of the bed. Over the months her hair had grown to go past her shoulders, and one of her bangs was tied in a ponytail with beads dangling from it with the kanji for mountain, nest and bird painted on them, and a golden feather dangling from it as well. Her golden coat seemed to have embroidered flames on the bottom and the words Eagle Sage of Tsuneyama on the back of it, and Tsuneyama means nest mountain. In her sleeve Zetsu was obvious with his glowing eyes. Under the coat she wore a sleeveless black vest buttoned up all the way with dark jeans and boots on. Around her was Tsunade's necklace in clear view. Talia looked around until her eyes landed on her father, who had Hestia in his arms. She was shocked, and she went in protection mode. She used numerous times to guard him against single women. In one quick motion she jumped into her dad's arms and glared at Hestia. Naruto chuckled and hugged his daughter as Hestia still held onto his arm. Talia, I am glad you are back, but do not do that again. Me and Hestia were having a moment, he says, smiling down to her. Talia pouted, but she's a goddess. They don't date, she says, getting a bop on the head. You know Hestia is a virgin goddess, and has never been with anyone, plus she is different from the other goddesses and gods, he says, making her frown. Fine, but she better not hurt you, she said, glaring at the goddess who was blushing from being caught. Hestia smiled and held his hand. I have to go, but I'll be back, she says, laying a kiss on his cheek before flashing off. Naruto smiled as he ruffled Talia's hair. Do I have a story to tell you, he says as she swats his hand away with a smile. So do I, Dad. My sage training was intense, she says as she hugs her father again, and getting a warm hug in return. Over the next hour or two he listened intently to Talia's story. Apparently, the eagles drew their nature energy from the air, thus needing to be off the ground or at least in motion. It shocked him as he was taught to stay perfectly still, but at least the way she had to move was in the form of a fighting style, so she wouldn't be left defenseless, though if she didn't draw it all in one go she had to expel it all and try again. They also helped her get over her fear of heights, which she had been trying to in the past but stopped after she started focusing on the Rasengan. Though thankfully the eagles taught her the staying still method as well, he'd have to teach her the shadow clone technique. Talia explained how she was able to use nature energy easily once she got the drawing it in problem over with. Great job, Talia, he says, ruffling her hair with a kind smile. I am so proud of you, though I always have been proud of you, he says, making her smile happily as she swatted his hand away again. Thanks, Dad, she says with a smile. So, tell me what you have been doing while I was away besides getting a girlfriend, she says with the last part in annoyance. Naruto chuckles and pets her head. Well, while you were away a lot has happened, he says as he starts to tell his tale. He told her of his training and saving of Luke, which made her smile. He told her of Sally and of Percy, who turned out to be her cousin in a sense. He told her how he was very idiotic and how he met Annabeth, and how he found her too prideful. He mentioned the use of Susanoo, and how he had made amends with Artemis. He told her of the quest he took some control over and how he beat Ares mercilessly and returned the bolt and helm. And he finished up by telling her of the council meeting and how he yelled at Zeus and got annoyed at them all. Wow, Dad, you've had a busy schedule. Well, at least we can relax for now, she says as Zetsu slides out after waving to Naruto. Naruto nods and smiles. Let's hope it stays that way for now, he says as he lays back down with Talia next to him, as she too was exhausted from her training. 6 months later. I am terrible at writing dating scenes, so I will just mention stuff they did on dates. Over the 6 months Naruto had been training heavily to use more beast transformations. He was now up to 3 tails, nearly to 4 tails, and could finally summon a 2-armed basic Susanoo with minimal difficulty. The beast transformations were tiring, but he could keep them going for a few hours at most, and even use the abilities of each bijou. And basic means full body, tendons and head, but no weapons or extra arms heads. Talia was making great progress with her elemental Rasengan, as she had Sage mode to help keep it from getting out of hand. She was going for a lightning-based version. Her Sage mode was different as it made her hair turn light brown with a white undertone, like an eagle, with golden eyelids and dark green eyes, instead of just the eyelids and potential other markings like he had. Today he was taking a break from training as he stood in front of an incredibly fancy restaurant, as today was his and Hestia's date night. Over the months he and Hestia had grown even closer. Even Talia was opening up to her. She called her mom once by accident, something she denied adamantly, and with a furious blush on her face whenever mentioned. They went on numerous dates to various places, movies, diners, restaurants, and much more. They also made out numerous times, in her elder form of course. She never stayed in her younger form at his home, as that was only for Olympus. Tonight, he wanted it to be special, as he was going to ask her to marry him. He knew it wouldn't be until he became a god that they would truly marry, but he still wanted to ask her. He had rented out the entire restaurant to keep it just them. He even had clones doing everything for them. He checked the ring in his pocket. He had made it himself using the creation of all things to make the regular bronze and crystal release for the diamond on top of it. It had taken him a month or so, as he wanted to make it perfect for Hestia. It was a dazzling bronze band that he infused with celestial bronze. The diamond was colored like fire. It had hints of red, orange, and yellow in it, just like Hestia's eyes. He pocketed the ring again and took a deep breath just as Hestia arrived. He smiled as he stared at her. She was gorgeous. She wore a cream dress with a modest cut, showing barely any cleavage, and slit down from her knee down. In her elder form and in this new dress he could see her figure clearly, as it wasn't hidden in her baggy dress. She was a high C low D, but he wasn't a pervert, so he looked only for a second. She clearly had a nice hourglass figure as well, and her hair was down to her middle back. She blushed as she tried to cover herself with her hands, still embarrassed to be out of her normal dress, as it brought up memories of Hera and Aphrodite being terrible to her for being apparently prettier than them. But around Naruto she was able to be herself again. She had enjoyed the months she had been with him. She truly loved him, and their relationship was going along great. Demeter and Hermes were the only ones that knew and even helped keep attention from them. "Shall we go in?" she asks as she holds his hand. She was excited for today. She felt something big was going to happen, but couldn't think of what could possibly happen. Naruto steeled his nerves and led her to the table. He pulled out her chair for her, and then sat down. The dinner went nicely, as they talked about anything. They never ran out of things to say. They would talk about his past, her days on the council, and anything else that came up. When it came time for him to propose, the clones knew and left the dining room. He took one more deep breath and looked into her eyes. "Hestia, you know I love you and have loved every second of being with you for these 6 months, right?" he asks as she smiles and nods. "Of course, and I love you and being with you too." "What is this about?" she asked, confused. He took a deep breath and got down on one knee in front of her. "I know you are a goddess and I am but a demigod, but I love you, Hestia, with all my heart. So, Hestia, will you marry me?" he says, opening the ring case, showing her the ring. Hestia was speechless as she saw the ring. It was the most beautiful ring she ever had seen. She never expected him to propose. She knew he would be a god eventually, but then she remembered her vow. But that wasn't important at the time. She cried tears of joy as she held Naruto's hand. "Of course, Naruto. I love you so much," she says, making Naruto smile. He slides the ring onto her left ring finger and kisses her sweetly. "I cannot wait for the day when I become a god and can be with you forever," he says after she kisses him back. She was crying tears of joy as she stayed in the arms of the man she loved, overjoyed to have the opportunity to be with him forever. As they left, Hestia remembered something. "What happens if anyone notices the ring?" she asks, not wanting to ever take it off. He smiles and runs his finger over the ring. I enchanted it to only show itself to those who have no negative emotions towards me or you, so that means only Demeter and Hermes will see it, he says, making her smile as she held his hand. Also, my oath of being a virgin will bring problems, she says, blushing as the farthest they had ever gone was the time she put his hand on her breast as they kissed. Naruto smiled. Well, I'm sure Styx will give me some challenge in exchange for dissolving your vow, he says as they smile and walk on, hoping to stay together forever. 1 month later, the news of their engagement went well with Naruto's side of the family. Kaguya was overjoyed and cried whenever she saw the ring. Amaterasu tried smothering Hestia in hugs. Talia liked it as it meant Hestia was serious about it. Tsunade was happy for him for finding Hestia, as was Shizen. Gaara was glad that his closest friend found happiness, as he thought Naruto deserved it after how everything went before. Also, Hermes and Demeter congratulated her, and was glad she found someone. They also would work extra hard to help them hide it from the other gods and goddesses. Over the month they had spent the time loving the others' company and kissing, a lot of kissing. Naruto would be doing that right now if it wasn't for the news he received from a clone he left behind as a bird in camp. Ethan had poisoned Talia's tree and Chiron was getting all the blame. He was worried that would dispel Talia's clone, but found that the nature energy from being in the tree kept it alive, but the second it was to be removed it would dispel, causing a lot of trouble for him. He didn't really want Talia to exit the tree as then she would have to return, but even if she did go back, he would be there with her, and he would stay her father. Apparently, they issued a quest to find the Golden Fleece, an artifact capable of using nature energy to heal deadly wounds, grow plant life, and much more. Theoretically, if he drew in some of the cloth's abilities, he might be able to infuse it into something else. Both he and Talia were interested in it greatly, as it would make going into Sage Mode 1,000,000 times easier and might be able to boost his Mokuton abilities. He found out Percy went against camp orders and was choosing to hijack the quest. He swore the boy was a worse idiot than he was when he was young, and that's saying a lot. Currently he and Talia, in her Kushina disguise just to be safe, were following the quest. They had just left to go into the Sea of Monsters, which he learnt was in the Bermuda Triangle. Talia frowned at the water. Since she was a child of Zeus, they generally weren't allowed in the water, just like how Poseidon's kids weren't allowed to fly. She turned to her father. Now how are we supposed to follow them because you aren't ditching me, she says, crossing her arms and glaring at him. He chuckles and ruffles her hair. I got 2 solutions for that, he says, getting his hand swatted away. He unsealed a large gray hide, the hide of the Hydra, and threw it into the water. I offer this to Poseidon to ask permission for me and my daughter permission to travel through your domain, he says as the hide shimmers away and blue glow envelopes the both of them. I take that as a yes, he says, smiling at her. We still need a way of traveling, as I doubt even with our large Churka reserves either one of us could make it there without getting tired, she says, making Naruto nod. Yes, I have a way of fixing that. I just need to go into Sage Mode and then we can go, he says as he sits down, drawing it in a very small fraction faster since the Bermuda Triangle was nearby. After some time, he stood up bearing his sage marks. So how are we going to go there? She asks as she sees her father step out onto the water. He closes his right eye as his left one changed to red with yellow iris and a crimson pupil. Beast transformation. 3 tails, he says as his back starts to grow. A crab-like shell, spikes grew from it, and 3 shrimp-like tails grew from him. Under the shell was red, muscle-like tissue. His arms grew the same kind of armor as the shell as his hind legs disappeared. On his lower jaw, teeth like horns grew from it, pointing upwards as his forehead did the same but downwards. He grows to Isabu's full size and looked back at Talia. Get on, he said in a voice sounding like Isabu's calm voice and his. Talia nodded and walked up one of the tails and onto the back of the beast. Her father turned into, how long can you keep this up, Dad? She asks as they set off, going at pretty good speed. Nature chakra should make me hold it even longer, maxing it to half a day. Even if I go out of it, I can return to it without much trouble as long as I am still in Sage Mode, he says as he keeps going. As they went through the Sea of Monsters, no monsters actually attacked them, though when you are a massive turtle the size of nearly a mountain, monsters tend to fear him. Having an impenetrable shell helped work as a great defense as well. Talia, get into Sage Mode as I cannot use my sensory skills in this form. I'm mostly focusing on swimming, he says, getting a nod from her. She quickly but carefully went through her katas of drawing nature energy atop him as he stopped as to not disturb her. Her hair quickly turned brown and white as she obtained her sage markings. Good, now direct me as I have no idea where I am going, he says, making her chuckle. Fine, just keep heading forward. You actually are going the right way, plus the quest is that direction as well, she says as she sits down and focuses on keeping a steady flow of releasing and gathering nature energy. She found it was much easier to draw nature energy while in the sea of monsters. Must be the fleece's work. Naruto nods and keeps on course. As they finally caught up to the quest, Naruto frowned as they were being attacked by Charybdis and Scylla. He frowns. Talia, stick to the air as my next technique, you can't be on me, for he says, getting a nod from her as she went to flying. She wasn't using an ability of her father, as she didn't get that blessing from him. She was using the technique of the otsutsuki to manipulate wind chakra to fly and float. She learned this from a scroll she got from her grandma for her most recent birthday. Naruto jumped in the air, using his tails as help, and curled into a ball and started rolling fast in mid-air. Shell tower falling. He yells as his rolling increases greatly and he is sent rocketing into Charybdis. The members of the quest were in shock as a massive talking turtle just crashed into Charybdis. The turtle unrolled and looked at them, and they backed away from the edge of the boat. Naruto sighed mentally as he manipulated his voice to only speak in Isaba's, leave quickly, as I can only hold off one at a time and Scylla will still try and attack you, he says as they understand and rush to leave. Naruto looks to see Talia out of Scylla's reach and was waiting for him. He worked to hold Charybdis back, but her many tentacles were very annoying. He slammed his hand on the monster's chest and wound up as many of her tentacles as he could and took a deep breath. Coral palm. He yells, encasing the monster and her tentacles in hardened coral. He looked up just in time to see the boat containing Percy and everyone else explode. He didn't feel any one of their auras die out, so they clearly made it out alive. He looked over to Talia and nodded as he started floating towards the wreck. Talia landed on him. They all got away. Apparently they had a cyclops with them, she says as she sits down. Naruto nods, returning his voice to the mixture of his and Isaba's. The cyclops had no negative emotions except for worrying about someone. They will be fine as they all are alive, he says as he keeps swimming in the direction of the fleece. As they were floating along, they got to a resort that seemed to be being pillaged by pirates. Naruto frowns as he feels Percy and Annabeth float away on a massive boat. Damn Percy. I just know he caused all of this somehow, he thought as he docked near there and reverted back to himself. Talia frowned as she saw the pirates attacking everything. We are going to help them, aren't we? She asks, worried. Naruto nods as he rolls his shoulders. Of course, we can't let these girls be attacked by them. Incapacitate if you want, but remember these men are pirates from old times. Probably trapped here by Circe, though I don't blame her, he says, making Talia nod as she unseals her kiba blades as he draws Yamato. Talia nods and dashes off to help some girls. Naruto defeats some pirates that were surrounding two girls and crouches down to them and smiles at them. No need to be afraid. I can help you escape, he says, putting them to some ease. The girls looked exactly alike, both with black hair and dark, almost black, brown eyes. One was much taller and a bit older looking than the other, most likely the older one. How can you help us? The taller one asks as she moves her sister behind her. Naruto summoned a clone, shocking them. Go with my clone and he can take you back to land quickly. Do you have somewhere you want to go? He asked them as he had sent various clones to set markers through various cities across the US. Why yes, I heard of a camp for demigods in San Francisco, the taller one says. Naruto knew she meant the Roman camp. He never got around to visiting it because he felt he shouldn't go there yet. He needed to focus on one camp at a time. He nods to them. I can take you there. What are your names? He asks with a smile. I am Gila and this is Reina, my sister, and we are both daughters of Bellona. And who are you? She asks as Reina smiles shyly at him. I am Naruto Otsutsuki, child of chaos and champion of Vesta, he says, using Hestia's Roman name as the Greeks and Romans were not meant to meet each other. Luckily chaos was chaos in either pantheon. The girls stared at him in shock and tried to bow, but he stopped them. Please don't do that. I am not one to be bowed to. Now go with my clone and he will take you to the camp, or as close as I can go, as I don't wish to go there yet, and may you both be happy, he says with a smile as they walk off and flash away. He gets the memory of various clones he sent out, and saw that all the girls who had worked here had been taken to safety. He returned to the dock to see Talia waiting for him. Thanks for sending clones to flash them away, made everything much easier, she says with a smile. She was still in sage mode, as was he, as they both noticed it was incredibly easy to do so in the Sea of Monsters. Naruto nodded and proceeded to turn back into his three-tailed transformation. Let's go, we need to catch up to them. Hopefully I can absorb some of the fleece's powers before they leave with it, he says as Talia nods and jumps back onto him. He swims faster as Talia told him she felt their auras on the island where the fleece was. They made it there shortly after, and he reverted back to normal and made it onto land. We need to be silent as we don't want anyone to discover us, he says as he unseals Yamato again. Since he had unlocked the majority of the Sharingan, he didn't need to use Tenno as much. Kodo Amatsukami was something he stayed away from, as controlling people was not his thing. Talia nodded as they leapt from tree to tree silently. They arrived at the clearing where the fleece was hanging from a tree. Everything in the clearing was thriving and so full of nature energy. Talia was about to jump down until Naruto stopped her. "What's wrong?" she asks as her father stared down at the sheep. Once she got a better look, she shivered. The sheep were devouring meat like piranhas. Naruto took a deep breath and summoned the mist and cast a wide sleep genjutsu on the sheep, making them all pass out for now. He jumped down and drew Yamato and touched it to the fleece. Pretapath, he thinks, as Yamato draws in the fleece's abilities. Yamato could store energy and use it later or infuse it into things. Right now, he was making Yamato steal about 50% of the fleece's power to use later. He'd give himself 25% and Talia 25% as well. Even at a quarter power, it would increase the speed to draw in nature energy tremendously. Right as he got done, he heard a beast roar and yell something about nobody. He looked to Talia. "Let's disappear until they leave. We got what we needed, but I want to stick around a little bit more," he says as Talia nods and they body flicker away. Once Percy and his group had ran off and left, Naruto appeared behind the blind Cyclops Polyphemus with Yamato drawn. He sheathed the blade and the Cyclops burst into golden dust. He runs his hands through the signs and slams his hands down. "Wolf contract," he calls out, summoning 5 large wolves. "What do you need, Naruto?" one wolf asks as they look around. "I need you to rid this island of any sheep. They are carnivorous and I kinda want to set something up on this island, as even without the fleece it is so pure," he says as they nod. "So, we get to eat?" one of the younger wolves asks. The alpha of the pack, he summons, smiles and nods. "Yes, it's a buffet," he yells as he runs off, the others not far behind. Naruto chuckles and turns to Talia. "Just let me set up a marker, and we can leave." "Do you want to leave my Isabu or Hiraishin?" he asks as he sets up tags in various places, both security and Hiraishin seals. Talia smiles. "I kinda like sailing if it isn't too much trouble," she says, a bit nervous. He chuckles and ruffles her hair. "It is no problem. Frankly, it helps me, as the more I use my beast transformations, the more I get used to it, and possibly helps me with the next," he says as they walk towards the shore. The alpha walks up with a content look on his face. "They are all gone, no problems from them. Just call us back if you need any help, Naruto," he says, getting a nod from Naruto before they dispel. He takes a deep breath and returns to his Isabu form. "Hold on tight. I want to get out of here fast, as I fear with the fleece your clone might be taken out soon, and before that happens, I have much to plan," he says, making Talia frown but nod. She sits behind his head under his shell so water won't spray on her. He quickly speeds off in the water and quickly whizzes past Charybdis and Scylla. Once out of the Sea of Monsters, he sees a confrontation between Percy and the Ethan boy. He stayed back as he wanted to see how it went. Percy handled himself nicely, causing Ethan to retreat. Naruto sighed as Percy and Co finally left. He walks onto shore with Talia behind him. "Let's get home, as I fear things will get hectic very quickly," he says as Talia nods and frowns. She wanted to go back to see her friends but didn't want Zeus to do anything to her again. She knew Zeus would be enraged at her dad for him saving her and keeping it secret, but she was glad he did it. He gave her happiness, love and help with so many things. But most of all, he gave her a family. She didn't want that to disappear, but she knew he would never leave her. She just crossed her fingers and wished that the upcoming days wouldn't be too bad. Chapter 7. Zeus was watching the scene with a bit of worry. Yes, the fleece would save his daughter, but what would she think of him? Would she really hate him for trapping her to get away from punishment? He would have to watch and see. Unbeknownst to him, most of the other gods were watching the scene play out. It was the night after the fleece was placed on Talia's tree, and they could feel the power of the fleece at work. Seconds later on the screen, his daughter could be seen emerging from the tree. Percy looked to her. Who are you? He asked, confused why a normal-looking girl came from the tree. I am Talia Grace, child of Zeus, she says before going to a cloud of smoke. Everyone was confused and shocked. Everyone except the ones who knew of it beforehand and Zeus, who was fuming in anger as he had seen someone who did something similar whenever a clone of his was destroyed. Naruto otsutsuki, Zeus yells in rage. The damned demigod saved his daughter and had the nerve not to tell him. Ancient rules be damned, chaos be damned, he was taking his anger out on the boy. Naruto sighed as he had heard Zeus yell his name from camp, but warped to Olympus as he felt if he didn't, then Zeus would take his anger out on whatever was closest until the crybaby king found him. He looked at Zeus, so finally figured it out. He asks as he unseals Yamato and straps it to his waist. You pitiful mortal stole my daughter. You saved her, and you dared not to tell me. He yells as his bolt intensifies in his hand and the winds pick up. Naruto summoned his eyes and glares at Zeus. You lost the right to call her your daughter the second you trapped her in the tree to save your pitiful ass. I saved her and I gave her everything she needed. I protected her. I gave her love, family, and the ability to protect herself. You fucking trapped her in a tree to save your own ass from being punished. He yells, erupting into his cloak mode. You are not her father anymore. I am, he yells, summoning the truth-seeking orbs. Zeus was absolutely red in anger. This mortal dared to yell at him and disrespect him. He raised his bolt and fired at him. Naruto smirked and drew Yamato, absorbing the bolt with his path. You just made a bad move, Zeus, he says as Yamato blows and his eyes start to spin. In a quick burst of speed, he appeared in front of Zeus and slammed a Susanoo fist into the god's jaw, sending him crashing through his throne, numerous columns, and numerous walls. He fades the arm away and started to walk through the rubble to see numerous other gods and Hestia watching him. Hera frowned. She knew her husband broke ancient laws and he'd be punished again, and she also knew no one else could get involved. Please don't hurt him too much, Naruto, Hestia said with an understanding look in her eyes. She knew her fiancé was not a violent man in any sense of the word unless you threatened someone close to him, and then he'd do anything in his power to make sure that threat never reached his precious people. Naruto nodded as he continued to walk through the rubble. Zeus seconds later blasted himself out of the rubble and dashed towards him. Zeus attacked in a fury of swipes and blasts with his bolt. He expected more of the king of gods, but he was being overcome with his rage. Naruto quickly dodged and landed a strong palm thrust with a Susanoo arm, sending the gods skidding backwards. Zeus, you expect Talia to accept you as her father when you trapped her for no reason. Trapped her in a dark void like hell that she still has nightmares of. He yells, kicking the man through a few more pillars. You trapped in there so you wouldn't be scolded. You are a child and a hypocrite, he says as the god spits out Inchur. How dare you talk to me like this? I am your king. I am the god of justice. He yells, only to be silenced by a skeleton arm grabbing him and slamming him into the ground. You don't deserve that title. You nearly blasted Percy when he was found out when you broke the pact first. Then you yell about being the god of justice when you wanted to punish me for retrieving your bolt and fighting Ares. When he broke ancient laws just like you are, though he was at least under control of someone. Remember, you attacked first, O king of justice, he says, making Zeus yell before charging at him again. Naruto was getting tired of this. He seriously expected more from Zeus. He wanted to end this quickly. He could either go for a Raisin Shuriken or a Bijudama outside of beast mode. He quickly gathered nature energy, feeding off Yamato as it still held the fleece's ability to draw it in, even if it was lesser since it wasn't in living materials such as fabric or cloth. He slammed his foot on the ground. Nativity of a world of trees, he yells as massive tress ensnares Zeus. Zeus struggled to get free to find his energy being drained. Nature is very powerful force, Zeus, peaceful when treated correctly but vicious when harmed, he says as he creates a Raisin Shuriken. Since Zeus had control over wind and lightning, He was going with lava since it was the only one he could think would do a lot of damage to him. Zeus paled at the spiraling orb of what looked to be lava. "You can't do this! I am your king," he yells, struggling harder to free himself. "Oh, don't worry, this won't kill you. Put you in a coma, quite possibly, but not kill you," he says as a clone flashes to him with an angry-looking Talia, but the anger wasn't directed towards him. She was glaring at Zeus. "Talia, why are you here? It is dangerous," he says, motioning to the lava orb in his hand. She nods. "I know, Dad, but I need to say this to him," she says in a serious tone. He nods and takes a step back as she walks towards the trapped Zeus. "I hate you," she says, looking him dead in the eyes. "You trapped me in limbo just to save your ass. If Dad hadn't saved me, who knows how I'd turn out. He gave me a life and so much more. I will never call you Dad, I will never bow to you, and I will never use your powers again. I renounce my lineage to you," she says as she punches him hard in the face, breaking his nose. She stormed away and walked behind her father, and when she says father, she will always mean Naruto. Zeus will either be asshole or just Zeus, maybe another insult. "You can finish this now," she says as she cries a little bit. He nods and looks to Zeus. "You think you are so perfect, Zeus, but you are a terrible king. You are quick to kill and never listen to any proof so blatantly in front of you. You need to open your eyes and curb that arrogance and paranoia of yours." He raises the raisin shuriken above his head. "May you have time to think as you sleep," but first he stares into Zeus's eyes, causing the Sharingan to appear on them. Zeus calms down and speaks out in a monotone voice. "I, Zeus, swear on the river Styx not to get any kind of revenge towards Naruto or Talia for defeating me in battle." Thunder booms in the background, solidifying the vow. "Good, now let's end this. Raisin shuriken," he yells, throwing it straight at Zeus, resulting in a massive dome of lava to swirl around him. You could hear the god's screams as he was shot out of the dome and was embedded into the wall. He was heavily burnt and cut up like crazy. His skin was charred black with golden blood pouring from it. His master bolt was the only non-damaged thing left, but it was red hot. He turned around to see Talia crying silently. He holds her close and rubs her back. "You are not his daughter. He won't bother you anymore," he says as the other gods start walking in. Ares, who was still somewhat recuperating, shuddered at the condition of his father. He felt bad for his father, seemed he got off easy. At least he was only exploded and not burnt with lava. "Apollo, stabilize Zeus," he says as he walks to Naruto, who stares at him, still in his cloaked mode. "Leave me alone, Ares. You can't try and get revenge, as he started this without me doing anything. He broke ancient laws," he says, moving Talia behind him. Ares nodded. "I know. I just want to thank you for getting me out of you know whose control. I am not a fan of it, and I admire your strength, kid," he says, shocking Naruto greatly. Naruto felt no negative emotions as he nodded. "Thank you, Ares. I would love to spar against you when you are under your own control," he said as Ares nodded and walked away. Ares had no beef with the son of Chaos. He was a beast in battle and a great warrior. Hera frowned as she saw her husband. "You didn't have to go that far," she yelled, slightly annoyed. He looked to her. "Trust me, I could have done worse. The Bijadama I hit Ares with was at 1/6 power, as I haven't made one of those in years. I could have fired a full-powered one at him instead," he said, staring her in the eyes. "Poseidon bangs his trident on the ground. Enough fighting for one day." He looks to Apollo. "Get my brother to your temple to heal. Athena, contact whoever normally fixes Olympus to fix this damage, and everyone get back to the thrones," he says in a commanding tone, getting them to follow his orders. He looks to Naruto and sighs. "I know he started this all, and I am very sorry for that, but you are needed." "It won't be much," he says, getting a nod from Naruto. He summoned a clone and laid a kiss on his daughter's forehead. "Go with the clone and wait in the house with it until I go. Keep Setsu with you and I will be home soon," he says, getting a nod and a hug from her. "Be safe, Dad," she says before walking off and flashing away with the clone. He smiles as he walks through the rubble, easing out of his cloaked mode and sealing up his sword. He made it to the throne room to see the gods all sitting down, waiting for him. He sighed and made it to the center. "So what do you all want, my side of it?" he asks as he turns his eyes off. Poseidon nods. "We want to know how long you have been raising Talia and where have the two of you been?" he asks as he rubs his temples. He wasn't angry at Naruto. Frankly, he was glad he looked after the girl. I have watched over her for nearly 3 years. I helped her get over her fatal flaw, and I will not reveal the whereabouts of my house, as it is to be Talia's safe zone, he says, as they not understanding it. Since she may not be Zeus's daughter, she was still born of eldest gods, so she will be needed at camp in case she is the child of prophecy, Poseidon says with a frown. Naruto shakes his head. She will visit camp and whatnot, but she has expressed that she will not be the child of prophecy. She is leaving that to Percy, and will help him as needed, he says as Hera clears her throat. I don't mean to sound like my husband here, but don't you all think this demigod is too dangerous? He beat Zeus, the supposed strongest of us, like it was nothing, she says, getting the interest of a few. The boy is a powerful warrior, but he isn't bloodthirsty. He fights to protect and defend Ares, says, surprising everyone. What? I can't like the kid? He asks, confused. Just because I like war doesn't mean I don't like a good clean warrior. Poseidon nods. He is powerful, but his mother is chaos. He wouldn't dare do that, and I trust him fully, he says as he smiles. This gets nods from everyone. Now can I leave? I have a distraught daughter to care for, he says, fiddling with a marker. Poseidon nods. Thank you, Naruto. You may leave, he says as the boy flashes away. Now he just had to figure out what to do while Zeus was recuperating and how to punish him for breaking ancient laws. Oregon, the second he got there, Talia hugged him tightly, still crying. Shoo, Talia, everything is okay. I promised I'd never leave you, and I never break my promises, he says, laying a kiss atop her head. She nods and keeps hugging him, but her tears stop. So I'm guessing we have to stay in camp for some time? She asks, curious. He nods yes, but I can set up a gateway with Zetsu and my seals to link Hestia's cabin with your room here if you want, he said, getting a smile from her. He kissed her forehead again, which made her smile happily. I love you, Dad, she says, hugging him again. I love you too, Talia. Now let's get everything set up before we leave for the incoming headache, he says, getting a chuckle from her. They spent the next few hours setting up the seals in her room and on her door, as well as packing some of his essentials. Talia, bring your trench coat over here. I need to create the mini fleece for you, he says, drawing Yamato, as he touches the blade to the scarf Talia knit for him a couple years. He flows half of the fleece's power into it, and the instant after the scarf gets a golden glow, and becomes a bit longer. He puts it around his neck and smiles at Talia. Talia looks excited as he touches Yamato to the Nemean Leannis pelt. So this will act like the fleece did? It'll draw in nature energy to it and heal me? She asks as her trench coat glows a bit. Yes, it'll be at 25% of the fleece's original power, but even at that we will be able to reach Sage mode much faster, but remember to be careful. Only draw in what you need, okay? He says as he ruffles her hair. She nods and for once doesn't sweat it away. She looks up to him. When we get to camp, will you help me explain everything to Annabeth, Luke, and Grover? She asks nervously. He takes his hand off her and smiles. Of course, they will understand. It was either tell them and get possibly stuck in the tree again, and possibly get them in trouble, or hide it until your clone came out, he said, easing her worries a little. She nods and holds onto his arm. Ready? She asks nervously. He nods and holds her hand and flashes away to camp. Camp Half-Blood Camp was in an uproar of confusion. 1 second Talia was out, and then the next she disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Then they could hear thunder and see lighting going like crazy until all of a sudden it just stopped. Dionysus returned and just sighed before an orange flash lightened up the area. This time it was Naruto with an older-looking Talia. He clears his throat, getting everyone's attention. Okay, I know everyone is confused at the events that happened earlier, but I can help explain everything, he says as they gather around. This here is explain everything, he says as they gather around. This here is Talia Otsutsuki, my adopted daughter, and the ex-child of Zeus. Due to certain circumstances, she renounced her relation to him, he said, getting confused mumbles from everyone. Now I need Grover, Luke, and Annabeth to follow us to Hestia cabin, he says as Hestia's symbol appeared over Talia's head. The 3 kids step forward and follow him as Talia smiles at them nervously. He opens Hestia's cabin doors and lets them in, keeping others from entering. Percy frowned. Can I come in as well? He asks. Naruto shakes his head. This is something personal between Talia and those 3, he says, making Percy frown as he saw Annabeth blushing as she looked at Talia. Percy grumbled and walked away as Chiron ushered the campers back to their cabins as Naruto closed the door behind him. He sighed and turned to the kids. Annabeth was hugging Talia tightly and crying as Luke was rubbing Talia's back. Grover was just smiling at it all. Look, I've had a rough day. I'd rather be at home relaxing with my fiancée, but now I need to explain everything, so don't interrupt me, he says as they sit down and look towards him. Why did the Talia that came out of the tree look so different than this one? Annabeth asks. The tree version looks like she did back when they traveled, but this one was so different. Longer hair, different clothes, and the aura of someone confident and happy. I am getting to that, he says as he sits down in front of them. When I first got here, I saved you all from Hades's minions. I was enraged at Zeus for trapping Talia for no reason. Now my eyes have certain abilities that some of you have seen, he says, turning on his eyes to show them. Luke had seen the powers firsthand when he was pulled into that pocket dimension. Annabeth and Grover had seen those powers while on the quest a couple years ago. I decided to screw over Zeus and save her. Using my eyes, I pulled her from the tree and replaced her with a clone, he says, patting her hand. Over the years I trained her and looked out for her, even adopted her, hence the Otsutsuki name, and Hestia claiming her since I am Hestia's champion, he explains as Annabeth looks like she is about to ask a question. Wait until he's done, Annabeth, Talia said with a smile, making the blonde blush a bit and nod. Naruto saw this and chuckled. I know some of you were wondering why she didn't tell you all, and that is because I told her not to, he says, getting confused looks from everyone. If you all knew she was out, it might get out to some gods that voted to go along with her being trapped in a tree. You would be in danger, and she might as well. Do not think she forgot about you all. She was worried about you all the entire time, he says, getting nods from them. I understand the worry about telling us, and I am just glad she is back, Luke says as he rubs her shoulder. Grover nods. Yeah, she's back and Zeus won't bother anymore. Right? He asks Naruto. Naruto nods. Yes, I dealt with Zeus after he found out I put a clone in there. He got angry, and we actually fought, he says, rubbing the back of his head. Annabeth was speechless, which was rare for her. Why, you beat Zeus? She asks, confused. He nods. Yeah, though he attacked me first with no reason other than he was annoyed, so nothing will happen. I made sure of it, he says as he stands up. Now it is very late, and you need to go to bed. We can talk more and whatnot in the morning, he says as Annabeth grumbles. Luke chuckled as he helped get everyone out. Before leaving, he turned to Naruto and nodded. Thank you for saving her, and me, he said before walking off. Naruto smiled as he went back inside to see Talia smiling softly. I will get your doorway set up tomorrow. Until then, sleep on the bed and I'll take the couch, he says while he ruffles her hair. She nods and hugs him. Night, Dad. He smiles and hugs her back. Night, Talia. Sleep well, he says as she lays down. Once she was asleep, he crafted the doorway to Talia's room. Space-time ninjutsu might not be his forte, but he could do this easily enough. Once the door was set up, he laid on the couch. Just as he closed his eyes, he felt a weight lay atop him. He smiled as he could smell homemade cookies and saw Hestia sitting on top of him. He smiled and stroked her cheek. Hello there, honey, he says as she smiles and holds his hand. Hi, I'm sorry I couldn't stay away from you, she says as kisses him softly. He kisses her back and rubs her sides. I'm sorry for how everything went. I was expecting Zeus to get angry but not actually attack me. How is everything going on Olympus, he says as she lays her head on his chest. Poseidon is handling it nicely with Hera helping out, though Hera is a little annoyed at Zeus being that injured, but she understands this way he is getting off lighter than if the fates got to him, she says as she rubs his chest. He nods and kisses the top of your head. Stay here and sleep. We can worry in the morning, he says as he wraps his arms around her. She giggles and kisses his neck. Fine, but I have to leave early. Love you, Naruto, she says as she starts to close her eyes. Love you too, honey, he says as he drifts off to sleep. Next morning he was awoken by a kiss on his forehead. He opened his eyes to see Hestia standing over him. He was about to say something when she placed her finger over his mouth. I have to leave, dear. There is a meeting and I have my duties, but I will see you during dinner. I love you, she says as she kisses him lovingly. He ran his fingers through her hair and kissed her back. Love you too. See you tonight, he said as she flashed away. If you two are going to be all kissy, can you do it not around me, Talia says as she stares at him with a flat look. He chuckles. Kinda difficult when there are no rooms in here yet, but enough bagging on me. Let's get to breakfast, he says as he gets up. Talia nodded and quickly went to her room to get changed. While she was doing that, he changed into less damaged clothes. He now wore black jeans with his sandals and an orange short-sleeved button-up shirt. Wrapped around his waist like a belt was Talia's scarf, acting as a mini fleece so he could always have it on him. Around his neck was Talia's skull necklace she gave him, and on his left-hand ring finger was his engagement ring with Talia's skull ring on his middle finger. Talia returned wearing the Nemean trench coat. She wore tight blue jeans and a gray t-shirt. Around her neck was Tsunade's necklace, and another necklace bearing the Uzumaki swirl that she must have gotten from his mother or grandmother. "Ready?" he asks as he smiles to her. She nods and holds onto his arm, still slightly nervous to be in camp and around her friends again, but at least she had her father with her. He smiles and ruffles her hair before heading out for breakfast. Everyone was staring at them, but he paid them no mind as he led Talia to Hestia's table. He saw Annabeth looking at them nervously as if she wanted to join them. He smiled at her and signaled for her to come over. "You can sit with us, Annabeth. Hestia won't mind since you are Talia's friend," he says, making the blonde girl smile and rush over. He summoned food for them, and after they sacrificed some to the gods, they spent breakfast talking about Talia's life with him. "Wow, he sounds like a really good father, and he taught you all that?" Annabeth asked, shocked as they eat. Her friend got a father that protected her, and made her lose her fatal flaw. Annabeth looks to Naruto nervously. "See, can you maybe train me and help me?" she asks nervously. He looks up from his food and raises an eyebrow. He looks to Talia silently asking if he should. She nods and he sighs. "Fine, but you aren't getting chakra right away. I might bless you with it, but we would have to curb that pride of yours first," he says, thinking up a training program. "I also don't know if I have a sword for you since you use a knife. Only thing short enough would be Raijin no Ken, and I don't think it'd suit you," he says, making her frown. "Don't worry, Annabeth, I know Dad will figure something out," Talia says, making Annabeth blush and nod. Naruto noticed that the girl always blushed around Talia, and he could feel her emotion towards Talia was always love. It didn't bother him, just made him curious. He nodded. "I just need to look through my scroll. After breakfast, go to the arena with Talia and I will find something for you," he says as he sacrifices the rest of the meal to his fiancée, mother and grandparents. They nod and continue talking as he walks away, heading towards the cabin. He enters Hestia's cabin and unrolls his scroll and goes to his weapons section of it. When he originally packed the scroll, he just grabbed the 7 swords of the mist and some other tools, but apparently Amaterasu added a lot. She put Raijin no Ken, Orochimaru's Kusanagi, and a lot more. All of them infused with celestial bronze, of course. The only blades he could think of giving her was a pair of trench knives similar to Asuma's. They were a bit bigger than his, and they were made of steel and bronze with specks of what seemed to be gold. He noticed ever since he fought Diana, Artemis's Roman form, his weapons seemed to gain some imperial gold. Even his markers gained it. He sighed as he rolled up the scroll, pocketing the trench knife away for later. He exited the cabin and made his way to the arena to begin his training of Annabeth. When he got there, Talia was training with her Kiba blades as Annabeth watched. Other campers also watched her train, and he could feel jealousy rolling off some of them. He sighed as he walked in. He waved for Annabeth to join him. The girl nervously walked over to him. "Now I understand you use knives. I want to see how well you do," he says as he pulls out the trench knives and wields them. "Use your knife to fight me. I need to see how good you are," he says, motioning for her to come at him. She stands nervously, looking over to Talia, who gives her an encouraging nod. She takes a deep breath and draws her knife. She charges him and takes an experimental slash. He blocks it with his knife and goes for a slash, but Annabeth quickly brings her knife down to block and sweep kicks him. He jumps over it easily and kicks the knife out of her hand by coating his foot in earth chakra. The knife flies into the air and he sticks his trench knife to her throat as he catches her knife in between 2 fingers. She frowns, upset that she was defeated so easily. She might not have many useful abilities like other demigods, but she tried to make up for it. Tears threatened to roll out until she felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked up to see Naruto smiling at her. "Good job. I could tell you are pretty good at using your knife, but you need something more versatile, and I think this trench knife will work," he says, handing them to her, confusing her greatly. "You have a good understanding in using a knife, you just need more training and the right tools and you will be a deadly warrior," he says, patting her back. She stared at him confused. "But you defeated me so easily," she says, frowning. He chuckles. "Well, true, but I have fought a lot longer than you and have much more hardened senses as well as more techniques. If I didn't use chakra, it would have lasted as long as it would have taken for me to disarm you without it," he says with a smile. Annabeth smiled, understanding his reasoning. She smiled as she felt Talia rub her back. You did pretty good, Annie. With more training you will be great, especially once you get chakra, she says, making her blush a bit. He chuckled as he ruffled Talia's hair, making her blush, and sweat his hand away quickly. Relax. Training won't be too bad, and who knows? It'll most likely be fun, he says, making her smile and nod. She was ready to get stronger, and maybe overcome that fatal flaw of hers. 1 month later, Book 3 basically starts now. Naruto sighed. Over the few months he had been at camp, the only reprieve he had to the annoying campers was his daughter and fiancé, who showed up every other night, and sometimes even stayed till mornings. Annabeth's training went nicely, and it seemed that her fatal flaw all but vanished around Talia, and even when Talia wasn't nearby it didn't show up as often as it did in the past. Maybe having Talia out of her tree fixed it for her. Annabeth took to the trench knives greatly. She flowed with them nicely and had the agility to be deadly with them. She had gained chakra a week or so ago and was a quick learner. She had earth and wind affinity and mastered the basics very quickly. He even gave her tips on coating her blades in chakra as well as the basics on flying swallow style. Talia was also helping her with her wind jutsus, and she was making good progress on her own with the earth jutsus. He currently stood in front of Percy, who was being his usual idiot self. Annabeth was holding back Talia, who, lucky for her, no longer had her natural lightning ability, but could still generate it with lightning. Let me get this straight, Percy. Because I am training Annabeth, who is my daughter's friend, you think you can order me to train you just because? I understand you want to be strong for your role, but I don't like people demanding things from me, and I feel you do your usual idiot behavior with my training, he says, making the boy glare. Stop calling me an idiot. You gave Annabeth those nice and gave her your weird energy, so why can't I get training from you as well, he complains. Percy, it is my decision who gets chakra and who doesn't, as well as who I train and who I don't. Don't demand things of others, he says as he walks off to his daughter. He knew the boy had no truly bad intentions, he just had a strong urge to protect others, even if they could defend themselves easier than he could defend them. His idiocy sometimes got to him in a bad way. What if I defeat you in battle, Percy says, shocking the campers. Percy had just challenged someone who defeated Ares and Zeus, if the rumors were correct, to battle. Naruto sighed as his daughter burst out laughing. You really think you can defeat my dad? You saw him fight Ares, and just to let you know, that orb he hit him with was 1/4 of the power it should have been, she says, surprising everyone. Percy stares him dead in the eyes. I still challenge him. If I can win, he has to train me. If I lose, I never bring it up again, he says, drawing riptide. Naruto groans. Fine, but I'm only using half power. Any more than that and I fear I'd hurt you too bad, he says as he draws Yamato. Percy glares and charges at him. He dodges the fury of slices from Percy easily. The boy's style was full berserker. He activated his eyes and whispered out Shinra Tensei, sending Percy rocketing away, crashing into the wall. Going to have to do better than this, Percy, he says as he draws Yamato. Percy pulls himself from the wall to see Naruto extending his hand band Shotenin. Immediately after muttering those words, Percy is sent flying towards Naruto. Once close enough, he uses the sheath of Yamato and hits the base of Percy's neck, knocking him out immediately. The boy was way too eager. Hopefully this will calm him down some, he says as he sheathes Yamato and seals it away. Everyone was in awe. He had defeated one of their strongest campers with 2 moves and didn't even use his sword, only the sheath. But what else did they expect from the one who has defeated 2 gods? Naruto went over to his daughter. I'm going to rest, he says, waving to them. Talia smiles as she turns to Annabeth. Ready to keep training? She asks, making her friend blush and nod. Talia had a feeling Annabeth liked her, but she wasn't able to sense emotions like her father, but she was fairly certain. She was nervous to admit her feelings as well, due to the fear her father might not accept her if he found out, as well as not knowing if Annabeth really felt like that. Naruto sighed as he walked to the cabin. He really was getting tired of this camp, more just getting bored, but he knew he had to stay here for Talia, and because at the moment there was nothing else he could do. He went into his cabin to sleep for a while before dinner. As he laid down, he felt someone lay next to him. He opened his eyes slightly to see Hestia as she cuddled up close to him and stayed in his arms while he slept. She knew he was having an exhausting time at camp due to the kids and the boredom, but he was being a good father and staying for Talia. In the last month she had become close to the girl, and she actually called her mom when they were alone, which made her cry in happiness. She was happy just to be here for her fiancé and future husband. Next day Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose. "You want us to go pick up some new demigods from a boarding school?" he asked Chiron. It wasn't that he was asked to go, he was more annoyed of how they brought the demigods over. He could think of tons of different ways to get them to the camp and explain it to them. Chiron nods yes, you, Percy, Annabeth and Talia will go help Grover retrieve the two demigods and help get them back to camp. Grover says there is a monster after them as well, so be on guard, he says, making Naruto sigh again. Any idea of the monster, or are we going in blind on that aspect, he says as Talia bounces in excitement to fight something. Chiron sighs. The monster is hidden in human form and has shown no aspects of its true form except for its scent, he says in an apologetic tone. Naruto stands up. Fine, but I'm in charge of this mission, and that means you have to listen to me, Percy. I swear to Kami that if you do something stupid, I am locking you away, he says, staring at the boy dead in the eyes. Percy glares back and grumbles. When do we leave? He says as he summons his scroll to him. Later that day Naruto groaned as he drove the kids to the boarding school. He drove the black SUV he bought many months ago. He would have got it in orange if they sold it in that color. Percy sat in the back while Talia and Annabeth in the very back. Green Day was currently playing as he had no other CDs, and Talia used her damn puppy eyes jutsu on him. He swore his mother taught her that as revenge for him using the reverse harem on her. They were getting close. Get ready everybody, we are pretty close. Once we get inside, we need to try and get the kids alone and away from the group. That means no solo work, and I especially say that to you, Percy, he says, looking at Percy in the rear view mirror. Percy glares. I'm not going to do any of that, so stop saying it every chance you get, he says in an annoyed tone. Talia chuckles, knowing you it probably will happen. Don't worry, Dad, we will keep an eye on him, she says, getting a thumbs up from her dad. They eventually made it to the school and piled out. Now I want you all to stay together and keep an eye on the kids, he says as they enter to see Grover. Could you guys are finally here. Hurry, Dr. Thorne, the monster, and is starting to get antsy, he says as he pulls Percy along as Annabeth and Talia walk in after him. Naruto turns on his eyes and hides them behind a hinge as he looks around. His eyes land on the two kids. They look exactly the same, around 13 or so years old, olive-colored skin and dark black hair and dark eyes. From what his eyes could see, they had an aura that reminded him of Hades. He'd have to send a message to Hades about it later. He walked through the dance floor to see Annabeth being bothered by Percy for a dance. Poor boy, if what he could sense from the blonde-haired girl was correct, the girl had a crush on his daughter. Talia was having fun with Grover from what he could see and was joking around with him. Her cloak was sealed away as it would be a blatant sign of her being a demigod. He frowned as he saw the doctor. Thorne, the obvious monster from its aura, go to the kids and usher the kids away. And then he groaned as he saw Percy rush after them. He was going to strangle that kid. He sent a signal to Talia and motioned for the door. She got Annabeth and Grover's attention as they left the dance. They left the building to see Percy facing off against the manticore with the two demigods under the beast's paw. Annabeth and Talia use long-range jutsus to hold its attention as I go and back off the idiot, he orders, getting nods from the girls. He takes a deep breath and transforms into Matatabi and pounces on the manticore. The beast never saw him coming as it roars in pain from his form's flames as it backs away, firing off needles. He slashes away 3 needles it fired at Percy and glared at Percy, making the boy pale. He was about to say something, but he didn't want to hear it. His yellow eye turns to the Shinjuzu Kamui, he said, making Percy disappear in a swirl. He did warn the kid. He turned his attention to the beast as it was hit with black lightning and a blade of wind. He used his claws to send the beast away from the kids as he summons a clone to take them to safety. He quickly grabs the kids and dashes back just as a volley of silver arrows hit it. Artemis? He thinks as he looks back to see the hunters. Artemis sends him a subtle nod as she looks in his eyes. He nods and transforms back into his normal form and walks away from the manticore. Talia glared at the hunters with a frown. Relax, Talia. You could say Artemis and I got over our differences, and she's not trying to kill me anymore, he says, making her frown more but nod. The manticore roars, Goddess, you can't interfere with me. Ancient rules forbid it. he yells as he fires needles at them only for them to disappear in a soundless swirl of air, confusing him. Artemis sends Naruto a thankful nod. I am the goddess of the hunt, and you are a beast, therefore in my domain. Fire at will, Zoe, she says, getting a nod from her lieutenant, as she orders them to fire. She walks over to the group and looks at Naruto. Definitely improving your skills, I see, and you gave another child that energy of yours, she says as she looks over the child of Athena. Another girl, I see. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were creating your own group of women fighters, she says, making him chuckle. Now that is your thing. I am just helping my daughter's friends out, he says as he ruffles Talia's hair, making her sweat it away. Thank you for helping my hunters and leaving the target for them, she says as she looks around. Where is the son of Poseidon? She asks, confused. He chuckles. Oh, he's just in time out in my pocket dimension for insubordination. I warned him I'd lock him up if he did something stupid. He can stay there until we return to camp, he says, making the goddess laugh. Well, that is a good punishment. Now I am guessing you all are tired. I would like to invite you all to stay at my camp until we can get you all a ride back to camp, she says as she motions for them to follow. He sends a clone to seal up his car as he follows Artemis with the others not far behind. Grover was a little worried for Percy, but Talia assured him he'd be safe. The two twins were being carried by clones as they had lost consciousness shortly after the fight began. As Naruto walked behind Artemis, numerous hunters were glaring at him heavily. He sighed as he entered the center of her camp. Milady, why is he here? Zoe yells, angered and confused. Artemis sighed. We have patched things up. I realized I was acting pig-headed and he helped me. He is under my protection so no one will harm him or his group, she says in a chilling tone, getting nods from the hunters. She smiles and turns to them. Please feel free to explain to the twins when they wake of their situation and send the female to my tent. When she comes over you may come as well, Naruto, she says as she walks away. He was surprised at how much Artemis had changed but was worried about what the hunters would do. Even if their mistress ordered them didn't mean they would fully listen. He turned to Talia and Grover. Tell me when they wake and explain everything to them. I doubt I'd be good at it, he says as he sits against the tent as they nod and head inside. He sighed as he saw hunters glaring at him as they go about their work. An hour or later his daughter comes out. They woke up and the girl doesn't believe us though. She is ready to go with you, she says as he nods and pats her head. He walks inside to see the boy talking excited with Grover as Annabeth tried to calm down the female twin. Relax, girl, she speaks the truth, he says, getting her attention. Who are you? And no, she isn't. This is crazy talk, she says, shaking her head. I am Naruto Otsutsuki, child of chaos and champion of Hestia, and I think I know who your father is. May I have your name, he asks, as he looks her over with his Shinju eyes, shocking her a bit. I am Bianca D'Angelo, and my brother Nico is over there. What the hell is going on? She asks, a bit scared. Naruto sighs and pats her head. Relax, just follow me and I will explain everything better. I will keep you safe, he says as she at him and nods slowly. He smiles and leads her out the tent. Talia, stay here and keep everything calm as I don't feel like breaking up any fights, he says with a groan. Talia pouts but nods before sitting next to Annabeth. He smiles as he leads Bianca to Artemis's tent. Come in, I can feel you two outside, he hears Artemis say as they enter. She is sitting in a chair with Zoe next to her, who is scowling at him with rage in her eyes. He nods to Artemis as they sit down. I trust they explained everything to you, Artemis says as she looks to the girl. Bianca nods, but it can't be true, can it? Me being the daughter of a god is just crazy. Gods don't exist, she says, shaking her head. Artemis, they exist as one is in front of you, she says, making the girl pale as Artemis aged herself slightly from her usual 13-year-old form. Sorry, I didn't know, she says, worried that she might be struck down with lightning. Artemis waves it off. You had no way of knowing. Now I believe they told you about the camp, but there is another choice, she says, getting the girl's attention. You can join my hunters, be immortal, be free and learn to live for yourself. The only drawback is you have to abstain from the company of men and cannot visit your brother, she says as she stared in the young demigod's eyes. Bianca thought it over deeply for some time. She could be free, but she'd have to leave her brother. Sure, he was a goof sometimes, but he looked out for her and was always there for her. She sighs and shakes her head. I can't leave my brother. He wouldn't do that to me and I'm not doing that to him, she says, looking the goddess in the eyes. Artemis frowned but was glad the girl valued family. I respect your choice. Now if you could return to the tent as Naruto, and I have a lot to talk about, she says, getting the girl to leave. Naruto smiled at Artemis. What may I help you with, Artemis? He asks as he sits down. Artemis looked to Zoe. Please leave, Zoe. This is something personal, she says, shocking her lieutenant, but after a slight glare, Zoe leaves. I want to ask you a favor, she says, shocking Naruto. From his memories, Artemis never asked any males for any favors. Sure, what do you need help with? He asks. He wasn't going to turn it down. Artemis could be a good ally for the future, even if they had butted heads in the past. I need you to look after my hunters while I am gone. I fear something ancient is free and I need to hunt it down. My hunters can look after themselves, but if something were to happen while I was hunting the beast, I fear they would run rampant to find me. I ask for a marker so I can tell them that if anything were to happen to me, they could summon a strong warrior to lead them in my stead, she says nervously. She wasn't used to asking males for favors, and she felt somewhat bad for lying to her hunters, but felt it was needed. She had a dark feeling about this hunt. He nods and hands her 2 markers. Of course, but keep one yourself. If you feel the need, call for me, he said, staring into her eyes with a serious look on his face. She nods and stands up. I will keep it in mind. Now head back to your tent. I will have a hunter call for you when the ride for camp shows up, she says as he stands and heads for the door. He nods and leaves the tent to see numerous hunters glaring at him, even harsher. He sighs and just leaves for his tent. Hopefully Zoe wouldn't call for him, as he feared they wouldn't dare listen to him. Chapter 8. Naruto stood next to his daughter and her friends as they chatted with the twins that he knew for certain were Hades' kids after he sent a message to him via Hestia. The god asked for him to look after them and explained the situation with them. He definitely gave him credit for using the Lotus Casino to keep them frozen in time, essentially, keeping his oath intact and still having children. The hunters were still behind him, glaring daggers at him, but he bared them no mind. Artemis stood next to him. My brother is so lazy in the wintertime, I swear, she said with a sigh. Can't you warp everyone to camp? She asked, confused. She had seen him using his warping technique a few times, but she wasn't sure. He shakes his head. Largest groups are a no-go. Too many energies to match and warp, and I can't store them in my pocket dimension as I have an angry son of Poseidon in there, and it's not the friendliest area, he said with a chuckle as Artemis nodded in understanding. Is he there all alone? She asks, wondering if he was destroying the place as much as he could. Nizetsu is there, and he is keeping him calm. Though I doubt he could damage it very much, he said as the sun started to peek over the horizon. Avert your eyes until he lands, she calls out as everyone averts their eyes except Naruto, as his eyes weren't affected by it, and he was curious as to how it went. He could see a Maserati spider hovering down and landing as the light died down. Seconds later, a man that looked like an older, non-scarred Luke came out wearing khakis and a white button-up. Little sis. What can I do you for? He says as Artemis glares at him. Shut up, brother. I am older than you. I helped mother birth you, for goodness sake. She yells, pulling his ear down hard. Fine. Fine. Just let go. He yells in pain as she lets go, and he clenches his ear in pain. What do you need? He says with a sigh as he looks around. Artemis sighs. I need transport to camp for my hunters and Naruto's groups, she says as Naruto nods to Apollo but keeps on guard. He didn't want the sun god to flirt with his daughter. Apollo smiles and nods. Sure thing, sis. Just have to change my ride, he says as he clicks his car key remote, changing the sports car to a shuttle bus. Now, brother, do not flirt with my hunters. Do not look at them and don't be yourself, Artemis says with a glare as Apollo waves it off and nods before looking at the group. Talia Grace, you caused a lot of trouble up in Olympus, he says, looking her over, though I'm glad you didn't really become a tree. Such a shame when a pretty girl becomes a tree, he says, making Talia glare and look away. She knew he voted to turn her to a tree. The only ones who didn't were Demeter, Hermes, Poseidon, and Athena. Annabeth rubbed her friend's back and sent her a smile that she returned and stayed close to her as Apollo stares down Naruto. Naruto shows no sign of being intimidated. Considering how he defeated Zeus like it was nothing, Apollo instinctively shuddered when Naruto looked him in the eye with his Shinju eyes. Apollo walked away, deciding not to say anything, making Artemis chuckle. She turned to Zoe. Watch after the hunters and remember, use that knife to summon a great warrior if you are in need. She will help you. I made sure of it, she says, sending a pleading look to Naruto silently. He chuckled and gave her an OK symbol. He didn't mind having to henge to a girl if Zoe summoned him. He sighed as he leaned against the bus waiting for everyone to get on. Also, do not attack Naruto. I know you don't like him, but we have made peace and he is legions stronger than you all, or even me, she says, making Zoe nod and grumble. I will be gone for a while as I have to hunt this beast, but it shouldn't be too difficult, she says, getting a nod from them as she heads off into the forest. The hunters glare as they pass him and Zoe glares most of all. He chuckles and smiles as the twins, Grover, Annabeth and Talia all get on. Annabeth and Talia sit together, as do the twins, as Grover tries to sit as close to the hunters as he can. Naruto sighs and sits behind his daughter and leans against the wall. Apollo gets on and smiles while the Apollo Express is about to take off. Any volunteers for driving? He says with a mischievous smirk. Nico raises his hand, making Apollo frown. Too young, he looks to Grover, who is also raising his hand. Too furry as well, he frowns, looking around until he looks to Talia, daughter of Zeus. Seems fitting, he said, until he felt a massive killing intent coming from her. I am not that bastard's kid. My dad is sitting behind me, she says as her chakra flares until she feels her father's hand on her back. Calm down, Talia. Not many gods know of your disowning of him. Apollo, I think it is best if you just drive. We need to get back to camp, plus the sooner we get back the sooner Percy can get out of my pocket dimension, he said, making the sun god nod and rush to his seat. Naruto sighs and decides to take a small nap as they chariot flew. Annabeth smiled at Talia and was confused when she didn't start freaking out. Did you get over of your fear of heights? She asks, making Talia chuckle. Yeah, Dad and some people I trained under helped me get over it, though mostly my dad, she says, smiling back to her sleeping dad. Annabeth smiles and nods. I'm glad you have him. He has changed you and made you better, she says with a smile as she leans on her crush, and they enjoy the ride. Camp. They land in camp and Naruto smiles. Well, time for the idiot to get out of his time out, he says, extending his hand and activating his eyes. Kamui, he whispers out as a portal appears as Percy and a black blob appear from it. Apollo, who stuck around a little longer, was confused of this, as were the hunters. Percy stands up and glares at Naruto. The hell was all that? You fucking put me in that weird place with that scary thing, he yells, pointing to the black blob that stands up and reveals two glowing eyes and a smile of sharp teeth. Naruto glares back. I warned you many times that if you did anything stupid, I would lock you up, and guess what you did? You went straight up and fought a manticore, without any backup, and endangered Nico and Bianca's life. You are lucky I saw you head out so I could back you up, he yells, glaring. And hey, don't talk shit about my brother, he says as Zetsu nods. Not kind of you, young child, he says as he slithers into Naruto's sleeve. You owe me a lot of meat for that, Naruto, he says as he closes his eyes in the sleeve to hide himself. Naruto nods. I know, I'll do it later. Now Percy, you have no reason to be pissed, but I have every reason, as you were being your usual idiot self, he yells as Chiron trots up. Please, Naruto, cut the boy some slack, he says, nervous as Naruto glared at him. No! He's been baited too much. His first quest he nearly crashes a bus full of mortals, then from what I hear he forcefully tagged along and hijacked a quest, releasing pirates, and destroying a safe haven for girls. If he doesn't learn, he will just get more stupid, he yells, hiding the fact that he was there for the second quest to clean up after him. He groans as he storms off. I'll be in the cabin, he says as he leaves. Talia sighs. Lucky he let you out. He hates people who put others in danger, and that realm isn't that bad. Sure, it's barren, but it's good for training, and Zetsu is nice once you get to know him, she says as she walks after her father. Annabeth frowns at Percy and shakes her head as she follows after as well. Since she had gotten close to Talia, she was allowed in Hestia's cabin and Talia's room, which she was glad she was able to have. Plus, she was able to have sleepovers as long as it was only once a week. Percy frowned and glared at Naruto's retreating form. Chiron cleared his throat. I suspect the hunters will be staying in Artemis's cabin? He asks as Apollo drives off. Zoe nods. Yes, we will be ready for capture the flag as well. Is that man going to be a part of it? She asks as she was curious of his abilities. From the fight with her mistress some years ago, she knew he had power over black flames, and some illusionary technique as well as cloning himself. From the fight with the manticore, she saw he could become a massive flaming cat with two tails. And just now she saw he could pull others into a pocket dimension. She wanted to test herself against him even if he could defeat Zeus. Chiron sighed no. He claims it is worthless as it teaches the heroes that war is a game, but I believe Talia, his daughter, might be taking part in it, and he has trained her for 4 years or so, he says, making Zoe frown but nod. We will be in our cabin until lunch as some hunters are still tired, she says as she walks over, Grover following not far behind. Chiron smiles at the two twins. Well, how about I show you to the big house? You can come too, Percy, he says as he ushers them away. Naruto, he sighed as he sat in his chair with Annabeth and Talia chatting on the couch. I swear that boy really does have seaweed for a brain. He only does stupid things every time he acts, he says as he drinks some tea that he conjured up. Talia nods yes, and this last act nearly endangered the two twins and himself. If I were you, Dad, I would have just left him in Kamui until Zetsu said he calmed down, she says as Annabeth nods. He sighs again. It's still late, so sleep till lunch. You won't need it, especially if you both are fighting and capture the flag, and don't worry, you can also sleep here tonight as well, Annabeth, he says as they smile and head off, but not before Talia kisses him on the cheek. He smiles as they go to the room to sleep as he feels a presence next to him, and holds it close to him. He smiled at his fiancée Hestia and kisses her cheek. I have had the worst day, honey, he says as she smiles and strokes his cheek. I know I watched, which is why I am here. I thought I could help, she said as she sat his lap and kissed him lovingly. He always melted at her kisses. They tasted like honey and a mixture of brown sugar that he quickly got addicted to. Hestia was strangely dominant when kissing and always seemed to initiate any deeper kiss. She smiled and pulled away, looking into his eyes. Naruto, I know this isn't the best time to bring it up, but I think I found a way to get out of my deal with Styx so we can be together physically, she says as she blushes dark at the thought of being with her fiancé. He frowned and looked at her before smiling. Whatever it is, I will do it. Especially when it means I can be with the woman I love, he says as he kisses her cheek. Hestia smiles warmly. You just need to fight Pallas, Styx's husband, in honorable combat. We can go anytime, so it is up to you, she says as she kisses him softly before leading him to the bed to rest at. He smiled and held Hestia close in his arms as he slept with the woman he loved. Lunchtime, he awoke to the sound of the horn and sighed as he noticed Hestia was gone, but smiled at her note she left. Talia and Annabeth come out and smile as he gets up. What are you going to do, Dad? She asks as Zetsu slides out of his sleeve. I am going to train and maybe go to my pocket dimension. Zetsu will stay with you too and see over your training, he says as he straps on his scroll with his scarf around his neck and heads out. Talia and Annabeth follow after and head to the table as he heads to the forest. He had a special place for meditation, and just to get away from the annoying camp, he set up barrier and illusion tags around an empty clearing so no one would disturb him. He walked through the barrier to smile at the massive cherry blossom tree. It was the same one he made when he first fought the Nemean lioness, and found it was a great place to train, drawing nature energy with the scarf, as if he drew too much too quickly the tree would absorb the extra energy. Also, since it was abandoned and hidden from others, he could practice some other techniques, like elements that were quite destructive or his beast transformations. He could use most secondary elements and slowly making progress on tertiary elements like dust or crystal. He was also up to 5 tails on his transformation, and he could draw out each of the Bijuu's powers, like Shikaku's magnet release or Matatabi's blue flames and even Gyuki's tentacles for shielding against lightning. He still missed the Bijuu, but he knew that the sage wasn't as good as he was made out to be. He sighed and sat under the tree, looking up at its petals, wondering how everyone was doing back in the Elemental Nations. Elemental Nations, Tsunade sighed as she drank from her sake cup. It had been some years since Naruto left, and from what she heard from Kaguya, he was doing good, adopted a girl, and even found a fiancé. She was glad for him that he was finally happy and had his own little family. She wished she could visit, but her work had gotten annoying as of late. Ever since Naruto left with the chakra as well as numerous scrolls, things in the new elemental treaty village had been hectic. The Dam Uchiho and other leaders demanded they get Naruto back and their chakra. They complained to her since Shizen, Gaara and herself were the only ones close to him left. She told them he left the realm using his new eyes and hasn't been seen back since. But being the arrogant asshole all of them were, they didn't believe her. She paid them no mind as she was more focused on the ninja's uprising from losing chakra. It was mostly those with Kekai Genkai or Kekai Tota. The Hyugas, majority of the Kiri as well as IWA since they used Kekai Tota and Genkai the most. Kiri was angry they lost their 7 swords of the mist. Many villages lost special artifacts when Naruto left. Other ninjas like Tenten or Guy were fine, though that girl Tenten was angry at losing the sage's items. She guessed that Naruto took them with him, seeing as he is technically the brother of the sage, so he does have every right to them. For the last years she had to quell uprisings along with the other Kages, badly enough. She kept the fact that 3 people still had chakra. Gaara was often questioned why he still walked around with the gourd of sand on his back. He always said it was to remember Shikaku and what his mother gave him. She desperately wanted to beat the annoying Kages, but Shizen kept scolding her not to. She sighed and went outside to walk around the village. The village was named the Shinobi Village, and each portion that belonged to the original village were called sectors, such as the Konoha sector or the Iwa sector. There weren't much disputes except between the Kumo sector and the Hyuga clan, or the Iwa section and the Aburame clan. Nothing big, just getting to points where they would avoid the other. She shook the thoughts about the annoying village out of her head and continued on her peaceful stroll through the village. She got near her new compound and glared as the Uchiha was standing in front of it. "What the hell do you want, Uchiha?" she says, pinching the bridge of her nose. Sasuke scoffs. "I need your prowess," he says with air quotes at prowess in the medical field. "You have to know some way of regaining what is mine by birthright." "My eyes," he says, glaring. "And another thing I have realized is how you look. You still have that mark on your forehead, and you still look young instead of a wrinkly old hag," he says as a fist collides with his face, sending him into the wall. "I may not have chakra, but that doesn't mean I'm not strong on my own. Also, when chakra vanished, I'm guessing the excess heen chakra in my seal went through my body to keep my appearance, as well as dyeing my skin that color. The only reason Sakura isn't the same is I have had much more time using it than her," she says as she cracks her knuckles. She thankfully held back from using any chakra as that was all her natural strength. Sasuke got up from the wall and glared at her. "You can't act like that with me, hag. I am an Uchiha," he yells, drawing his sword only for her to grab it and snap it like it was a twig. "I told you, I am strong even without chakra, and you are just a spoiled boy who lost his precious eyes. I am still a Kage and someone strong enough to back up my title, so I leave before I break your skull," she says, glaring and releasing her killing intent on him. He looks unaffected but sweats a small amount as he walks away, discarding the sword. She picks it up to reveal it wasn't broken as she chucked it over the wall of her compound. Genjutsus were a good thing to mess with the brat. She really wished Naruto would have killed the annoying boy, but oh well, he isn't powerful anymore. Now he's just an annoying brat. She sighed again as she saw Hinata walking towards her with a nervous smile. Over the years she had talked with the shy Hyuga, and the girl apologized for betraying Naruto, as she was afraid of going against her clan and the villagers. She thought about asking Naruto to give her back chakra but erased that thought as one. The girl had the same amount of courage of a groundhog after seeing its shadow too. She feared what her clan would do if they found out she had it. They might even start making her a breeding stock, which made her shudder. She kept to having her as an ally and a new student. Sakura had lost all her respect when she helped Sasuke and the other Kages chain up Naruto. If only she had gotten her before all this. The Byakugan was a great tool for medics. "Hi, Lady Tsunade. How has your day been?" she asks, nervous. Tsunade looks over the girl and nods. "Just the usual annoying work and complaining from people for me to bring back someone I can't, as he left the realm, and I don't blame him for leaving," she says as she sighs. Do you still hear from Naruto? Is he happy?" she asks with a frown. Tsunade nods and walks past her. "He is happy and he forgives you, so don't be so sad. Now come along, we have muscle training to do. Just because you have that huge chest under that jacket doesn't mean you can't be strong," she says with a smirk. Hinata blushes dark red and nods. "Why yes, Lady Tsunade," she says as she follows after her new teacher. Naruto to wipe sweat off his forehead. He may be a stamina powerhouse, but learning new things always tired him out as he wasn't used to them. Over the years he theorized all the combinations to make Kekai Genkai and Tota. So far, the Genkai ones he knew of were Scorch, Explosion, Lava, Boil, Blaze, but that was Amaterasu, Swift, Ice, Magnet, Storm, Dark, wood and crystal, while he only really knew of dust for Toda, as not many people had 3 affinities nor the imagination to test them out. He theorized he could add wind and earth to make pure sand, fire and yang would make pure heat, which was different from scorch, wind and yin would make sound, wind and yang might make typhoon, lightning and yang would make light, earth and yang would make land, water and yin would make brine, and then water and yang would make wave. He had no idea how to test out any of those, and he didn't really want to, as he had a bad experience with things exploding in his face. He focused on what he had scrolls of and knew what they looked like. Most of them came easy to him, as he had used some of them before when he had the bijou in him. Magnet, lava and boil came to him easy, as they were the elements of Shikaku, Son Goku and Koko respectively. Storm, Swift, and wood he already could use with some mastery, since he taught 2 of them to Talia. Though he realized that her storm was different than his. His needed lightning and water, while hers only needed lightning and wind. He chalked it up to her being a child of Zeus and the whole no water thing, similar to how Percy can't be in the air. He had also seen dust, dark, explosion, ice, scorch, and crystal before through his life from enemies he had fought. So far, he could use the basics for them all in mastery in the few he knew best. He might not use much of them, but it was best to be fully rounded. Dark wasn't useful since only Talia and Annabeth had chakra. Explosion he could use for an ace. Ice could be interesting. Scorch could be interesting with his Rasengan or truth-seeking orbs. Crystal would be a strong defense if he studied with it more. He noticed it was getting around dinner time. Hopefully nothing bothersome had happened. He exited the clearing after feeding his tree. He entered camp to see Talia and Annabeth getting ready for capture the flag. Bianca seemed to be sitting out of it as her brother got excited and all geared up, with Percy, who seemed to still be upset as the boy looked to him and glared. Naruto sighed and walked over to his daughter. "Don't be too cocky, Talia, by using your powerful techniques. We're showing off," he says, bopping her head. She chuckled. "Don't worry, I won't be doing that. Only with Zoe, as it is a bit of revenge for the past, but I won't go overboard," she says as she draws out her kiba blades as Annabeth readies her knives. "Also watch out, apparently something happened to Artemis, and Zoe tried to leave while we slept," she says, looking over to Zoe. He sighs and pats her head. "We'll figure out what to do later, so no worries," he says with a smile until he hears the hunters. "You aren't joining, boy?" "Afraid we might beat you," one hunter says, making the others laugh at him. He chuckled and flared his eyes as looks to them. "Girls, I don't doubt your skills, but I am someone who has defeated 2 gods and 1 goddess. If I fought, I could most likely defeat all of you with 1 technique, and no, I am not being arrogant. I am confident," he says as they silence up and go back to getting ready. Talia chuckles. "Why don't you join us, Dad?" "It would be insane if you fought," she said, smiling brightly at her dad. He chuckles. "Nah, if I did it would get too crazy, and even if this game is stupid, it does help get them a bit ready," he says as he waves them off and goes to sit next to Bianca. He smiles to her as the others get ready. "Not joining?" he asks as she nods. "I'm not the fighting kind, and it seems dangerous. I tried to get my brother to not go either, but he was too excited," she says with a sigh. "Yeah, my daughter can be the same, but don't worry, no one truly gets too hurt here. It is mostly just a game for them," he says, calming her nerves. "Is Talia really your daughter? You don't look old enough to be 1 inch, she asks, curious. He laughs. "No, I am not her biological father. I am her adoptive father, as I saved her and looked after her for nearly 4 or so years. She saw me as a father and I accepted it," he said as he smiled at his daughter as she and Annabeth made plans for the game. He had a strong feeling Percy was going to be an idiot during this. Hopefully Talia could smack some sense into him. He relaxed and waited for it all to go crazy. "Talia, now I think this time we can actually win against them. Annabeth would provide defense with Percy and Clarice, while myself and Luke can go offensive with some other campers. The rest will provide defense against the hunters when they come for the flag," she says, getting some nods from others. "Why do you get to go for the flag?" one camper yells. "Because I have been trained by my father, and have the use of his energy like Annabeth does, and I can cause the most damage to them. Luke is coming along because he is the best swordsman here," she says, getting grumbles of acceptance from them. "Ready for this, Luke?" she asks with a smirk. "Think you can keep up with me?" she says, making him chuckle. Luke smirks. "Oh yeah, I can, especially with the new sword your dad gave me," he says, drawing the jian from his waist. It had a black sheath and a brown handle. Talia smirked. Sword of Kusanagi. Suits you. If Dad gave you that, it means he trusts you, she says as everyone gets ready. Annabeth frowned as she stood near the flag watching Talia and Luke talk. She hoped that Talia felt towards Luke like she did, like a brother. She also sighed as Percy tried to flirt a bit with her in his awkward way. She wondered how he didn't realize she didn't like him like that. Plus, he was the son of Poseidon, so it wouldn't work between them, as well as the fact that she liked girls, so that was another reason it wouldn't work. She shook the thoughts out of her head as the game began. Talia smirked as she ran through the forest with Luke. She charged her blades with lightning chakra and was getting excited. She saw arrows flying towards her as she cut them easily. Her father had trained her to block projectiles of much faster speed and of stronger metal. Luke also was making quick speed of striking down arrows with his sword that seemed cut through them like they were nothing. Naruto told him the sword of Kusanagi would cut through anything. Seemed like he spoke the truth. He and Talia quickly reached the flag to see Zoe and 2 other hunters. You take the 2 I want, Zoe, she says, charging her blades again and dashing towards her. Luke chuckled and readied himself for the hunters. He had to change his style a bit to get used to it, but it wasn't as bad as he thought. Talia smirks as she makes Zoe back up. This all is what my dad taught me, she says as she overcharges her blades to make an explosion as she strikes down. In the smoke, she quickly summons a lightning clone and shadow clone to go steal the flag and take it back to the other side. She had the lightning one guard the shadow clone. She just hoped nothing happened to it, but whoever hits it will get zapped very badly. When the smoke cleared, Zoe glared at her and attacked in a fury of anger. She could not be beaten by the supposed daughter of that man. It angered her more that the girl was able to block all her hits. She was about to attack again when the horn blew. She looked in shock until she looked behind her and saw the flag was gone. My dad isn't the only one who uses clones, she says, heads back and glares at Percy, who was twitching after he ran into her clones and nearly lost them the game. Luckily, Annabeth was there to carry it across. What the hell, Percy? I had it. Why the hell did you try and sneak across? My clones had it, but you nearly cost us the game by attacking them blindly when they burst through the clearing. She yells, pinching her nose. Well, I thought I could help, he says as Luke walks through with his sword sheathed away. You should have faith in your comrades and their strength. Talia and I had it under control, he says until Percy snaps. Stop yelling at me. He yells, hitting Talia with water subconsciously. Talia glares at him and sparks up with chakra and pokes his chest, sending him blasting back with lightning. Don't get angry. Take your scolding ass like a man instead, like a bratty kid, she yells as he gets up. It was an accident. He yells, hitting her with more water. It wasn't an accident. You are being a brat and we're tired of being scolded for your idiocy, so stop hitting me with water or I will really get pissed, she yells, sealing her swords away. Percy, feeling cocky, summons more water. Bring it. At least my dad is a god and wants me. He yells, making everyone back away, and glares at him. Talia releases a great amount of Ki as her body was enshrouded with black lightning. My dad is 1,000,000 times better than any god. He saved me. He trained me. And he loves me, so shut up about him. She yells as she dashes towards him faster than he expected. She hits him strongly in the jaw, sending him crashing through the ground and a tree. Enough! Chiron yells, but no one listens until Naruto appears between them. Both of you stop it, he says in an authoritative voice. Talia frowns and lowers her black lightning armor and looks guilty. Percy, on the other hand, is having nothing of this. I'm tired of you constantly calling me an idiot. He yells, controlling water around him. Naruto sighs. I will stop doing it when you stop being an idiot. Now stop this stupid shit. He yells, casting Percy in a sleep genjutsu, making the boy pass out and douse himself in water. He sighed as Zoe walked in and looked around in confusion. Everyone else gasped at the sight. The oracle came out from the attic and appeared before Talia. She looked around confused as it spoke to her. Speak, child of Zeus, for the prophecy to save the goddess, it said, making Zoe glare. Talia looked to her father, who nodded and smiled at her. Okay, oracle, what is my prophecy to save the goddess? And prophecy won't rhyme too well, but I'll try my best. Smoke poured out of the oracle's mouth, and she took the form of a blonde woman with a gigantic chest that made her self-conscious. She had a diamond on her forehead, and her shirt was very revealing. Talia knew it was Tsunade, but she thought her dad was being fictitious about the whole giant chest part. 6 shall go west to the goddess in chains, close call in the land without rain. The bane of Olympus will be brought in. A helper can show the trail. Campers and hunters combined prevail. Titan's curse must one withstand, and they all can be saved by her parents' hand, she says before falling down. Luckily, she landed on Percy, who awoke from his genjutsu and let out a high-pitched scream. Camp council. After Grover and Percy put the oracle away, the meeting took place. Clearly this talks about Artemis, as she is the only goddess missing according to Miss Nightshade, Chiron says with a frown. Yes, and the hunters will go west to save her, Zoe yells, slamming her hands on the table. No! The oracle gave me the quest. It said hunters and campers combined prevail, so as much as I hate to admit it, we need to work together or everything can go downhill, and your precious lady won't be saved, she says, staring the girl down. Zoe was about to speak up when she was interrupted. That is why you are coming along. You probably know most of Artemis's patterns and ways of hunting and tracking, she says, making Zoe nod and sit down. Also, I am bringing along Annabeth, Luke and Grover. The last spot can go to a hunter of your choice, Nightshade, she says, getting nods from the people she chose. Wait. I think I need to be on this quest, Percy says, making Talia groan. Shut up, Jackson. Stop trying to be a glory hog. One Aries camper yells at him. You shut up. I know I need to be on this quest, he says, glaring out into the crowd. Grover looks nervous. Annabeth scoffs. Luke just shakes his head and Talia laughs. You think I am going to let you in after you insulted my dad and hit me with water numerous times, she says, glaring at him. Well, he isn't a god and mine, as he mumbles, making Talia glare at him. He may not be a god, but he is as strong as one and a better father than any damn god, so shut up, Jackson, before I break something, she says as she walks out. We leave tomorrow morning, so meet by my old tree, she says as Annabeth follows after. I swear I was this close to killing Jackson, she says as Annabeth nods. He really needs to learn to think before he speaks. Naruto is a great father, she says as they get to the cabin to see her dad smiling near the fireplace. So how did the meeting go? Hopefully no one but Percy was too annoying, he says, taking a sip of his hot chocolate. Talia groans and retells the meeting and sighs. Why don't you want to come? She asks with a frown. He sets down his cup and sighs. I have something I need to take care of, and I trust in both of your abilities and skills. Also, if you do need help, I am but a call away with the marker I gave either you, Annabeth or Luke, he says, ruffling her hair. Plus, who knows, one of you might actually need to call me if the last line means anything, since it said her father and was talking to you, he said as he stood up. Talia nods. I will make you proud, Dad, she says as she heads to her room. Annabeth bows slightly to him, confusing him as she followed after Talia. He chuckled as he felt Hestia's arms hug around him, and as she kisses his neck. I have it set up for tomorrow. You just need to gather your weapons, as you aren't allowed to use any of your jutsus or your eyes in battle. You can still use chakra as long as it doesn't make projectiles or in the form of jutsus. Also, no cloaked form, she says as he nods. She made sure of everything before coming here. She had never wanted to get out of her oath this badly. Mostly because she never found a man she loved like this. No man had ever even caught her attention. He smiles and strokes her cheek. Don't worry, I can do this. I just want to make sure nothing happens to Talia. So you set it for night? He asks, getting a nod from her. Yes, they only do this at night, as it is when Styx is strongest and can manifest herself, so no worries, she says as she pulls him to the bed. You need your rest, so let's get some sleep, she says, making him lay as she laid in his arms. I love you, Hestia, he said, kissing her deeply. She returned the kiss and smiled at him. I love you too, Naruto, she says as they fall asleep. Next morning, Naruto stood next to the quest group and smiled. Apparently, a son of Hermes had pranked the hunter Zoe chose, so now only 5 and were considering the hunter the close call in the land without rain. His centaur blood was quite poisonous. They were still going and they offered him the extra place. He still turned down the offer, as he needed to be ready for the fight with Pallas. Be safe while you are out and be on guard. I hope everything goes well, he says, getting nods from everyone but Zoe. He pulled Talia away for a moment. If you need to summon me, do it away from Zoe, and tell the same to Luke and Annabeth. Okay, he asks, getting a nod from her. Okay, Dad, I'll be safe. Love you, she says, kissing his cheek. He smiles and kisses the top of her head. Love you too, now go and get this over with, he said with a smirk, as they head off. He frowns as he sees Percy head for the Pegasus stable. He went to his clearing and summoned a hawk. The hawk was medium-sized and a coal black color. He then realized he hadn't summoned a hawk. It was a crow, and the same one that Itachi forced down his mouth. He shuddered and looked down at it. It still had the Sharingan in it, and it seemed to be okay with him as it went up his arm. Okay, wrong summon, but why are you here? Weren't you Itachi's summon? He asks the bird. The crow nods and caws. I think since that Uchiha burned it with Amaterasu's flames it became loyal to her, and I think she sent it to you. It says it's willing to lose its eye as long as you revive its old one with your mark, Shinju said, translating it for him. Naruto looked at the crow. It went to his forearm so he could look at it. If you really are okay with it, he said, carefully extracting the Mangekyo Sharingan to see it had changed. Let me guess, since Grandma has connections to the Sharingan, she evolved it? He asked, getting a nod from the crow. Yes, that is true. Since she is the leader of the Shinto religion and the eye came from Kaguya's descendants, she can alter it how she wishes, Shinju says, proving his thoughts to be true. He quickly sealed it away and put his sun mark on the crow, returning its eye to him. The crow cawed and flapped its wings. Since you are here, can you do something for me? Follow a boy on a flying horse that I suspect he will be taking, he asked, getting a nod from the bird as it flew away. He sighed and sat down. He quickly got a solution for the eye to stay in already. He screwed the glass jars shut and stared at the Sharingan in it. He guessed his grandmother sent it to him for Talia, but he wanted to wait a bit longer before giving it to her. He felt giving her a Sharingan would just complicate things and make things more hectic. His daughter was plenty strong, but having a Sharingan would protect her more and ease some worries he has whenever she leaves him. Plus it was evolved by his grandmother, so no blindness threat from it. He sighed and sealed the jar away and frowned as he saw a black horse fly away with the crow shortly behind. He should have stopped the boy before he left, but if he did that the boy would have denied everything. At least this way he can yell at him for being an idiot. He had a feeling that he'd be called by his daughter soon to get rid of the boy possibly, or even yell at him. He left to go gather his weapons and any gear he needed, as he felt he might be pulled into the quest soon. He wanted to leave that to his daughter, but between him or Percy on the quest, he was more wanting him on it than the idiotic son of Poseidon. Talia, few hours later. So far, the quest was going nicely. Zoe had interrogated a monster to get info about a meeting up of some high-ranking people in Kronos' army at the museum. They had no idea if he was telling the truth. She wished her father was there, as he could sense negative emotions whenever he wanted to. Talia frowned as they arrived at the museum and found someone she was not looking forward to. Percy had literally crashed into her. "Hi," he said before getting kneed in the junk and promptly falling to the ground. "Damn it, Jackson! You are not forcing yourself on my quest," she yells as she turns to Annabeth. "Go call my dad in the main room with Grover," she says, getting a nod from the two as they rush off. After a couple minutes of wheezing, Percy groans, "Monsters coming. Skeletons in general. Artemis on mountain," he said in a hoarse voice. Zoe glares down at him. "He can't be here, boy," she says in a deadly tone. "He isn't lying," they hear a voice say behind them. Talia smiled at her dad. "Sorry for calling you so fast," but Percy tagged along, "and if Percy is true, this general might be hard," she says with a frown. He ruffles her hair as the crow landed on his shoulder. "Relax, it is fine. I just have to leave tonight as I have an appointment, but I'll return in the morning," he says as he activates his eyes. "Percy, you are going back to camp. You can't force yourself on every quest," he says as Percy disappears in a swirl. "I will send a clone back at camp to work as a root, so he should be fine. I can sense some big energies coming this way. I can hold back the stronger ones as you focus on the others and escape back to the van and head west," he said, getting nods from them all, even Zoe. "The others are heading towards the entrance to block you, so some fighting will be expected," he says as he hears a familiar roar. "So the lioness reformed, and I think it remembers my smell," he says with a chuckle. "I'd leave as my fights can be destructive," he said in a serious tone as he went into his cloaked form and the crow dispels. Talia nodded. "You heard him. Let's move out," she yells, getting them to head to the entrance. They hurry out as Naruto stretches and readies himself. Seconds later, a massive lion bursts from the doors in front of him. It looked larger than last time and much more pissed off as it glared at him, and roared loudly as it pounced on him. He quickly slides under it and fires truth-seeking orbs at it to keep it away. He frowned as he noticed it was keeping its mouth closed. He remembered that Hercules used his strength to kill it. He had Tsunade's super strength technique, but he doubted he could get it to let him beat it without it trying to claw his eyes out. Susanoo was a bit too big for this small enclosure, as he wanted to try and hold off on destroying buildings for something like the lioness, and the only thing devastating enough would be a Bijidama or a Raisin Shuriken, and even then, it would cause a lot of damage to the area around him. He would have used his Kamui to draw the lioness into his dimension, but Percy wasn't out of it yet, as he had yet to send a clone back to camp to return him there. He smiled as he started to run his hands through the hand signs. When you need something that can destroy something but not cause too much damage, why not make something that explodes in a contained area? A white see-through cube with a small white orb in the middle materialized in his hands as he threw it to the beast as it expanded and encased it. Dust style, detachment of the primitive world, he said as the orb exploded in a massive burst, killing the beast. He smirked as it left behind a large pelt, its skull and a femur that from what he could feel were incredibly durable. He sealed them away as he heard clapping behind him. He turned around and drew his truth-seeking orbs again and readied them to be fired. The man had dark slicked back hair and eyes the color of stone. He had light brown skin and was very muscular. He was wearing a fancy business suit, but it occasionally flashed to Greek armor, as if waiting for battle. "Who are you and why shouldn't I blast you like I did the lioness for the second time?" he asked, making his eyes spin, ready to summon a Susanoo. He felt like he would need it. Not destroying the building didn't matter as the man gave off a powerful aura. The man in front of him felt incredibly dark, and the only reason he was still standing was he felt the man might know where Artemis was. "My name is inconsequential to you, but I think you would do well on my side instead of the puny demigods and the damn gods," he says with a sneer. Naruto's memory finally caught up to him. The stone ice took a while to notice, as the man wasn't as noticeable when he wasn't under the sky. Atlas, under the sky. Atlas, titan of endurance, astrology and strength. "If you are out from under the sky, I think I might know where Artemis is," he says with a smirk, as Atlas glares at him. "So it is true, you can find out about anyone from looking at them. Seems I can let you leave just yet," he says as his suit changes to armor and a sword materializes in his hand as he charges him. Naruto quickly fires his orbs at him to find them not affecting him as he ducks under a slice only to get his by a strong knee through the wall. He spat out some blood as his grandfather healed him. "Oh, you definitely hit harder than Ares, but so do I," he said as he warped using a thrown marker to appear under him and hits him with a Tsunade strength uppercut. Atlas shrugged it off and sent him crashing back. Naruto smirked and made his eyes spin faster. "Susanoo," he says, creating the massive skeleton construct form around him. It was a complete Susanoo as it had weapons as well. Atlas grew slightly worried as the sword he broke under the punch of the skeleton thing the Son of Chaos created. He wasn't able to dodge the punch as it sent him crashing through several walls. The second he stood up, he saw the thing draw back a giant arrow to send firing towards him. He barely had any time to dodge and got a nasty cut on his arm from it, and he felt it burn badly. He feared he wasn't strong enough to fight him right now, so he flashed away. Naruto sighed and eased out of his Susanoo. His strength was nothing compared to Atlas, but he was the titan of strength, after all. He felt a new pull of his markers and flashed to it after bashing off his pants. He saw they were on a train with a bunch of high-end cars. "So, I'm glad to see you all got out safely," he said with a smile. "What happened to you?" Talia asked, worried as her father's clothes had some bloodstains and a bruise on his face that was disappearing. He nodded. "Yes, I am fine. I just was roughed up a bit by a titan, but I got rid of the lioness," he said as he unsealed the pelt as it transformed into a jacket. It had 2 coat tails in the back and sleeves with fur trim. The hood was the same way with fur trim. He handed it to Annabeth. "Keep it, since I don't need it, and Talia has one, you might as well do the same," he said as he sat down. Annabeth smiled and she put it on. Talia smiled. "Looks good on you, Annabeth," she said as she sat next to her father. Annabeth blushed dark, though no one but Naruto noticed as it was dark inside. "Now I think I know where Artemis is being held at, but it is a dangerous area," he says with a frown. Zoe frowns. If the general is who I believe it, she is at Mount Othrys, she says with a frown. He nods yes, and with Atlas out from under it, I fear Artemis is holding the sky, he says as he looks out the window of the train car. It is getting late, and I have something I must do. Call for me when you reach the land without rain, he said as he kissed Talia's head. Stay safe, and I love you, he said as he stood. She smiled and nodded. Love you too, Dad. Good luck, she said, winking at him as she knew what he was doing. He nodded to the others and smiled. Keep strong. I know you all can do this, he said as Luke nodded and gave him a look that read that he'd look after them while he left to do what he must. Naruto smiled and flashed away. He arrived at the underworld to see Hades standing there next to Hestia. He nodded to Hades, who smiled and nodded back. He saw a woman with glowing green hair with streaks of blue and murky swirling green eyes. She had a shadowing dress that reminded him of Hades's, but he knew she was Styx. Next to the woman was a man with dark brown hair and red eyes. He had bronze armor on and a Greek great sword in hand. The man gave off a similar aura to Ares, but more refined and much less enraging. Styx steps forward and smiles. So you are the male that is a relationship with Hestia and wishes to abolish the oath she made with me to be a virgin. To do so you need to defeat my husband in battle. You cannot use your chakra other than for physical strength. You can use one blade and none of its abilities, she says as Pallas steps forward and smiles at him. It wasn't a condescending smile like how Ares did, this seemed kind. I can see a seasoned warrior in you. If you were allowed to use all your techniques, I know I would fall very quickly, he said as he stepped into a clearing. Naruto nodded and unsealed Yamato and held the sheath in hand to use it as a shield of sorts. He hoped he could put enough power behind Yamato. Pallas nodded in appreciation of the blade and readied himself. I am not arrogant, but no one has defeated me in honorable battle. Sure, others have in normal combat, but they relied on their special abilities too much, he said with a smile. Naruto nodded. Well, I am winning. I want to be with the woman I love without fear of breaking the oath, he said as he brought the blade in front of him. Ready on your call, he said to Styx. She smiled and nodded. Begin, she says, and instantly Pallas is at him. He blocks with his sword and found that Pallas hit incredibly hard. Luckily, right before he hit, Naruto used the sheath to block. He ducked under another swing and tried to hit Pallas but was blocked by the hilt of his sword and kicked away. Naruto used Yamato to slow himself down by stabbing it in the ground. He needed to make sure he hit Pallas hard and fast. He infused his chakra in his fist and struck Pallas's sword and quickly swung Yamato at him, making him skid back. Pallas was back on him in an instant with a fury of powerful strikes. Lucky his instincts kept him from getting hit. He swept a kick to Pallas' legs and made him buckle before landing a strong hit to his jaw. Pallas tumbled back but righted himself before charging again. He cursed as Pallas seemed to be unaffected by anything he did. Titans were an entirely different caliber than the gods. Pallas's hits were nearly as hard as Atlas and his sword skills were much greater. He needed to distract Pallas enough to land a full charge hit on the Titan with his sword, since he could channel it into the blade more than he could his fist. He blocked another strike from Pallas and leaped up, kneeing the Titan in the face. Pallas staggered a bit and smirked. Naruto decided to try something that nearly got his grandfather once. He threw up the sheath, distracting Pallas slightly as he swung the sword horizontally. Pallas easily moved his sword to block, but Naruto dropped the sword, grabbed it with his other hand in a reverse grip and slashed under Pallas's guard with all the strength he could. Pallas wasn't ready for it as he was sent crashing back into his wife's river. Naruto quickly grabbed the sheath as it fell and stood ready for retaliation until he heard laughter. I have got to say I have never seen that before, Pallas says as he climbs out of the river with a smirk. I will definitely have to use that next time I fight one of my annoying siblings, he says as he extends a hand to him. Naruto smiled and shook his hand. It's called Hidden Vine, and only someone with reflexes like crazy or someone who has seen it before would be able to block it. The only one who blocked it was my grandfather, as he taught me my skills with the sword, he said, getting a nod from Pallas. Pallas turns to Styx. He definitely beat me in honorable combat. Even with that distraction, it was still honorable. He passes, he said, rubbing her shoulder. She smiled and turned to Hestia. I erase your vow and free you from it. Have fun, she says, waving with a wink as she and Pallas disappear. Naruto falls down 2 Titans in a row, and I have got to say Pallas was the trickier one, he said as Hestia sat next to him worried. What happened today? Last I heard you weren't getting involved in the quest, and when did you have to fight a titan? She asked, confused and worried. He sighs. It was either I go or Percy tags along, and I didn't want that boy's idiocy to endanger my daughter. Oh yeah, I forgot to summon a clone to drop him off. He quickly does that before leaning against her. She nodded in agreement, as did Hades. Both worried about how stupid the boy could be. How is the quest? She asks. He sighs. It's going fine. We know where she is and we just have to get there. Is Zeus awake? He asks as she shakes her head. Great, then we can fly, he said as he stood and helped her up. She was still blushing as Hades turned around with a smirk. He kissed her lovingly. I love you, Hestia. We can talk more later, maybe after the quest, he said, making her smile and nod as he flashed away after giving Hades a smile and nod. After he left, Hades smiled to his sister. So am I going to get any nephews or nieces from you? He asked before running away with a smile from the embarrassed, blushing flaming goddess. Thanks for listening to my video. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe and comment below your favorite part. Sayonara, see you in the next video.